Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the 10th anniversary of the Over the Edge event for Special Olympics Delaware. Whether you're here in the crowd or watching from across the pond, we are thrilled that you are with us today. This is not only the 10th anniversary of this event, but it comes in the 50th year of the Special Olympics Delaware celebration of providing sports training and athletic competition for more than 4,000 children and adults with intellectual disabilities. Today, what you're going to see is 70 people who have been inspired by our athletes and inspired enough to rappel 17 stories, that's 222 feet, down the side of the building, all to support Special Olympics Delaware. This event is sponsored by Brandywine Realty Trust and Newcastle Fire Services. And again, we are thrilled that you're tuned in. You're probably looking for our first edgers, and they are just now starting to get on the edge of this building. So we're going to let you see the views and the different angles that you will see throughout the day. Once again, welcome to the 50th anniversary of Special Olympics Delaware, and part of that is the 10th annual Over the Edge event for Special Olympics Delaware. I'm John Busby. I'll be joined by Jimmy Smith of the digital team. His crew is with us here today and providing you with all these wonderful camera angles. So without further ado, let's show you the Over the Edge event.
Hey, John.
Jimmy, how
Ready
are
for
you?
a good day, my friend?
It's good. It's beautiful outside. Not sure what it's like where you are.
It is a climate-controlled, I'm assuming, 70 here inside.
Perfect. And it's pretty much about 70 out here, just a little bit breezy. So we got Michael Kittle coming down and also Kathy Conley making her descent.
Beautiful. So we've got a live shot there up top. A little different this year, John. I'm inside. You're outside. But we got the same great camera angles for you this year. As we let John, you can settle on in for the long broadcast. You can grab a seat, my friend.
Thank you. All right, we've got Michael Kittle and Christy Longo. Christy coming down for the fourth time. Michael Kittle for the first time. That's always interesting when we see somebody coming down for the first time. Christy is on the yellow rope, which is to your left, and Michael on the blue rope to your right.
So a little different this year, as John had mentioned, I had mentioned, that John's outside. And as you saw him there during the intro, he's going to be doing broadcast live interviews. And we'll show you the rappel while doing an interview here today. You'll grab, I heard you're going to grab some spouses maybe while their significant others come down the rope.
And we will be interested in getting people just as they come off, as you said, Jimmy. In the past, we've waited till they've gone inside, they've settled down, they've talked to their friends and family, and we thought it would be interesting to get their very first reaction as they land. And not only are the people on the live stream going to get to hear that, but also the supporters that are out here. There's probably about 30 people out here, some Wilmington PD folks out here, along as the supporters for the two edgers that are coming down. And so a decent crowd already, all following social distance rules, of course, and masked up out here. And so we are looking forward to what's going to be a spectacular day. We were talking earlier this morning, this might be the best weather that we've had for an Over the Edge event. We've had colder days, we've had hotter days, we've also had some days where it's been raining off and on throughout the day, but none of that is expected today. It's supposed to be sunshine, and it's supposed to be a slight breeze, high 60s, maybe even sneak up into the low 70s, and so really looking forward to a spectacular day today.
And a little different this year. There's the shot. I don't know, John, if you could see that, but we got arms out there from Michael as he gets over the edge, and they ask you to take your hands off and get a cool picture as both Michael and Christy go down. But a little different, you know, some COVID policies kind of in place here. Obviously, not as much attendance this year. John, you're outside. I'm inside. We're going to do the interviews socially distant. You see everyone wearing masks. The thing we've all gotten used to at this point. But unfortunately, last year's event, you know, was canceled, and so we're so happy to be back bringing this to you today.
And we talked to several people ahead of time. We asked them to send us their bios, and they talked about how wonderful it was to be back. A lot of people who signed up for 2020 and had their fundraising forwarded to 2021, and they were just so happy that this event was able to go off this spring, and happy to be here, like everybody around the country, as things slowly open up, but do so in a safe way. Michael Kittles from Del Castle High School. He's also done skydiving, rock climbing, and whitewater rafting. And Jimmy, you and I, one of the things we enjoy doing is talking about some of the other adventures these people have done before. And
Would we do them?
I've said 6 years in a row now that I will not skydive. I have gone over the edge. I did that, I think, in the third or fourth year, or actually it was the second year we did the live stream, the third or fourth year of the event. But skydiving is something that I will not do. But yet a lot of people, it'll be interesting to hear them compare the skydiving to this over-the-edge event. And so Michael Kittle from Del Castle, it's his first time, and so that will also be interesting to hear from him. Christy Longo, she's a Special Olympics Delaware board member. She's been doing this since 2016. She's actually scared of heights. And, Jimmy, that's another thing we hear often about people who do this who are scared of heights, and yet she's now come back for, if you do the math, it's the fourth year she's been back doing this.
And I wonder what's different about it. You know, jumping out of a plane, it's higher than you are now. But it's faster seeming, maybe. I don't know. I've never jumped out of a plane.
I'll tell you what's different.
I guess
you're not
you can
attached
come
to a
down-
rope that's tied to the top of a cement building.
And you can look forward, I think. And you looking forward kind of orients you to the building, as opposed to when you're jumping out of a plane, you're still high when you're jumping out of a plane. I don't know. I wouldn't do either. You've talked to me many times about doing this, and I don't know that I ever will.
There's always the open invitation.
I know that.
We need
You
test
tell me every
ropers.
year. Don't call it that. A lot of people in the chat here this morning, John. We have about 71 people watching right now. We just started. And so you see Christy coming down here on the left on the yellow rope, and then Michael on the blue rope as they make their descent.
Christy
That was a pretty
Longo.
quick start.
Yeah, pretty quick start. That's the veteran for you, coming right down. We're going to try to get her on the radio here, or on the live stream, I should say. And so Christy has landed.
You see that little lip right there at the bottom of the building. You got to kind of come back off of it.
And here comes Michael right behind here. Big hand for Michael and Christy.
2 in the books.
Christy, mind chatting with us for a second?
2 of 66 today.
So, Christy, this is your fourth time.
It is my fourth time. Still a little scary, but much better fourth time.
But much better the fourth time. What was different this time?
The mask was different this time. And some people said they were going to take it off, but I decided to just leave it on. And otherwise, I think I went down a little faster. I felt a little more comfortable this time, being the fourth time. And I kept on checking on Mike, who is his first time. So I'm like, hey, Mike, everything went great.
Now, you told us in your bio that you're scared of heights.
I am afraid of heights.
Has this event helped at all or just made it worse?
It's definitely helped. I would say the first time I was terrified. Second time, a little less terrified. Third time, afraid. And this time, I actually felt pretty good coming over.
And you're a member of the Special Olympics Delaware Board of Directors.
I am.
What encouraged you to get involved with this organization and stay involved? You've been involved for several years now.
I have. I actually have a cousin who has Downs and has been part of Special Olympics for 30 years. And I saw how much fun she had with all of her competitors, her friends, and really inspired me to get involved. And it's a great organization. Love working with the board. Amazing, amazing programs throughout the year. So it's been great.
Well, thank you for your continued support, not only of this event, but Special Olympics. And we'll look forward to seeing you at your 5th Over the Edge event next year.
Got it. Thank
All
you
right.
so much,
Thank you,
everybody.
Christy. Big hand for Christy. Michael, step on in here. Do you mind stepping in here? Michael Kittle from Del Castle High School. What is it you do at Del Castle?
I'm an assistant principal at Del Castle, 1,600 strong.
And you have a Special Olympics team there and interscholastic high school team also.
So yeah, we do competitive sports. We participate in basketball. We have flag football. Our team, we started up just a couple years ago in our production and imaging STEP program. Yes.
And what made you decide to do this event?
I was voluntold. So we had a large group of people that were competing last year that really wanted to raise money for Special Olympics. And in the end, it got canceled last year. And our teachers, they all voluntold me and said, Mr. Kittle, you're going to go for us. So I took one for the team. I appreciate it. They're great. Love
And
them.
Del Casto, I understand, raised a lot of the money for you to be part of this.
Absolutely. The students and the staff.
And what did they do to do that? What did they do, an event? Did people just chip in money? How'd that work?
Yep. So we did our staff every day. They did during the lunch. They had kids donating money. We sent it out to parents through all calls. We had our PTA donate money, and then the staff as well. And then, of course, we used the webpage. So lots of family and friends.
Now, you've done skydiving before, I understand.
I have, yes.
Compare the two for us.
Surprisingly, this is actually a little bit more scary.
Really?
Because it's you don't have control. You're at the whim of everybody else up there. So this is great.
But the people up there take care of you. They do a good job, from what I understand.
Absolutely.
And I've experienced it
They've
firsthand.
spent an hour making sure every clip, carabiner, and safety harness is in place.
So I assume your first job when you get back to school today is to find next year's voluntold person to do this.
I've already got somebody in mind, Mrs. Miller.
That's wonderful. Mrs. Miller, get ready. Next year, you'll be rappelling 17 stories. Michael, thank you so much for being part of this event.
Guys, thank you so much. This is great. Have a
All
great
right,
day.
Jimmy. We know now somebody that says actually this was a little bit more leery than skydiving. Maybe you should consider skydiving before you go over the edge.
I don't. But he said it's because he had no control. I'm pretty sure when you jump out of a plane, you don't have any control either, right? Or did I misunderstand?
No, I was going to ask
I
him
don't-
that question, but I didn't want to put him on the spot. All right, next we have Kathy Conley on the yellow, Lauren Conley on the blue, a mother-daughter combination.
These are the best. These are my favorite.
Kathy going for the third time. Lauren for the first time.
All right, so
Looks like they've got that first thrill of sitting back.
those
That's
arms
really
out,
the
those
point of
arms
no
out, yeah.
return.
this is one of those incredible weather days out there. I can only imagine, John. I don't know. I'm inside, but it looks incredible. Not a cloud in the sky. So again, Kathy is on the yellow, which is on the left as you look at it now, and the blue rope is Lauren.
Lauren Conley, a longtime volunteer for Special Olympics, as is her mother, both these Conleys, and the Conley family. Dr. Reed Conley, a longtime volunteer, and so he's been part of that. Their other son is a volunteer with Special Olympics. He's actually here watching his mom and sister come down, Robert Conley. Lauren has served as a camp counselor. She's been a unified partner. She's been a coach. A lot of this she did while she was in high school. She was on the cusp of the Unified Champion School program and one of the first youth leaders that we had, and really set the template for what we expected of our youth leaders in the future, what now has become the 14th year of Unified Champion Schools. Kathy Conley, she's done it all too. She currently coaches tennis. She's been a unified partner. She also has served for years as one of the people at Summer Games in the souvenir tent, which is one of the busiest tents at Summer Games. And she's always there from sun up to sundown. She's had her mother-in-law involved in that, and her family, of course, as well. So two longtime volunteers who knows how important this event is for the money it raises for our Special Olympics athletes. And you can see them coming down. Again, Kathy, this is her fourth, and Lauren, this is her rookie year of going over the edge.
So again, you watching right now, and actually let me get to this really quick because this will segue in there. And Michael said that Mrs. Martin is going to be going next year. Is that what you heard, right? Miller. Okay,
Miller.
thank you. I have
Yep.
no memory. Anyway.
Mrs. Miller.
Well, anyway, I was just reading through the comments, and Mrs. Martin said, "Good job, Mr. Kittle. You did it." Donnie Voshell says, "Hey, John." I don't know if you know who that is, John.
I do know Donnie.
Did I pronounce the last name right?
Voschel, I believe.
Voschel. I got to be quicker. My apologies, Donnie. Natasha Ortega said, good job, Christy. And Chris Bree said, way to represent Mike. And Francis Kittle said, great job. I'm proud of you to Michael. And Tiffany Gallagher saying, go Miss Percy. I'm assuming that I'm looking ahead here.
She's coming up, Carol Percy. She's coming up. She's actually in the bleachers waving to me right now, so she's not coming up soon, I hope, because she might be missing her spot.
10:30 is her time.
10:30. She's got time. She's a long time over the edger. And so she's here watching. She's actually in the bleachers looking up.
But thank you, everybody in the chat, for the comments. Make sure you keep commenting where you're watching from, who you're watching for. But in the description of the video, you can scroll down a little bit and see that you can donate to one of the edgers this year, or you can sign up for next year.
Lots of action, Jimmy, picking up outside here. I've got a couple of news crews here.
Oh.
Showing up. I know I recognize the guy from Action News, one of them here.
Hey, Action News.
Pale in the building. Longtime cameraman, can't remember his name, but he's at a lot of our events, supports what we do.
You don't admit that, John. You just kind of get context clues until you figure out what their name is.
Now he's giving us the wave.
Ah, there he is.
So Lauren and Kathy making their way down. Looks like they're about halfway, a little more than halfway. Yeah, more than halfway for sure. I'm looking up now.
We haven't had a lockup yet. I know it's just the first 4.
And what a lockup is this is designed, if you come down too fast, it will lock up to prevent you from coming down too fast, basically. And so it's an easy fix, though. They instruct you, and we can't say enough about the over-the-edge crew, both here on the ground and up on the roof, making people feel comfortable. And we've seen over the years, Jimmy, some people get on that edge and they take right off, and some that are very, very hesitant. But then they get talked and are able to come down and get to the bottom and talk about how much they enjoyed it. So Kathy and Lauren making their way down here. Those of you here on the ground, you could probably start cheering now. They can probably hear you. That's usually about the level that they hear you. So give them a big round of applause as they make their last descent here.
You got it, Kathy. Oh, back to the building.
Yeah. Lauren's getting ready to hit the ledge here, and you can see our ropers at the bottom, how they pull the rope out to help the edgers get over that little ledge and make it much easier for them. Again, we have the best, both on the roof and here on the ground, in making sure that it is a fun event for everybody.
So if it were a contest, Lauren wins.
Lauren descends. They're going to get her unstrapped, and we'll bring her over to talk to us. She's getting unhooked here. They'll come over to the tent where we do the interviews.
All right.
Lauren, congratulations. You mind popping in here and talking to us?
Oh, sure.
So, your first time, how was it?
Scary,
But you made it.
but I made it.
You came down pretty quick.
Yeah.
Intentionally? Or just couldn't wait to get
I
down?
just couldn't wait to get down.
And how was it to go with your mom, who's
It was
gone?
great.
She's a veteran.
It was great. It was awesome.
Now, you've done some cliff jumping.
Yes.
Can you compare the two? Which was scarier?
This.
This was scarier.
Yes.
Now, if I have it right, when you jump over a cliff, you lose complete control.
True.
This you do not.
True.
See,
So what makes this scarier?
I think that I'm just suspended, and a cliff, I'm jumping into water, and I'm a confident swimmer.
How was the view up there?
It was beautiful.
Did you look around, or
I did, no.
not too much?
At the top.
did. No, wait, I
Before I
did.
came down, yes, but.
Well, that means you have to
Yeah.
come back a second time so you can enjoy the view. That's
Yes,
what people tell us.
Exactly.
You were one of the first people to get Special Olympics into our high schools as a unified partner, as a youth leader.
Yes.
How did that help shape the rest of your schooling, both in high school and college, that experience?
I switched my major in college from psychology to human development and family services.
Because of that experience.
Because of my experience and involvement with Special Olympics throughout my life.
And so if there's any high school kids out there listening to this live stream, as we're sure there are because there's a lot of teachers going down, what would you tell them about the importance of getting involved in some way in Special Olympics?
Get involved, coach a swim team, coach track, field, whatever it is, because the experiences are life-changing.
That's wonderful. Yeah. Thank you very much for doing this. We're going to bring your mom in. She's right around the corner there. She's landed and coming around. Why don't you stay here with your mom? You're both from the same household, so that's socially distant. Kathy Conley, come on over here. She tried to escape the interview process, but we're not going to let that happen. Hop in there. Kathy, fourth time. Big hug for your mom. Third time. Sorry. Yes. How was it this third time?
I think I was bottom heavy. I don't know. I was spinning all around.
Did you lock up? I know that's part of the process that happens. Did you experience that?
No, I don't think I locked up. I don't know. I think it was a weight thing.
Just wearing some heavy shoes today.
Yeah. Heavy shoes.
Your experience doing it with your daughter?
Yes, that was awesome.
Was that the best? Your son Robert is over here, and there's a clipboard here to sign up for 2022. Is he next?
He's next.
He's next. All right, we'll make sure that happens.
He's on it.
You're a tennis coach right now, right? Getting ready for summer games. How's it feel to be back after missing last year?
It's so nice. And the athletes are loving it. Yes.
And how about you keep coming back? You've been doing this for almost 30 years. What keeps you coming back?
I just love the family and the love and making a difference.
Well, your family's been a wonderful supporter, the three of you here. Your husband, Dr. Reed Conley, for years also, and still supports the organization. So thank you for what you do. Thanks for going over the edge. We'll see you both next year with Robert. You can decide who's coming down with him. All right, back to the building.
So up top, it'll be a combination of Lori Abelman and Marie McIntosh, who are returners. I'm trying to learn your little legend here. It says fifth year or more for both of them, John. That's incredible.
Yeah, once you get that 5 years, we think we've got you committed for life, coming down every year at this point. Lori Abelman, she's one of the ones afraid of heights, but yet she skydived twice and done bungee jumping.
You aren't afraid of heights if you skydove.
I don't get that, right? You can't be afraid of heights.
Yep. You can't.
We'll ask that question when she gets to the bottom here. Marie's a long-time Hall of Famer here for Special Olympics. She's been involved in 35-plus years. She's the one on the yellow rope. She coaches tennis and cycling. She's volunteered. She's one of those, ask me to do it, I'll be happy to do it type of people. I've known Marie for over 30 years. In fact, she was one of the first volunteers I met when she ran a swim meet when I first became employed by Special Olympics. She's a do-all type of person. So Marie McIntosh coming down here. Oh, haven't left yet. They've done the sit-over.
So Marie is on the yellow, so on the left, and then Lori will be on the blue on the right.
How many viewers we got, Jimmy, right now?
71 are watching right now, and 289 have tuned in.
Tuned in already.
So
wow.
289 views. Now, again, people, like we always talk about, John, people tune in, they watch their 10 minutes for their person, and they're out. And that's what's nice about doing it this way is that, you know, you and I are on for 7 hours. My voice will hurt later. Your voice will hurt later. But it's important in those little moments for people to watch their principal, their cousin, their brother, their boss come down. And so I'm really happy we can continue to do this every year. We were the first to broadcast this, right? And I still think
around
we're
the country.
best.
Yes, around the country.
Yeah, correct.
Yep.
Not just Special Olympics, any over-the-edge event, right?
Right, that is correct.
And although some have joined into the mix, we're still the best.
Multiple camera views by the digital team. Phyllis, Jess, Sean, and Selena with us today. They'll be with us all day as well, hopping around, showing you the different views from downstairs, looking up, from the top of the roof, which is one of my favorite views, and then, of course, the close-ups. With the interviews that we're doing outside today, we're literally going to capture every single person as long as they're willing and get them on the mic as soon as they get to the bottom when their hearts will still be racing.
Such a good touch, John. That was really a good call.
And their hearts will be racing as that goes on. So that's a neat thing to do. Again, this event is sponsored by Brandywine Realty Trust and Newcastle Fire Services and supported by Delaware Law Enforcement for Special Olympics, Forever Media, and the Delaware Rock Gym. This is 17 stories, 222 feet. Again, the 10th anniversary of this Over the Edge event in a year where the organization is celebrating its 50th year. And you heard Kathleen Conley mention the summer games as our two rappellers make their way down the first couple of floors. 4 sports, track and field, bocce, softball, and tennis. Not going to be held at the University of Delaware this year because of the COVID situation, but instead at 4 different venues downstate in the Dover area. And we're excited that our athletes, as you heard Kathy Conley say, they're just excited to be back and to be training and competing. And our coaches are excited. The Unified Partners are excited. Our Summer Games Committee is excited. We've met with them a couple of times already on a Zoom call, and they stepped up across the floor. So we have even though we're not swimming this year, our swimming volunteers are helping at other events. And that's another neat thing that's happened for our athletes. You know, you hate to cancel any sport, but I was at a track practice the other night, and there were 5 swimmers who normally would be swimming, and they're giving the sport of track a try. And so that's been one of the positives, if you can think of positives that come out of this pandemic, is in a lot of ways it has forced, literally, some of our athletes to try new sports. And that is a neat thing, and they seem to be enjoying it. So here are 2 edgers coming down. It looks like they're at about the 10th floor. The 10th floor is where the headquarters is of the Over the Edge team. That's where they report up there, and then they go up to the roof from there. And so always a lot of people waving at you as you cross that 10th floor level.
And it's just nice to have live events starting to come back. I know live sports have been back, and you know, varying states around the country have their capacity restrictions, and so people are getting to see things. And so I know this isn't the NBA and this isn't the NFL, but this is still just a nice little thing for Wilmington to have going on just on a Thursday. You know, it's nice to have this back in May and have people be able to see and experience and come across, you know, just on their way to get coffee, being down here on Delaware Avenue, come across Special Olympics.
And the traffic going out here, and of course, Jimmy, as you've mentioned, normally I'm inside with you, and I don't get to see what's going on outside other than the camera views. But to watch the cars slow down as they go by and look up is kind of neat to see. People, you know, obviously probably initially thinking that something's gone wrong, but that's not the case. It's actually a great event as Marie McIntosh has landed to complete her 5th Over the Edge event. She's got her polar bear plunge sweatshirt, and that about sums Marie McIntosh up, is that if we do it, she does it. Let's give Marie a big round of applause. There she is on the ground.
Good job, Marie.
And we're going to bring you over here to talk, Marie. You can thank me when you get over here. We're going to put you right on the air and let you tell us about the experience.
Although you say that you ask her to do it and she'll do it.
Oh, yeah. She'll do this. Lori Abelman making her way, her 5th time as well. And it's always interesting, Jimmy, a lot of people tell me after the first time they go slower and slower each time so they can really enjoy the view.
I can see it. I think. Yeah.
All right, here comes Marie. We're going to bring her over here to the microphone. So, Marie, 5th time's a charm, so something like that. How was the 5th time?
It was fast.
Fast because you made it fast, or just felt fast because it's the 5th time?
It's just fast. Maybe made it fast. I don't know. It was fast.
So what brings you back year after year?
Well, Special Olympics is my favorite organization to which to do things with that organization. It just is. It's a great organization for so many people, and that's sort of why I'm here.
And you started over 30 years ago. I was telling people, you couldn't hear me because you were up top, that you were one of the first people I met because you ran a swim meet for us before I got here, but you continued to run it. This was in Newcastle County. You've since retired. You've gone to Sussex County, and you are more involved in Sussex County than you were up here in Newcastle County now that you're retired. Just tell us real quick about your program that you have there in the Bethany Beach area.
Well, the programs that we have are many. We cycle, we swim, not this year, but we will. That's what we do. And we have tennis, And we do a Sunday walk with our athletes every Sunday at 1 o'clock just to get them out there and moving. Bocce, and the organization that helps us a lot, for example, Sea Colony, they're building bocce courts. Yes. So we'll have another place. We get a lot of help down there with what we want to do with our athletes. And it's wonderful.
It's a great thing that you do, and we appreciate all that you do. Thanks for being here. Your 5th year. Will we see you next year?
Of course.
All righty. Told you, Marie McIntosh, we asked her to do it. She said, just tell me where to be and when. We'll see you next year at the Over the Edge. Thank you, Marie. Lori Abelman, come on in. Lori Abelman, your 5th year coming down.
Yep.
Compare it to the previous years. Better? How'd it go?
I was nervous this year for some reason.
Really? Any reason why? Because you skipped a year last year? We had a year off?
I skipped 2 years because I volunteered the year before that. So maybe that's it. That's what we'll blame.
All right. Now, it said in your bio that you're afraid of heights.
I'm scared to death of heights.
And so yet, though, it says you've also done skydiving twice and bungee jumping. That doesn't make sense that you're scared of heights.
It doesn't make sense, Lori. You can't be afraid of heights and jump out of a plane.
I do things on dares, and I don't back down from a dare, so here we are.
I dare you to come back next year and do this Over the Edge event. What do you think, people? Should she come back next year for year number 6? All right. Anybody you want to thank, Lori?
Everyone that gave donations, and the texts that I got this morning were great, too.
Lots of support for all our all our Over the Edgers, you as well. Thank you, Lori. Big hand for Lori. Thank you, Lori, for being here. Part of the 10th annual Over the Edge event. And Jimmy, for our listeners, when she talked about the fundraisers, the people that do this all raise a minimum of $1,100. Many people raise more than that. You can imagine if somebody said, hey, I'm going to rappel 17 stories. How about supporting me? It's really hard to say no to that.
Yeah, I mean, what's your price to go down a building? I guess it's at least $1,100. So, again, we haven't mentioned this yet, but we've mentioned it pretty much every other time. We'll mention it 100 times today just because how long we're on. This is the only event in Delaware. Correct me if I'm wrong, John. It had been that case.
It is.
Only event in Delaware where you can rappel down a building, period. This is your only opportunity. It's right here, right now.
That is true. Special Olympics owns the license for Over the Edge to do events in Delaware. And so if you're watching this and you are interested in being part of this event, as Jimmy mentioned, there's a link in the description on the live stream YouTube page where you can sign up for next year. Also, if you want to support somebody, if somebody's going over and you thought, wow, that was really neat to watch, I want to donate some money, you can directly support them by going into that link and finding their name and supporting them there. Those of you here in the crowd outside the building, if you are interested in doing this in 2022, you can come over here where I am under the tent and fill out your name and address on the clipboard, and we'll make sure to add you to the email distribution list for next year's event.
So on the schedule, we have Patrick Tiernan and Kathy Aniska. Help me out on that one. I don't know that.
Aniska, yep. Kathy Aniska and Patrick Tiernan, and they are confirmed to be up there.
So they are coming over. Patrick's on the right. He's on the blue rope.
Correct.
So on that screen, what you're looking at now, he's on the left. When you switch to the other side on the ground, right now, take the shot, Jess. Take the shot, Jess. Thank you. There we go. No, I appreciate you. Patrick's now on your right. He's on the blue rope, and then Kathy's on the left on the yellow rope.
Kathy is scared to look down, she says. But she lives by the motto, always do what you are afraid to do. And that's a quote by Ralph Waldo Emerson. So she's coming down. These are both first-timers, Jimmy. So interesting. Both first-timers. First time today where both people on the rope are doing it for the first time.
So we've got some comments here on the stream. Chip Walters says, well done, Lauren and Kathy. And so that's going back to the Connolly family here. We got about 57 people watching right now. Almost 400 have tuned in to this point. So thank you to everybody who's tuned in.
A lot of office buildings we hear tune in. A lot of schools
Yep.
tune in when the principals are going over, like we had earlier today. And then we'll have some teachers going. I think we have 10 teachers from the Milford School District coming. I know we have a CR teacher going over. Red Clay School District has a couple teachers going over. And so exciting to have the support from both businesses, companies, other organizations, and the school system as well. Once again, this is the 10th annual Over the Edge event for Special Olympics Delaware, celebrating their 50th year. If you're listening and you're interested in getting involved in Special Olympics, whether it's as a volunteer or a coach, or if you have somebody in your family or a friend who you feel would be a Special Olympics athlete, you can visit our website at sode.org and get all the information you need to get signed up to help out.
And this is another one of those just inherently Delaware events. You know, the whole state comes up to do this, and every time it kind of blows me away. You know, because again, Delaware's not huge, but you'd think because it's in Wilmington that it would be a lot of Newcastle County organizations, people, schools. But you're hearing Sussex a lot, and you know, if you edge at 9, that's an early morning, and so the way the state comes out to support not only Special Olympics, but every one of the events, whether it's Polar Plunge down south or it's the Edge up north, it blows me away every time.
And Sussex County is where Marie McIntosh was from. She just finished up doing interviews with CBS and ABC, so she's going to head back up and get her
Fancy
gear off. Patrick Tiernan is actually a principal at the St. Mary Magdalene School, as we mentioned, the school programs. And he said 2 students talked him into doing it, and there's 560 students back in the school watching him now. So hello, St. Mary Magdalene School. He's bungee jumped and sky jumped off the stratosphere in Vegas, which is 856 feet. I'm going to ask him about that compared to the 222 feet here. And believe it or not, Jimmy, when I read that in his bio, I thought, wow, that's unique. And then literally about 8 bios later, as I was preparing for today's broadcast, somebody else had mentioned that they sky jumped off the stratosphere. So that must be the thing to do. Kathy is landing. And she has landed, and now she can finally look down, probably. She said she didn't want to look down, but now she can. She's done Spartan races. She's done the drive around Dover Downs, the NASCAR drive. That's a fun thing. I've done that. She's done parasailing, and next year she's going cave diving.
I've done every year, and nothing has changed, obviously, because I didn't do a lot of traveling. I've done nothing. I've done none of these things. It's never crossed my mind. I don't even know if I were filling out this questionnaire what I would say that was risky or exciting.
Can you come do a quick interview?
It is very unbelievable what some of these people have done, because it is frightening for me to stand on the top of this building.
All right. We're going to talk to Kathy here, both of our edgers. In that time slot her down. Kathy, step a little bit closer to the mic there. So how was it your first time?
It was amazing. It was fun, definitely.
Wow.
Definitely fun.
And you said you were scared to look down. Did you look down?
I think once, but then I was just totally focused and just kind of went with it.
You've done parasailing.
Mm-hmm.
Which was scarier?
I think this was, for some reason. I don't know why.
But would you do this again?
And I'll do it right now.
What was your inspiration to do this for Special Olympics? You have one of the athletes.
Right. It's just an amazing cause, obviously. And we've been lucky enough to become friends with the John Saclosa family.
Yep.
And friends with Sue. And I'm like, John is an amazing guy. And I saw that he did this and had a great experience. And I thought, why not? Let's try it.
Wonderful. So you'll be back next year.
Absolutely.
All righty. Let's hear it for Kathy and Niska. Thank you, Kathy. You can just scoot off to the right there. And let's bring Patrick Tiernan in here, principal at St. Mary Magdalene School. Some students, are they in school watching?
They are. They're excited.
And so it says here that 2 students talked you into doing it. Who were those students?
Yeah, Tommy and Jimmy Spock, they brought it up as an idea last year. Obviously, with COVID, it couldn't happen, so we just carried it over for this year. So it's a fundraiser.
And you've sky jumped off the stratosphere. What is, for those that don't know, including me, what is sky jumping?
So it's a controlled dive, so to speak, kind of like being belayed down, but it's still very fast. So Stratosphere is a hotel in Vegas, and this was much more fun. But
What made this more fun?
I think it was the control of it, and the crowd and everything. So it's great.
Want to say something to your students back at school?
It's a great day to be a Bulldog. I'm proud of all of you, and we'll do it again next year.
All right, Patrick
Go
Tiernan.
Bulldogs.
Thank you very much. All righty, Patrick Tiernan, ladies and gentlemen. All right, Jimmy, who we got coming down next?
So on my schedule, it's supposed to be Kenneth Sheehan and Ruth Lavelle, and I believe that's what we got. Trying to minimize the walkie-talkies up here, so I apologize I didn't confirm that one. So this shot up top, you see all the equipment, you see the ropes coming back into the building. All of that's anchored into this building. That's something that 300 Delaware Avenue has that other buildings don't. They invested in this event to have this event. That those ropes are forever anchored into a forever anchor in the middle of this building, and it's an impressive thing to see, and it's something I'm assuming they show you when you go up to rappel, just to give you that extra feel that this is a legitimate, very, very secure event you're about to go through.
And just about ready to go down is Kylie Lavelle, who will be on the yellow rope, and Kenneth Sheehan on the blue rope. Kylie Lavelle is actually doing an internship with Special Olympics right now and a longtime coach. Her brother, Matthew Lavelle, is a Special Olympics athlete, and he is here along with their father, Greg Lavelle, down here in the bleachers watching their sister and daughter come down. Kylie Lavelle has done this fourth time. Kenny Sheehan, who is a friend of hers, doing it for the first time.
Wow. Pure pressure.
And the Ruth Lavelle you mentioned, Jimmy, she's going to be next, and that is the mother of the family, the matriarch.
Gotcha.
And it will be her 9th time when she comes over the edge. You mentioned the building, and Brandywine Realty Trust that owns this building, when Special Olympics approached them, what's now been 11 years ago, this is the 10th event, and basically said what we needed to have done and what we wanted to do. The building manager at the time, Larry Meister, who is now a Special Olympics Delaware board member, by the way, he was not at the time. We were his first introduction to Special Olympics. And, we talked about, okay, basically we need you to turn the front patio over to us for a day, and we need to create a new structure up on top of the building to anchor these ropes down. That will be permanent. We're going to be up and down your elevators. We're going to put a sign on the front for the couple weeks leading up to the event, and they were just overly generous with what they were willing and able to do and continue to do. And they were excited to have us back. Disappointed that we had to miss last year. That was Special Olympics decision. Obviously, everything around the country was shut down last spring. And so it was an easy decision, not a difficult one to make that. It was a no-brainer, but thrilled to be back, and the building was thrilled to have us back as well. So huge support from Brandywine Realty Trust. It's safe to say that without them, this event does not go on and does not continue.
Oh, you need a building, and you need an impressive building, and you need to do something impressive to it to make it safe, secure, and being able to be done forever. So, this isn't the tallest building in Delaware, but this is one of, and so at that height, it doesn't matter. It's extra 50 feet doesn't matter. That's 200 some feet. It's impressive.
And people say that this is the perfect height. The Over the Edge company that comes in here tells us that some buildings they do, while the numbers sound impressive, are very difficult. And the people who do them tell them, halfway down, I'm just exhausted, and I don't enjoy the rest of the trip. And then some buildings, of course, are too short. You don't want to do this from 5 stories. And so 17 stories, the Over the Edge people have told us, really is the perfect height to do it. And so, like you said, this isn't the tallest building in Wilmington, but it is the perfect building for what the Over the Edge people are looking for. Here come Kylie and Kenny making their way down. And again, that's Kylie on the left, Kenny on the right.
So yellow rope and blue rope for Kenneth.
Kylie's fourth trip, Kenny's first.
So almost the first hour in here, going till about 3 o'clock. We'll have some rope checks and some other things. We're running 5 minutes behind. Not that it's a big deal. Every edger has about a 10-minute window, and we'll run ahead, we'll run behind. They'll do some rope checks. So that's why we'll keep those names up there so you'll see when your person is up. But we're holding pretty good to schedule right now for those that are tuning in to see somebody at, say, 10:30 or 10 o'clock. And you can donate to an edger, any edger. If you've seen them go down, if you're watching Kenneth right now and you think that he'll have a better time if you gave $10 more, you're probably right. You can donate right in the description at the bottom of the video here. And you can also sign up for next year right there on the web. Or you can come visit John there at the tent if you're outside and sign up for next year to go over the edge in 2022.
Kylie and Kenny, both University of Delaware students, both coaching track and field. I mentioned a track and field practice I was at earlier this week. They were the coaches of that sport. They also coach soccer and basketball. Kenny spent 5 years serving America in the Navy. And it'll be interesting. I'm going to ask him the question whether he had to do any rappelling in the Navy or anything like this. As I mentioned, Kylie's in her 4th year, and her exciting thing she's done, she listed roller coasters. She has ridden on every single roller coaster in Hershey Park and Universal Studios. Jimmy, you said you're not thrilled about heights. Do you do roller coasters?
So that reminded me that I've done, at the time, Cedar Point is a fairly large, I think it's a fairly well-known, maybe it's just because I'm from Ohio, but it's a fairly well-known amusement park in Sandusky, Ohio. And at the time, the big roller coaster was Millennium Force, and I rode it to impress a girl. And I hated every moment of it. And so I have not really ridden a roller coaster worth mentioning other than with my daughter on like a kiddie one. So yeah, I don't like roller coasters much at all.
Well, I can tell you, I know your daughter's 4 now, maybe 5.
She just turned 5, yeah.
She's going to want to do the big roller coaster soon, so just start preparing.
She is.
Kylie
fearless.
has landed. Kenny right behind her. Kylie number 4, Kenny number 1. And they'll be followed shortly by their mother, Ruth Lavelle. Matthew, Kylie's brother, is holding the rope. It's a tradition that they have, as he hangs on to the rope outside of the safety zone for anybody in his family that goes down. And we're going to bring Kylie over here. Kylie, we're going to talk to you the 4th time.
Yes.
How was it compared to the other times?
It was good.
Yeah, good. Anything different? You go faster, slower?
I went faster this time.
Did you look around?
No.
No. Now your friend Kenny's coming down. We're going to bring him over here in a minute. Did you kind of try to stay with him?
Well, I was beating him, and then I looked up, and then he came out of nowhere, so I wanted to win.
Now you've been you're a family member of a Special Olympics athlete.
Yeah.
Matthew held the rope for your last step. What has Special Olympics done to your life? How has it changed your life being part of Special Olympics as a coach, as a sister, as an intern at Special Olympics Delaware? What has that done for you?
It's created a whole new family for me, which I appreciate, and I've made lifelong relationships with people.
All right. Well, thank you. We're going to let you stay there. Kenny, come on in here for a second. You got talked into doing this by Kylie. Are you glad you did it?
Yeah, that was a lot of fun.
What you were with the Navy 5 years. You do anything like this with the Navy?
No, the main objective was to stay on the boat, so we didn't rappel off or anything.
You didn't have to rappel off a boat. So
Step 1, stay on the boat.
That's Jimmy inside talking. Those of you wondering who that is, Jimmy Smith, the director of this event. So, Kenny, you've been part of Special Olympics because of your friendship with Kylie. What have you learned about Special Olympics athletes that you didn't know coming into it?
I don't know. It's just awesome working with them. They're just the nicest people in the world. And I only planned to do one soccer season, I think. And then I've been coaching every single season, winter, spring, fall. for around 3, maybe 4 years now.
So the athletes keep you coming back.
Yeah, definitely.
All righty. Kylie Lavelle and Kenny Sheehan, folks. Let's give them a big hand. Thanks for being part of today's event.
Thank you.
John, I don't know if you missed that part, but step 1 of being in the Navy is staying on the boat.
There. Gotcha. That makes sense then. Ruth Lavelle coming down on yellow, and Brian Ray, both parents of Special Olympics athletes, coming down next.
So Ruth is 5+ years. I don't have the number here in front of me. And this is Brian's second time down. Thanks for everybody tuning in. Chloe Fox says, can't wait to watch Mrs. Prilliman. Am I saying that correctly? Looking at what time that's going to be.
Jimmy, I think let's shut the mics down here as they get ready to go over, and we're going to play a little bit of music. A crowd is building out here. Got
Hello,
about 50
everybody.
people out here. So as they get prepared to come down, we'll put some music on until they get about halfway, and then we'll come back on. Alrighty, Ruth Lavelle making her landing, finishing her 9th over the edge event. She did not do it the very first year, and I believe that's because her husband was doing it that first year. He gives me the thumbs up. Mr. Greg Lavelle, he did it the first year. Ruth has done it every year since. And again, Kylie Lavelle, who we just saw land, is their daughter. So we're going to bring Ruth over here. Ruth, you just finished your 9th event. What was it like compared to the first event?
Always fun, John. Always fun.
And
Awesome.
you do this, obviously, for your son, who's a Special Olympics athlete, and the over 4,000 athletes who do that. I just asked your daughter what Special Olympics has brought to her life. What has it brought to your life as a parent of a Special Olympics athlete?
Well, to see the growth in Matthew, strength, socialization, it's an awesome experience. He loves being around his peeps at Special Olympics, practice, competitions, all that. And then the family atmosphere that it brings to all the athletes and their families in the state of Delaware. So it's an awesome organization, and I'm thrilled to support it every year.
Well, thank you very much. We're looking forward to your family's involvement in our summer games this year coming back. And so thank you again for doing your 9th Over the Edge event. Will it be you for number 10 or Greg for number 2 next year?
I think it's me for 10.
All righty.
Maybe we can get Matthew for number 1 sometime.
All right. Big hand for Ruth Lavelle finishing up her 9th Over the Edge event.
Brian Ray finishing up here as he's approaching the little lip there at the second story of the building. Beautiful day outside here in downtown Wilmington. Thanks for tuning in. The 10th annual Over the Edge event to benefit Special Olympics.
Brian Ray, also a parent of a Special Olympics athlete. Lands back down and made it up.
All the way to the ground.
Brian's other kids, just like the Lavelle family, are involved as unified partners. And he'll be heading over to talk to us in just a second as the crowd builds outside. We appreciate everybody who's out here wearing your masks and staying socially distant, except for household members. And Brian, we're going to ask you to pop up to the microphone there and talk to the crowd.
How you doing today?
Good. How are you? Your second trip, how was it compared to your first trip?
Just as great as the last time. Can't wait to do number 3 next year.
Did you do anything different the second time around?
No, I didn't. I just want to get down, right? You're up there, you have that moment, you're looking, you're feeling yourself, it's great, and then you start moving, you start trying to count floors, and that doesn't work, and then you just want to get to the bottom.
Now it says here that you were a little leery again about leaning back. That first lean back. So that I've only done it once. That doesn't get any easier?
No, not for a second, absolutely. But it's a great event. It's worth it.
Is there anybody you want to thank?
No, I just want to thank my family, thank my son Matthew. He's my inspiration for this, and so that's why we do it.
And you bring up your family. You have a couple other children who are unified partners.
Yes, we do.
And unified partners are peers without a disability.
Correct.
Often family members, but often not.
Yeah.
What have you seen? How has Special Olympics impacted them as unified partners?
Having a sibling with an intellectual disability has prepared them for this. Their sense of patience, their sense of ability to teach on the court or on the field. My older son Nate, played basketball. My son Matthew won't play with him. That's okay, right? But watching him out there, positioning guys, telling him what to do, that was a really special moment. I think he wouldn't have had that experience if it wasn't for Special Olympics.
That's wonderful. Well, thank you for being part of
Thanks,
this
appreciate it.
10th event. We'll see you
Thank
for
you.
your third rappel next year. Ladies and gentlemen, Brian Ray, big round of applause, finishing up his second Over the Edge event.
You saw him get choked up there for a second. That's what it's all about. I think the moment hit him of why. He was thinking all day about what, and I think he thought about why there for a second, and that was a cool moment.
That is Gail Ziegler on the yellow rope. Coming down, and Brenna McCloskey will be making her first trip down on the blue rope. Gail Ziegler, this is her 4th descent going over the edge. She works for the Red Clay School District, a special ed teacher and administrator. She's also a swim coach for Special Olympics Delaware. And ironically, the year she started doing this event was also her first polar bear plunge. And she's done that every year. So one of the questions I'm going to have for her is which event inspired her to do the other, since we've been doing Over the Edge for 10 years and we've been doing the plunge for 30. And so she is making her way down again. Gail Ziegler, her 4th Over the Edge event on the yellow rope.
I think the plunge is a perfect gateway event. So I think, the plunge and getting cold is easier than, of course, rappelling down a building. I filmed the plunge and I went in the water and I wasn't participating. I would do that all day.
In a wetsuit?
No. I actually did, when I did an event for Special Olympics Ohio in Lake Erie, which I don't know if it was much colder. Ohio's known to get colder. I was not wearing a wetsuit. I was wearing swishy athletic pants, so they were kind of plasticky, but I still got wet. Socks got wet. Shoes got wet.
How cold was the water?
You got to get the shot.
You got to get the shot. How cold was the water?
I don't remember.
You didn't do this in August, right?
No. You do it when it's cold. You do it when it's impactful. You do it. I think it was in January, February, which, it snowed on Mother's Day last week in my hometown. So that just gives you an idea.
Probably hear the cheers from the crowd down here. There's about at least 60 people in attendance, all being socially distant safe with masks on. The CBS 3 and Action News crews have been here, so if you're listening either live or on the live stream, make sure you tune in tonight to see them covering this 10th annual Over the Edge event, sponsored by Brandywine Realty Trust and Newcastle Fire Services. 17 stories, 222 feet is how far this rappel is. And again, if you're here live or again watching it on the live stream and you're thinking this is something I'd love to do next year, there is a link you can click on. The big cheers you hear are for Brenna, who has taken that point of no return where you lean back, and she is on her way. She's got a big following here today following Brenna McCloskey. She is also a special ed teacher with a Meadowood Transition Program. That's the 18 to 21-year-old group. She's done zip lining and mountain climbing at Zion National Park, which was 1,500 feet. So, again, this is 222 feet, so not quite as high.
No.
We'll hear from her, maybe a comparison. And again, Gail Ziegler, she looks like she's about on the 5th floor, almost all the way down. Gail can probably hear you if you give her a big cheer, those of you in the crowd.
Working the crowd out there, Mr. Busby.
A lot of people out here. It's exciting to see. A lot of people. You can tell some have just stopped by. I see a group of students. They're probably from the Meadowood School. They're waving to me over there. From the Meadowood School, here to watch their 2 teachers come down. And my guess is there's a lot of TVs and computer screens watching the live stream back at the Meadowood School as well, since it is a school day.
Comment from Bonnie Smith in the chat. She says, 10-year plunger, but you'll never get me to do this. So I think that's the sentiment.
That might have answered your question.
Good start. Yeah. So there you see Gail Ziegler on planet Earth again. And John will get her to come over for an interview. And Brenna McCloskey is kind of at the top there. Hey, Brenna. You can't hear me. There's no chance you can hear me. But at the top of the building there on that blue rope.
Had some students run over, Jimmy. They're from the Servia Girls Academy from across the street. Those of you outside can see them. They came over to see. Can we interview you real quick? All right, Gail, step right over there. All right, Gail Ziegler, your 4th time
My fourth time.
And how was it compared to the others?
I think it's always terrifying for me.
It's always terrifying.
It was wonderful.
You've got a crowd here cheering you on. What is your reason or your inspiration for doing this event?
I mean, I think our kids inspire us every day. It's a moment of being uncomfortable. To our kids inspire us with who they are and what they do. So.
Now, I noticed that you've done the plunge for 3 years.
Yes.
You've done over the edge now. This is your 4th year. Which
Yes.
one of those two did you do first?
The plunge.
You did do the plunge first.
Yep.
Did that inspire you to do over the edge?
Yes. We got the flyer and just wanted to do as many activities with you guys as we could.
Well, that's wonderful. We appreciate your support. We appreciate you all you do in the school for your students as well. All of them are Special Olympics athletes as well. So, ladies and gentlemen, Gail Ziegler just wrapped up Over the Edge number 4. Plunge number 4 will be in February.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Gail. Brendan McCloskey is probably on about the 14th floor.
So Beth Conaway is getting ready up at the top there as Brendan McCloskey makes her way down.
Beth Conaway, another school person, retired, former teacher, former administrator at Milton Elementary. She retired, and I believe, but we will ask her, I believe she had committed to doing this last year when we didn't have the event, but came back out of semi-retirement to do this event for Special Olympics Delaware, a very, very big proponent of the special education program at her school, all of the schools that she was at during her career.
There it is. Beautiful. That's the shot. So, John, I don't know if you could see there at the end of the blue rope, Brendan McCloskey has a helper holding the rope. We'll have to ask her about who
I
this
do
young
see
lady
that,
is.
yes. One of
Couple
her
people, actually.
one of her students. We'll find out that name. We'll ask Brenna that when she comes down. We've had a couple guest rope holders safely outside of the zone who are involved in Special Olympics. Again, if you're watching this or here live and you want more information about Special Olympics, SODE.org is the website where you can get information about volunteering, coaching, donating, all kinds of things. And as Jimmy's mentioned a couple times, if you're watching this and you want to click on one of the links, you can support either somebody who's doing it now. The link is in the description of the event on YouTube. Or you can sign up for next year. And so there are two ways that you can support Special Olympics as you watch these inspiring people make their way down the side of the building.
This is my favorite shot right here. I know the top of the building is impressive, but when you can zoom in and see emotion, whatever it is, maybe a little fear, maybe a little hesitancy, it turns into excitement at some point, but this is the beginnings of the journey.
Lots of cheering going on for Brendan McCloskey. And she's right about at that spot, almost halfway down, where you can actually hear what's going on down at the bottom. That's got some posters in the bleachers. We got some cardboard cutouts.
This is incredible. There's a lot of people here. It's like LeBron James is going down the side of this building right now. Brenna McCloskey.
A lot of fanfare. People still driving by slow. Cars are at a standstill, Jimmy, right in front of us, asking what's going on, and people looking up, not causing any issues, but it is neat to see the interest of what is going on here.
That's so cool. I thought that was not going to, I thought we were going to miss that this year. And I didn't mean like we're not following protocol or anything. I just thought we'd miss that interaction. And here it is. And it's so, like, it's important. Somebody's coming down the side of a building, and these people probably raise money towards that. And just seeing that in person, and obviously, we're streaming, so you can kind of get the feel too. But this interaction and this cheering and all that is so cool.
Yeah, it's nice to see the crowd out here, all masked up and safely socially distanced and enjoying it, and a turnover in the crowd. We talk about that. Happens on the live stream, happens here live. People come, in most cases, to see a specific person come down, and they get here early, and they get to see a couple people come down before, and then they get to see a couple people come down after when they're waiting for whoever it is they came to see, go up and get all their equipment off, and then make their way back down. So they're typically here about an hour, and that's about what we estimate people tune into the live stream as well to see. So it's exciting to have the audience that we have watching these inspiring people and knowing that it's people who are inspired by our Special Olympics athletes. 4,000 plus strong, many of whom will be at this year's Summer Games, Summer Games 2021, the 50th Summer Games in the organization's history. They'll be competing in the sports of tennis, bocce, track and field, and softball at 4 different complexes downstate in the numbers of DPH of what they allow. And as I mentioned before, one of the most exciting things is that the number of volunteers who have stepped forward is impressive. The committee, even if the committee member was doing a sport that we're not doing, like swimming, they quickly jumped in and just asked, where can I help somewhere else? And so that's been exciting to see. Those events are on June 11th and 12th. And you can hear the crowd roar here for Brena.
So cool.
As she's about 4 stories away.
Want to give Gabrielle Simpson her moment in the sun as well. She has joined the mix on the yellow rope there at the top. So Brenna's getting her money's worth. Well done, Brenna.
And as Jimmy pointed out, that's Gabrielle. I think she goes by Ellie. I saw that on her bio. Jimmy, you don't have access to that on the list you have, but it's Ellie Simpson coming down for her first time on the yellow rope as Brena finishes up her first time on the blue rope. Let's cheer Brena down here the rest of the way.
Go, Brena, go. Go, Brena, go. That cut out of her face. She's going to hate that.
Brena just turned around and saw one of her students has a hold of the rope, helping her down these last couple of stores. She's almost to that ledge.
Almost there, Brena. Almost. Maybe another 15, 20 minutes.
Here she comes.
There's
hey,
the
Brena.
wave. Yeah.
Wave and a smile. And we always say it never matters how long it takes you or how short it takes you. It's the fact that you have completed this incredible feat that I bet most of us sitting here and those watching live have not done before. So let's hear it for Brena McCloskey as she makes her last way down.
Good job, Brena. I would never do this. Probably ever.
I want to get a picture of Brena when she's talking to us with her cardboard cutout. Can somebody bring me one of those over?
Yes. Let's interview the cardboard cutout. So
She's getting unstrapped, and then we'll
Gabrielle Simpson
have her
still
join
working
us.
her way down. That was a good value rappel right there.
Brenna's still getting lots of applause for making her way down. Come on over here, Brenna.
Look at that deep breath. I saw that. I saw that.
Can you get up to the mic here?
Put that cardboard cutout on there. What? I knew she wasn't going to like it.
Oh my gosh.
So, Brenna, it kind of looks like you, as it
this
should.
is my twin, right?
There you go. Your first time. How was it?
Awesome.
Awesome.
I'm doing it again next year.
There you go. Another
Yes!
one committed. Another first-timer coming back. We were just saying that every first-timer that's come down so far today has committed to coming back next year. What was the scariest part?
Probably when he told me to get off the edge.
Yeah, when he told you to get off the edge. I guess that would be.
Yeah.
Now, you've done zip lining. You mountain climbed at Zion National Park, which was 1,500 feet. To me, that would be a lot scarier than this. How was that?
I think that was good other than being at the top and looking over. So it was kind of like backwards. Roles were reversed today.
There you go. Now, it says here you still want to skydive and bungee jump. Has doing this over the edge event made you want to do that even more? Or are you going to be satisfied just coming back doing this?
We'll do those too.
But you are coming back to do Over the Edge in 2022.
All the above.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, Brenna McCloskey, first-time edger.
In that time, Gabrielle Simpson has finished up, so I'm assuming John's going to grab her.
I've got her
And then
right
we've
here.
got- Yes.
And she is a first-time edger. How was it, Ellie?
It was good.
Yeah, good?
Yeah.
What was the scariest part?
It's hard to make yourself go over the top.
That first squat
you have
backwards.
To do it yourself. It's hard to
Right.
do. Yeah.
Now, it said in your bio that you are the stepdaughter of Danny Hall.
Yes.
Who may be the only person here more scared of heights than you, and yet he's coming down shortly again. He does it every year for us. Has this helped your fear of heights? Did it matter? How do you react now to heights? Did that kind of help you?
I don't know that it helped. I wanted to be able to prove to myself I could do it. So.
And so you did that?
Yes.
Yep. And so that goes along with the theme, what a lot of people tell us, if our Special Olympics athletes can overcome fears, so can we.
Right.
So be back next year, maybe?
Yes.
All right, Gabrielle Simpson, another first-timer, coming back next year. Let's give her a big round of applause. Thanks for being part of the event.
Thank you.
Jimmy, sounds like we have a few minutes here before our next crew comes over. I know you'll have the view up for the live stream up top.
Yep.
I'm going to turn some music on down here below.
All right, so let's give John a little bit of a break. So we got Beth Conaway is on the blue rope there, and Daniel Hall, and we'll let you guys enjoy the view from on top of the building.
Alrighty, we have Beth Conaway on the left, the yellow rope, if you're looking live. I'm sorry, no, she's on the right, on the blue, I'm sorry. Danny Hall is on the yellow rope. These are twin siblings coming down here, twin siblings.
Wow.
First set of twins, I believe, we've ever had coming down. Danny, I know, is scared of heights. He readily admits that. Let's give them a big hand. They can hear you right now. Danny was the 2003 Special Olympics Delaware Volunteer of the Year for his participation in so many different things. He's a member of the Delaware State Police and is involved in the torch run. As I mentioned to you, Beth Conaway was a principal at one of our Unified Champion schools and was the key person, one of the key person to get that started there. And they have both landed. Big hand for the twin siblings, Beth and Danny.
So some comments on YouTube here. Lisa K. Voss says, go Captain Danny. Roxanne Haley says, go Danny Hall. You got this once again this year. Cindy Carney says, way to go, Danny and Beth. And then Roxanne chimes in again and says, go, Beth. So well done.
For Beth, it's her second. Danny has been part of this event every single year and continues to come back. Beth, you want to come forward here and get up to the microphone? Beth Conaway. Beth, second year. What was different from the first year?
Just knowing it a little bit more, but it was still scary. But it was great doing it with Ellie and Danny. So good stuff.
Family day at Over the Edge. You're retired now, but you were one of the key people. Administrator is always a key person to get unified sports into your school at Milton Elementary. Yes. How has that impacted the atmosphere at the school?
Oh my gosh, it's so much because the coaches and then the models, the role model students, it just really created, we've been really focusing on kindness, and it just built right upon that as well.
That's wonderful. Danny, come on in and join your sister here. Danny Hall, ladies and gentlemen, his 10th Over the Edge trip. Danny, I already know this answer. Does it get any easier? No.
It was nice to be able to go down with her. So that was
nice family thing.
I was scheduled with my pastor, so he's coming down now. So
you're responsible for several people doing this event.
He could give me my last rites if I didn't make it. So that's good.
Danny, Special Olympics has been a big part of your lives. You and I have known each other since college. You got involved right after, so did I. How's it impacted your life as a person?
Just made completely better person. I've always said this. Next to my family, you guys are my greatest family, so it's incredible. So I thank you.
Well, we appreciate all you do. Thank you both for being part of the Over the Edge. We'll see you next year. So Beth Conaway and Danny Hall, big round of applause for them, finishing up their second and 10th Over the Edge events.
So Roxanne Haley chimes in here on YouTube and says, go Scott. And then Smyrna is watching you, Batman. No, because he's ready to go. Look at him, ready to go.
Still have a nice crowd here outside, Jimmy. People coming to support people. Coming down, and then a couple of people still coming up and saying, hey, what's going on here today? So a nice mix of spectators with us today outside. The weather is perfect.
Have you gotten to sit down yet, John?
I have a chair. I just haven't sat down yet.
You have a chair.
But I will. Flags are gently waving. It's probably in the high 60s out here. It is sunny. The sun is directly above us right now. And that only lasts for a little bit. And so, again, we talked earlier in the broadcast about how this might be the best weather day we have had for this event from start to finish. And obviously, we're not close to being finished yet, but the forecast tells us that this is probably going to be the best weather day that we have. Scott McClymont's going to come down on yellow and Carol Percy on blue. Carol's a teacher from the Meadowood program. We just had a couple people come down before her. And Scott McClymont works for the World Ministries. And so they'll be coming down here. This is Carol's 5th and Scott's 1st So it's
Nice.
been fun, Jimmy. We all but I think maybe one time we've had a veteran come down and somebody coming down for the first time together. And so that's been a neat mix of people. And probably
That's perfect.
probably helps the person who's coming down for the first time knowing they have a veteran coming down with them.
As long as the veteran stays with them, yeah.
Yeah.
They leave them in their dust.
Yeah.
Doesn't really help that. And so you have tomorrow was your weather day, right?
Correct.
Haven't used one yet,
Have
right?
not. Fingers crossed. No, and we're prepared, and the people that are involved are prepared. The Over the Edge people are prepared. You're prepared. You're from out of town
Yeah,
now,
absolutely.
even though you were in Delaware, and you're always prepared to stay that extra day. And
I love it.
Our repellers know that is the rain plan, and but also for people that don't know, if it just starts sprinkling, which again it's not going to today, but it has in the past, that doesn't mean they shut the event down. Rain, a slight rain does not impact the event. Obviously, lightning would, and high winds would. But those are really the only two things that the Over the Edge people tell us would cause them to stop the event. And they have their own rules. There's how close is the lightning, which is basically the same rules that sporting events and any other outdoor events follow. But then they also have their own wind rules, and I forget what it is. But when the winds reach a certain point, they shut down for safety. And so that's one of the greatest things about this event is they've never had an accident in doing this event. There's a 100% safety rate, and they do these events, tens of thousands of them across the country every day of the year. And so coming down here, we have Scott McClymat. He came down pretty quick for a first-timer. Now, I'll be interested. We didn't get a bio from him. I'll be interested in whether this is his first time rappelling. He looks like a veteran rappeller, even though this is only his first time.
Flying down
Right.
like Batman. Oh, look at this guy.
Yep, there he is.
Smooth and cool.
Yep. So Scott McClymat makes his landing, finishes his first Over the Edge event. We'll know in a second whether it's the first time he's ever rappelled or not. My money is on that this is not his first rappel.
No, that's a veteran move there.
But we will find out for sure.
Scott, how many times have you rappelled?
Wow.
30
Only once
years ago.
30 years ago. And they made me do it in the Marine Corps. And it was in the Marines. You came down like a pro. I came like Batman. There you go. It's always funny. Everybody always uses that comparison, but anybody who knows the old Batman only went up buildings. He didn't come down buildings. Can you hop on that mic there? So, Scott, first time in 30 years, what was it like?
It was exciting. I made the mistake of looking down first, and everybody said, don't look down first. So I looked down first, and it was like, yeah, that's a little bit farther than I thought.
Now, so you said you rappelled before with the Marines?
Yes, sir.
And so you weren't off the side of the building, were you? Or were you out of a helicopter?
It was out of a helicopter about 60 foot up.
And so what's the difference? Was this easier than then?
Well, in the Marine Corps, you had to make your own kind of thing here,
Right.
and they were like, if you don't make it right, that's on you. So I felt very safe. Like, I encourage anybody to do it because you're really safe up there. You can look right at the building. You don't even have to look down, and it was good.
And the people involved make you feel very comfortable. That was what I learned when I did it several years ago.
Absolutely, they're great.
Now, all our first-timers have committed to come back. How about you?
Yes, I'm going to come back.
All right, let's hear it for Scott McClymat. He's coming back. Scott, thanks for being part of this event.
Thank you.
So, all right, bye-bye. Carol Percy almost at the ledge. Carol's fifth trip down. Let's give her a big hand. She can hear you now. Let's cheer her on the rest of the way here. Again, she's from the Meadowood School. Carol actually was here in the bleachers at 8:30 this morning to cheer other people on. And now she's finishing up her Over the Edge event, her fifth. And Carol has landed. Good job, Carol Percy.
Well done.
Over the Edge experience number 5.
So Carol was number 19 on the day. So we are
51 to go.
19 of 66.
Oh, is it 66? Yep.
That's what I see.
Bad math by me.
Let's But that's
so
how
about a
66
third.
is the total.
Not
So,
quite
yeah.
a third. Yeah, not quite a
We're going
third.
to stop doing math live on the internet right now.
Carol Percy, come on over here. Let's talk to you real quick. After you finish up your fifth. Carol, how was it? Number 5.
As fun as the first 4.
What is your favorite part of doing this event?
I just like the experience of coming down.
Now, people have told me, a lot of people have told me that when you squat down over the edge for the first time, does that get any easier after 5 times?
No, a little bit. You know what to expect.
Right.
But it's still that uneasy feeling of sitting down into nothing.
It's a point of no return
Yeah.
at that point. They're not
Yeah.
pulling you back up at
That's
that
true.
point.
That's
They
true.
might lower you, but they're not putting you back up.
That is true.
Number 6 next year in 2022?
I'm hoping to.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, Carol Percy. Give her a big round of applause. Longtime supporter of the event. Thank you, Carol. All right, Jimmy. So 19 have landed. I'm going to turn some music on out here for the folks, and we'll be back on as they watch these next couple lean over and make their way down.
Sounds good.
Stephen Walter on the yellow rope as he makes his way down almost at the ledge. works at Harrington Raceway, so he's a downstater. Jimmy mentioned earlier it's been nice, even though this is obviously a northern Delaware, Newcastle County event. It's kind of neat some of these Kent and Sussex County people coming. So let's hear it for Stephen Walter. This is his second rappel. On the other rope is Mark Austin. This will be his sixth. You can see he's coming down with a little bit of ease. And we're going to talk to Stephen right here. He's getting unhooked. Stephen, you mind coming to talk to us real quick? Talk to the crowd? So this is your second time. What got you to do this the first time?
Well, I've been a plunger for the Special Olympics at the Polar Bear Plunge for about 13, 14 years now. And this popped up on my feed one day, and I thought, man, that'd be cool to do that. I like raising funds for good charities, keeping in touch with the community, that kind of thing.
This was your second one. What was different about this one for you internally versus the first one?
A lot of less apprehension. The first time you think about doing something like this and going over, you're like, man, it's pretty far, right? But once you do it one time, it's pretty easy.
And are there people you want to thank, people that supported you either here or afar?
Oh, man, everybody at work, Harrington Raceway and Casino, very supportive of me in doing this, motivationally and financially. So, yeah, big shout out to my boss, Patty, and everybody at work.
You have to get somebody to come with you next year.
Yeah.
Something to work on.
It's hard on a Thursday when everybody's at work.
That's a good point. We appreciate you making the trip north to support this great cause. Ladies and gentlemen, Stephen Walter finishing up his second over-the-edge event.
All right.
Mark Austin has landed, wrapping up his sixth plunge. A U.S. Marine. Something tells me this wasn't the most difficult thing he's ever done. We'll find out in just a second. Mark, come on over here. Give us... The mic is yours. Yep, right there. A little bit closer. A little bit closer. So you've done this 6 times now?
No, this is my first time.
Your first. Oh, I have some information. So that's it makes it more interesting now then. Your first one, how was it?
Thank you.
How was it? How was it?
It was pretty scary. I won't lie. I'm not a fan of putting my life on the line. So
No.
Worried,
And so it's Kevin Truno. Sorry, I had that wrong. Kevin Truno, and you have a cousin who's in Special Olympics. Is that right?
Yeah, he's a star.
And how has he inspired you to do something like this?
I just wanted to support the cause because it's really done a lot for him, and I wanted to support the organization that's kind of given him this opportunity to really build his confidence and participate in these challenging sports.
Have you ever done anything this daring?
I don't think so, no.
No? Would you do it again if you had a chance?
I don't know.
Wait and see, right?
I need some time.
Well, we appreciate you got 364 days before you have to come back. Let's hear it for Kevin Truno, supporting a great cause. Thank you, Kevin.
Well, John, I take a look at the top of the building, and I see the ropes are clear. I don't have anybody coming.
All right, mate. I don't know whether they're doing a test or a check or what that might be, but we'll put some music on for the folks outside, and you probably maybe have a video.
Yeah,
you
we'll
can
take a
show
little
the folks
break
on the
over
live
here. What do you
stream.
think?
Sounds good.
Yeah. We'll be back for more Over the Edge 2021.
Welcome to Over the Edge.
Being a teacher is like going over the edge every day, right? You never know what challenge is going to come your way. You're always up for something new and unexpected, and you never say you can't do something. So I'm hoping today to model that for all the kids back at OBL.
Over the Edge is the perfect activity to enable students, staff, and even families and friends to rally behind a member of the school community who dares to do something brave and extraordinary. And what a great lesson to teach the students of today who will be the leaders of tomorrow. Go out of your comfort zone, challenge yourself, and make a difference. you can do it.
We're so excited. This is the first year that we've actually had Special Olympics Delaware teams in our building, so we got involved that way. And then we got our children involved in Over the Edge to continue to support Special Olympics by having hat days, selling bracelets, and they have just, all of our fundraising was funded from our kids. And so we're streaming live for them to see it today, and that'll show them the fruit of their effort.
The kids have been excited. We have a countdown outside my classroom door, so the kids yesterday they were like, oh my gosh, one day, it's really tomorrow. They can't believe it. So now for the kids to be able to watch us go over the edge and do something a little crazy, but to support what our students have and what Special Olympics gives them is a great opportunity.
Some schools have one representative, while others create pairs or even teams. It's the thrill of adventure for the people going over, and the excitement it generates in the school that matters most.
We're excited to be here. This year it's been the 2 administrators going over, and I think that that's really helped that now the other teachers are willing to say, hey, I want to do that next year. So we'll hope to continue to send people here to Special Olympics Delaware to go over the edge.
So what's next? Find those in your building who are excited to experience an extreme adventure by going over the edge. It might be you, a colleague, a student, or a group of people in your school community who, together, can make an impact.
These athletes from around the country, they are good, but nobody bites the dust with me. Jillian Lauren Matthews.
Jillian's she's been a joy from the time she's been born. The fact that we had a little girl was just very exciting. You know, and her 2 brothers were excited. Even when she was little, before we knew what was happening with her, she was just a happy kid. So that was one of the things that threw us when you hear autism, you hear they're not social, they don't interact. That was never really her.
She was about 3 and not talking. Everybody said she's got 2 older brothers. What does she have to say? They speak for her. But it was the pediatrician who suspected something wasn't quite right.
And then they came up basically with the speech problem. So she went for speech therapy. And then they also started to notice that she drooled a lot and had some other little mannerisms and things. And in further investigation found that she had some low muscle tone. So that's when they started also speech therapy, physical therapy, and occupational therapy right off the bat.
As difficult as that was to say, yes, you have a child with autism, it opened up the doors to help her.
One of the first things the autism kindergarten teacher said to me, which kind of made your stomach just sink. She said, I know it's hard. She's coming into this classroom and going with this diagnosis. You have to change all your thoughts and your dreams of what it could be having a little girl. Jillian came home, she was 14. With the paper, Special Olympics was doing something called Get in the Game. And a mom, she wanted to get something started for Special Olympics in our county and was disappointed nothing was. So she talked to the rec program there and they started a track program. So Jillian that's how she started in Special Olympics. From the time she was little, she could be playing and all of a sudden she'd get up and run back. And finally, when she got verbal enough, the doctor asked her, he said, why do you do that? She said, it helps me think of things.
Running was always something that she seemed to like. And with Special Olympics, it took off.
It's given her confidence in herself. To see the growth and the independence, like I said, when she went to the USA Games, I didn't even think to apply because I thought she can't go on her own. She can't be without me. She can't she can't do that. And little by little, we worked on it once she found out she was going.
It was actually the first time I have ever gone on a plane without my family. And in fact, it has been the first time I have ever gone anywhere without them.
Once she came to see us, one of the first or second day, you're thinking, oh, is she going to be bursting into tears? I miss you and everything. It's like, no, hi, Mom, and bye, Mom, and see you later, Mom.
I was kind of nervous about it at first, but I had a fun time getting to know a lot of athletes that I've never met before.
When I think about that kindergarten teacher saying, just get yourself ready, things are going to be different, your lives are going to be different. Well, they are. They're different.
Look at us now. I'm somehow ended up the head of bowling. Cindy's on the committee that meets among athletes. We've become part of it as well as her.
I think her purpose is to show people that with someone with intellectual disabilities, you can do whatever you set your mind out to do. She can do it all, and that's because of Special Olympics, really.
I just love doing Special Olympics on my own terms, just as any athlete would need. It made me feel special and knowing that I can do anything.
Welcome back to 2021's Over the Edge, supporting Special Olympics Delaware here in downtown Wilmington. We have Ron Becker and Mark Austin ready to go. They will be just crossing over the 20 and 21st edgers of this morning, afternoon, and early evening event. We'll have 66 total to go over the edge. And it looks like we're already underway for Mark Austin there on the blue rope. And it'll be Ron Becker on the yellow. But Mark's got places to go, it looks like.
Mark's a U.S. Marine, Jimmy. My guess is this is not his first rappel.
Nope. I think he's making that obvious.
And if my stats are correct, this is his 6th time doing the Over the Edge event.
Wow. So again, if you're watching and interested in doing this, this is the only way you can do this in the state of Delaware, is to do it over the edge for Special Olympics. And you can register for next year's event in the description on the video here. Or you can visit SODE.org and find it as well.
Mark coming over the ledge and a smooth landing. Mark Austin, ladies and gentlemen, finishing up his 6th rappel for Special Olympics Delaware. Again, if you're just joining us, Special Olympics is celebrating its 50th anniversary of providing sports training and athletic competition for children and adults of all ages with intellectual disabilities. If you are interested in coaching, volunteering, getting an athlete involved, or maybe being a unified partner where you actually play with the Special Olympics athletes, visit the website SODE.org. That's SODE.org. 50th anniversary of Special Olympics Delaware. This is the 10th Over the Edge event, sponsored by Brandywine Realty Trust and Newcastle Fire Services. Mark, do you mind giving us a quick interview?
Right here.
Mark, how was it? 6th time, correct?
6th time, yeah.
Does it get any easier, any different?
Oh, it's easier, yeah.
Now, you're a Marine.
Yes.
Did you ever rappel with the Marines?
Yes.
What did you do? What kind of rappelling?
Just training.
Out of helicopters, down buildings?
Down buildings.
Down buildings, so
Yeah.
you've done this before.
Yeah, I did it when I was in Scouts, too, as a kid off of mountains.
All right, now this is 17 stories. Is this the tallest rappel you've ever
Yes,
done? It is. Now, we've had people tell us that this length of rappel is a good length because you don't get worn out halfway
Right,
down. Is
right.
that true?
Yeah.
Now,
Yeah, it goes pretty quick.
we also get told that first squat off the side of the edge where it's basically no turning back, does that get easier as you go on it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, the first year I was a little hesitant, but once the rope takes control, you got no worries.
What keeps you coming back to this event?
I like supporting it. And I see people that I know and the volunteers and the kids, and I have a handicapped niece and a handicapped aunt, so.
So you're in it for the cause.
Yeah.
All righty. Ladies and gentlemen, Mark Austin finishing up Over the Edge rappel number 6. Thank you, Mark, very much.
So now we got Ron Becker coming on down. So just over 2 hours into the broadcast here.
And Jimmy, Ron Becker, very familiar with this building. He works for Brandywine Realty Trust, of course, one of the sponsors and the folks who manage this 300 Delaware Avenue building. Without them, we don't do this event. And they've been very generous to us over the years. And what's been neat, Jimmy, with Brandywine Realty Trust is the people who got us involved and okayed this event when it started 10 years ago, for the most part, are no longer in this building. And yet they've realized the importance of it to not only the Special Olympics athlete, but in a lot of cases to the community, the city. We have people stopping by and supporting the cause here on the streets. And so they've maintained it to allow it to continue, even though the original people who approved this, for the most part, are no longer involved with the building. And so Ron Becker, this is his first rappel coming down. He said he's both scared and exhilarated. So he's covered every emotion with those two words, scared and exhilarated.
So I'm hearing also on the blue rope, it's going to be getting prepared here in a second, but that'll be Rebecca Will.
Becca Will is a teacher from Old State Elementary. My guess is there are a few people tuned in over at Old State. She's a special education teacher. She oversees the Unified Champion School program at Old State. If you're listening to this and you're at a school, whether you work at a school or you have a child at a school and you wonder what Unified Champion School program is, give us a call or give us a shout out at sode.org and we'll let you know. But it's a way to really promote inclusion in the schools. She's also involved in our area program with our young athletes, and that's a program some people aren't familiar with. You can start in that as early as the age of 2, and it's for 2 to 7-year-olds. And the athletes in that program, they learn the foundational skills to be successful in the sports Special Olympics offers once they turn 8. But the reality of it is, and Jimmy, you're raising young kids, I've already raised young kids, the foundational skills that kids when they're 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 learn is the same for everybody. It doesn't matter your gender. It doesn't matter how athletic you are. It's learning to walk and skip and run and hop and throw a ball and kick a ball. And that's what the Young Athletes program is all about. And Becca Will, who will be coming down on the blue rope, she heads that up for Special Olympics. It's her first time. She says she's not scared at all, and this might be why. She has zip-lined over active volcanoes in Costa Rica.
Active is a key word there.
Yes. No question.
That's another one.
Another one on your list you're not doing, right?
Yeah, I think the active part is where I'm out.
Have you done zip lining before?
Me?
Yes.
No,
not yet.
I haven't done, like I said, Millennium Force, which is a roller coaster in Cedar Point, I did many years ago to impress a girl, and it was awful. It wasn't worth it. It didn't matter ultimately, which is fun to find out after the fact, but I haven't done anything cool since then.
Well, we'll find out why Ron Becker decided to make this a daring thing for him to do. His first time down. He's making it down with no problem. Let's give Ron a big round of applause. He gets ready to make that last move over the ledge. Again, our excellent rope volunteers here at the bottom, they make that about as simple as it can be. The only thing you got to do is keep going. And they pull you away and lower you down. And Becca Will has a special guest at the end of her rope, another one of her students who is over there watching her come down as Ron Becker has landed, and we'll get set to interview him in just a second.
The rope holding thing has kind of evolved over the last couple of years. That's such a cool thing to get to do and be a part of it, and I'm really glad that the Over the Edge guys have given that opportunity to some people. It's a kind of a touching moment to get to see something like that.
Very meaningful moment to the holders themselves and also the people whose rope they're holding. Ron, can we have you step to the microphone here for a second?
Absolutely. Get a little bit closer.
Ron from Brandywine Realty Trust. So you're very familiar with this building.
Yes, I am.
You're even more familiar with the building now.
I've got notes all the way down on all the things we've got to clean.
Jeez.
Your first time doing it. What made you decide to do it?
Well, certainly on behalf of Brandywine Realty Trust, we are thrilled to be a sponsor of this, and also for the Special Olympics. What greater cause could there be?
How long have you been in this building, or part of this building?
Oh, goodness. We've been involved with this building for probably upwards of a decade. I've been down here for about 2 years now, on and off.
So you're one of the ones who wasn't here originally when we started.
That is correct.
But still support the cause. We were just talking, you couldn't hear us, you were busy up on the side of the building, about one of the neatest things about this is a lot of the people that made the decision for Brandywine Realty Trust to allow this event are no longer with Brandywine Realty Trust, or at least not actively involved in this building. But it's people like yourselves who have taken this on as, hey, we've got to keep this going.
Oh, absolutely. Look, this is part of our DNA. From our CEO, Jerry Sweeney, down, this is what we believe in, helping the communities, being a part of the people that are around us.
Ron Becker from Brandywine Realty Trust, we hope to see you next year. It'll give you a year to get all those things situated and check it out again next year.
Thank you.
Let's hear it for Ron.
I love how that was his takeaway is, well, on the 12th floor, we've got to move that chair and clean these windows. And
he's going to go back to work and get some of that stuff done. Becca Will, Jimmy, has already landed a first-timer. We don't keep track of time or records, but if we did, that would be right up there. She's told us beforehand she was not scared at all. And again, if you're just tuning in, she has zip-lined over active volcanoes.
Well, we'll see.
And we're
We'll
going to
see how
get her
scared
to
she
come
was.
over and chat with us. Becca is also a new mother.
Wow.
And there is the rope holder.
Yeah.
And they've got them together. And Jimmy, as you said, this is what this event is all about.
Wow.
A picture can say 1,000 words. And we're going to bring Becca over here to talk about her first experience going over the edge. Becca, just get a little bit close to that.
Becca, how was that?
It was fun. It was a little scary, but it was fun.
You said you weren't scared at all beforehand.
Yeah.
Little different when you get up there?
Once you get up there, it's a little different.
How was that first squat over the edge?
I think I asked them 5 times if I was safe to let go.
It's kind of a point of no return there. We went through the litany of things that you do for Special Olympics and have done. You in the past couple of years, you bought a house, you've become a mom, but yet Special Olympics is still important to you. And I think we saw your rope holder, JJ, as to why he is part of this and why you're part of it.
Yep.
How has Special Olympics impacted your life and being a special education teacher?
It's made such a difference. It makes me want to be a better person every day. I do everything for my students.
Well, thank you for going over the edge. We hope it's not your last year. And we hope to see you. We will see you at Special Olympics events. And here is the other part of Becca Will's life. What's your daughter's name?
This is Savannah.
Savannah. And so somebody else that is coming to your life, and people probably can't see on her shirt. Can you kind of twist her so we can get that on the camera? It's got the Special Olympics oath with our logo at the bottom of it on a little onesie. So that is a first. We talked about you might have come down the fastest as a first-timer. I can tell you this is a first.
Had to get down to her.
Becca, we are thrilled that you're part of the organization. Thank you for being part of this event.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Becca Will and her beautiful daughter, Savannah.
Thank you.
Well, that was awesome.
Yeah, a couple firsts there for sure, Jimmy. And that really is what this event is all about.
Pulling them off the rope and right into the interview, John, was one of the top 5 ideas you've ever had in your entire life. It creates moments like that because here's what happens. In the past, they come off the rope, they spend a couple minutes with family, somebody's got to go wrangle them, they sneak away.
Yep.
And we lose them.
Yep, we don't have that
So
picture.
we lose moments like that.
Yep. And the Miller family has gathered outside. Becca's mother is a former peer of mine, a physical education teacher who is retired, and she's here to watch her daughter and, of course, her granddaughter as well. Waiting for the word from up top as to who the next 2 are coming down.
Yeah, I've got headphones on inside. I'm trying to listen, and I hear it going off, and I pull my headphone off, and they're done already. So I'm trying.
Scheduled Sierra and Holly Fizzler, a couple of sisters. My contact down here is still waiting to hear as well, so we'll find out who they are. They've reached that point of no return. that first step over the edge.
All right, so we just got clarification. It's Holly and Sierra Fizzler.
Perfect. And Holly is on the yellow rope, and Sierra is on the blue rope if you're watching on TV or here in person. And the arms outstretched. Those of you have never been up on the roof or never done this, they take a picture. They ask the people once they take that first squat back that they get their arms out if they're comfortable doing that, and then they take a picture. All the pictures and this live stream, of course, will be available also after the event and archived forever, so you can look up pictures. If you're here watching somebody, you'll be able to download those pictures if you want, and, of course, watch it on the live stream taped if you would like. So 2 sisters coming down. We've had twins come down. Mother-daughter, I'm being told. Mother-daughter, I'm being told.
So crossing the 11 o'clock hour here from downtown Wilmington, Over the Edge 2021, benefiting Special Olympics Delaware. John Busby's outside. I'm inside here at Control Center of 300 Delaware Avenue. The
angle views
wonderful
you're getting,
location here.
The angle views you're getting are compliments of Phyllis, Jess, Sean, and Selena. A couple veterans and a couple rookies here at Over the Edge. I'm outside with Selena. I was with Sean for the first hour, capturing these live interviews as people come, and I'm actually excited that, Jimmy, every single person has agreed to do the interview. So I think, to your point, we're very effective being outside, capturing them in the moment as they come out, and then it still gives them time to be with their family and friends. And as we talked about, the people on the live stream have always heard the interviews, but the people live watching them have not, because we did the interviews inside where there is not a crowd. And so I think it's worked out to being outside here. As you can see, the Fizzlers coming down the side of this building, 17 stories, 222 feet. If you're in or near Wilmington, we'll be here till 3 o'clock if you want to come check it out live.
Have lunch down here. Got some nice bleachers for you. You can watch.
Everybody's practicing social distancing and have the masks on if they are too close to other people. And so it's a very safe event here. Thrilled to be back after having last year off because of the pandemic. And a lot of the people we talked to who were signed up last year and recommitted to coming back this year are thrilled to be here as well. So Fizzlers are making their way down halfway. First time for Sierra. Second time for Holly. Holly is the mother, if I have my notes correct. Getting a thumbs up from somebody. Who knows? And so we'll try to interview the two of them together.
Come on, I hear some clapping out there. Let's make some noise. I don't think that was very good. Come on.
There's a bus out here at this time, so
okay.
that might be overriding some
bus.
of the cheering. And the first-time edger, Sierra, is making her way down quickly, flying. And she's the daughter of the mother-daughter duo. Mom has stopped. She was the one that posed with the arms out at first. She stopped, I think, on the 10th floor to get pictures on her way down. So
nice.
She's taking it all in as a veteran edger, her second time.
The first-timers go, it's either very slow or very fast. They want to get it over with.
They don't pose for pictures on floor number 10.
Maybe next time.
So we'll get Sierra over here to talk about her first experience.
All right, Sierra's on the ground. Now up to Holly.
Holly's on her way. Sierra's getting unhooked. She's going to wake her May over. Come on over, Sierra. Can we talk to you for a second? Your first time, you didn't waste any time getting down.
No, it was fun.
How was it? Fun?
Yeah.
What part did you enjoy the most?
I liked going fast. It was really fun.
Now, they up on the roof before you actually go, you kind of practice what it feels like, right?
Yeah.
Does that give you a lot of confidence doing it?
Yeah, I was a little nervous before, but after like practicing, I was good.
How much thinking did it take once your mom tried to convince you to do it? Were you excited to do it right away, or is it a work in progress?
I've wanted to do it for a long time.
Oh, really?
So, yeah.
Okay, good. And so you're glad you did it. Think you might do it again?
Hopefully, yeah.
Oh, good, good. We're going to bring your mom over here as soon as she gets unhooked. She was posing for pictures and stuff on her way down. It looked like she stopped at the 10th floor and got some
Veteran
pictures.
moves.
And so she was doing that. So we'll bring her over. Holly Fizzlers, ladies and gentlemen, finishing up her second one. Big hug for her daughter doing her first one.
Yeah.
Holly, what was the reason that you did this last year for the first time?
My friends, Mark and Diane Austin, have done it for many, many years, and it's a cause that's very important to them and close to their hearts and close to ours. And I wanted to support too, and it's so much fun.
And you brought your daughter along this time.
I did. She's been wanting to do it for years as well.
That's what she said, yeah. Anybody else in the family who you're going to recruit next?
Well, my husband, but I mean, he's in the fire department, so he gets to do this kind of
He
stuff
does this
anyway.
all the time.
So he does it, you know.
Now, you did it for the second time. Did you enjoy it more? Like, were you nervous last year or 2 years ago?
Yes, I wasn't nearly as nervous, but I was trying to go too fast and kept getting locked up.
That happened to me too. As soon as I got confident, I got cocky, and then I locked up. Is how it worked. So, all right, let's hear it for the Fissler family, supporters of this event. Once again, thank you very much. We hope to see you back, both of you, back again next year. Thank you very much. And Jimmy, we've talked about locking up earlier. We haven't in a little bit, but it's just something that happens when you go a little bit too fast, and it has nothing to do with your skill level as a rappeller. In fact, we find often it's the experienced rappellers who lock up because, just as I said, they start going quickly, they get a little cocky, and all of a sudden they lock up. And that's a safety thing, a safety mechanism that is part of this event, and another thing that gives people the confidence that they have coming into it that it is going to be safe, because it does lock up. It's very simple to unlock. You are in constant communication by radio with the people at the top. And so if for some reason you forget when they go through it in the training, because you got a lot going on in your mind when you're going through the training, they talk you through it, and it's very quickly. So I can say we've been doing this. This is our 10th event. I never remember anybody getting locked up to the point where they had to lower them manually. And so it's a quick unlocking process with that.
Yeah, it sounds a little more troublesome or aggressive, I guess, than it is. Getting locked up is just a safety thing. It's not that you did anything wrong or that something is wrong. It's just there to make sure you go at the right pace.
And Jimmy, unless
there
I'm
you see some training.
Missing something, we got some training going on the roof, which
We
means
do.
we're probably about 3, 4, maybe 5 minutes before the next crew comes over. So I'm going to turn some music on.
Let's give you a break.
Putting some music on.
Deal. We'll be back for more from Over the Edge 2021.
His name is Gift of God, so he's a gift. Always brings a smile, always brings a hug, always a kiss, sometimes not at the right minute. But always has one. Matt was delivered, and as soon as he came out, I kind of noticed that he was different from all the rest of our children. Of course, that brought a lot of fear into me. Tried to keep a straight face and keep her calm, and she's like, something wrong, and he wasn't crying, he wasn't doing anything.
They placed him in my arms, and I know he has Down syndrome. It's just something that I know. My experience in the hospital was that nobody wanted to acknowledge that. Nobody wanted to celebrate that. It was all very dark. So the first year was really rough. I mean, and it was a lot of focus on Matthew and his medical, and less, I think, on the diagnosis of Down syndrome. I mean, we really lucked out because in that year, it just turned for him. I mean, we went to go get the stent for his heart, and they're like, the hole's gone, no surgery. And we weaned him off the oxygen, then we weaned him off the feeding. He learned to swallow, And so things really turned for him. As he grew, that gap between him and his peers continued to grow also. And so he just had a hard time keeping up. And he's on the soccer field and, he's not comprehending, he's not fast enough, and they're at one end of the field and he's at the other end of the field. And swimming, he just was swimming with kids much younger than him. And there's just all those things, that gap with his typical peers kept growing. And so the opportunities for him kept shrinking. As those things disappeared, Special Olympics grew with him. That Young Athletes program was a Special Olympics program, and he did some competitions with them. He held the torch and things like that. And then that grew into his competition, and he's able to do track and field for the very first time in 8 and compete in skills and be somewhat successful and get his first medals. And an opportunity came for him to play flag football with Special Olympics. And there he is, and these coaches are awesome, and he got out there and he was able to play football just like, in my mind, it felt like just like his brothers. I still remember the first time he got to walk out onto the University of Delaware field, that turf field, and he's playing for the very first time, wearing that uniform, and the whole team marching out there, just feeling very, very accomplished, very proud, very much part of the community.
It has given him a lot of opportunities in a team environment, in an individual environment, to learn to work with others with disabilities as well as unified partners, typical kids. And they make friendships along the way as well that they probably never would have had if we had just been sending them to school and taking care of them here at home and not in the community in general.
You can see this thing where Special Olympics continues to grow for Matthew. He feels very much part of that school, and I don't know where that would have been if it had not been for Special Olympics.
He does develop those skills that we want each of our children to have in sports or in life. And a lot of those skills in sports are translatable. Never give up, always do your best, work with other people. Those are skills that every person should have and develop.
He's a 3-letter athlete at the school, and that's just very meaningful for him, and that's where he gets the engagement. He feels part of the community. He's a Jaguar. All those things that were taken away from him are all given back to him, and are given back to him through Special Olympics. What else can you ask for?
Welcome to Over the Edge.
Being a teacher is like going over the edge every day, right? You never know what challenge is going to come your way. You're always up for something new and unexpected, and you never say you can't do something. So I'm hoping today to model that for all the kids back at OBL.
Over the Edge is the perfect activity to enable students, staff, and even families and friends to rally behind a member of the school community who dares to do something brave and extraordinary. And what a great lesson to teach the students of today who will be the leaders of tomorrow. Go out of your comfort zone, challenge yourself, and make a difference. You can do it.
We're so excited. This is the first year that we've actually had Special Olympics Delaware teams in our building, so we got involved that way. And then we got our children involved in Over the Edge to continue to support Special Olympics by having hat days, selling bracelets, and they have just, all of our fundraising was funded from our kids. And so we're streaming live for them to see it today, and that'll show them the fruit of their effort.
The kids have been excited. We have a countdown outside my classroom door. So the kids yesterday they were like, oh my gosh, one day, it's really tomorrow. They can't believe it. So now for the kids to be able to watch us go over the edge and do something a little crazy, but to support what our students have and what Special Olympics gives them is a great opportunity.
Some schools have one representative, while others create pairs or even teams. It's the thrill of adventure for the people going over. and the excitement it generates in the school that matters most.
We're excited to be here. This year it's been the two administrators going over, and I think that that's really helped that now the other teachers are willing to say, hey, I want to do that next year. So we'll hope to continue to send people here to Special Olympics Delaware to go over the edge.
So what's next? Find those in your building who are excited to experience an extreme adventure by going over the edge. It might be you, a colleague, a student, or a group of people in your school community who, together, can make an impact.
These athletes from around the country, they are good, but nobody bites the dust with me. Jillian Lauren Matthews.
Jillian's she's been a joy from the time she's been born. The fact that we had a little girl was just very exciting. You know, and her two brothers were excited. Even when she was little, before we knew what was happening with her, she was just a happy kid. So that was one of the things that threw us when you hear autism, you hear they're not social, they don't interact. That was never really her.
She was about 3 and not talking. Everybody said she's got 2 older brothers. What does she have to say? They speak for her. But it was the pediatrician who suspected something wasn't quite right.
And then they came up basically with the speech problem. So she went for speech therapy. And then they also started to notice that she drooled a lot and had some other little mannerisms and things. And in further investigation found that she had some low muscle tone. So that's when they started also speech therapy, physical therapy, and occupational therapy right off the bat.
As difficult as that was to say, yes, you have a child with autism, it opened up the doors to help her.
One of the first things the autism kindergarten teacher said to me, which kind of made your stomach just sink. She said, I know it's hard. She's coming into this classroom and going with this diagnosis. You have to change all your thoughts and your dreams of what it could be having a little girl. Jillian came home, she was 14. With the paper, Special Olympics was doing something called Get in the Game. And a mom, she wanted to get something started for Special Olympics in our county and was disappointed nothing was. So she talked to the rec program there and they started a track program. So Jillian that's how she started in Special Olympics. From the time she was little, she could be playing and all of a sudden she'd get up and run back. And finally, when she got verbal enough, the doctor asked her, he said, why do you do that? She said, it helps me think of things.
Running was always something that she seemed to like. And with Special Olympics, it took off.
It's given her confidence in herself. To see the growth and the independence, like I said, when she went to the USA Games, I didn't even think to apply because I thought she can't go on her own. She can't be without me. She can't she can't do that. And little by little, we worked on it once she found out she was going.
It was actually the first time I have ever gone on a plane without my family. And in fact, it has been the first time I have ever gone anywhere without them.
Once she came to see us, one of the first or second day, you're thinking, oh, is she going to be bursting into tears? I miss you and everything. It's like, no, hi, Mom, and bye, Mom, and see you later, Mom.
I was kind of nervous about it at first, but I had a fun time getting to know a lot of athletes that I've never met before.
When I think about that kindergarten teacher saying, just get yourself ready, things are going to be different, your lives are going to be different. Well, they are. They're different.
Look at us now. I'm somehow ended up the head of bowling. Cindy's on the committee that meets among athletes. We've become part of it as well as her.
I think her purpose is to show people that with someone with intellectual disabilities, you can do whatever you set your mind out to do. She can do it all, and that's because of Special Olympics, really.
I just love doing Special Olympics on my own terms, just as any athlete would need. It made me feel special and knowing that I can do anything.
21, John Busby, and myself, Jimmy Smith, taking you through the whole day of 66 edgers, 222 feet, down 300 Delaware Avenue to support Special Olympics Delaware. Thank you, everybody, for watching. Thank you for everyone for sitting out front, enjoying the beautiful day, and watching people go down a building. We have the 27th and 28th edgers of the day coming down. Marianne Evans is on the blue rope. And on your screen now is Brian Scott on the yellow rope.
Jimmy, Marianne Evans has done this every single year. Every single year she's done this. She's another one of those in that category that I've put a few people who have gone over the edge today. You ask her to do something, she says, just tell me where and when, and I'll make sure she gets it done. She's also a 26-year polar bear, so she has done the plunge for 26 years. She's the mom of a Special Olympics athlete, Leanne Evans. I don't know if Leanne is in the crowd here or not. I don't see her. I'm sure she's watching at home. And Marianne's husband is here watching his wife do this.
So far, in the 28 that we've had, you've had one that's done it 9 years and two that have done it all 10?
That is correct. Wow. That is correct. And Brian Scott, who's coming down with Marianne, is doing it for the first time. He's a retired engineer.
John, what do you think is more impressive from Special Olympics standpoint? Would you rather have somebody come for a 10th time or somebody new?
Yes.
Fantastic.
We need the 10-timers and we need the first-timers.
I know. I'm not saying you're picking between one or the other. I think somebody new is great. They're experiencing the program for the first time, experiencing the event, seeing what it helps. But the dedication to go down a building 10 times.
It's pretty impressive. And the amount of money they have to raise, remember, it's $1,100 to do this. So it's not an easy thing for most of these people. You know, we have the polar bear plunge, which is $75, but that's a decent amount that most people can afford just to pay out of their own wallets if they choose to. Although a lot do raise money and raise a lot more than that for that event. Well, but this over-the-edge event is a little bit more expensive. And so it takes even more of a commitment for the people, not only the people who go over, but the people who donate the money to them to go over. Yeah. And Brian Scott's a first-timer. He's the father of an athlete, Laura Scott, so we have two family members coming down together. And the Scott family has been intensely involved in Special Olympics as well. Brian's wife, Susan, was a program director for us for years, still continues to coach, and very involved. So two people here who know the true meaning of this organization, like most of our edgers have today, coming down and experience firsthand how it's impacted. Marianne, giving a wave.
Can we talk about the reflection of the clouds and the building against the building? This is just some Michael Bay stuff going on right now.
Yeah, it really is beautiful out here. It's you see white puff clouds, but clear blue skies. As we've said a couple times, but we know our listening audience changes. This is probably the best weather we have had for a Special Olympics event. It will be from start to finish. It's only supposed to get a little bit warmer today. No rain at all. As Marianne goes over the ledge. And she's going to make her landing. Brian Scott right behind her, and so we'll have a good comparison of how it felt for the 10th time and how it felt for the first time.
I think Brian just locked up, yeah. So Brian got a shout out from William on YouTube. Said, go Brian.
How many viewers have we had? Come on, Jimmy.
There's been 1,042 views, and
wow.
Right now 109 people are watching.
Wow. We're going to bring Marianne over here. She's going to come up to the microphone. Don't have to. Here she is. Marianne Evans, ladies and gentlemen. 10-year anniversary. Yay! She's done all 10. Yeah. Get a little closer there, Marianne. Okay. There you go. There. You're back again. What keeps you bringing back?
Probably Leanne and all the athletes that, and Special Olympics is such a wonderful organization. I like to support them any way I can.
Is Leanne watching at home?
No, Leanne is working.
Oh, so she's got to work, couldn't come watch.
Well, she won't take time off from work to come watch me. So.
A lady with her own mind.
Yes.
I wonder where she gets that from.
Oh, Her father. Her father.
But you'll see it later on the live
Yes,
stream. You
right,
gave her a
right,
shout out.
so-
Anybody you want to thank? I know you've had a lot of supporters over these 10 years.
I just want to thank everybody. This year, everyone just seemed so generous with their donations. It was kind of easy this year. Shout out to all my church friends who were going to come and watch, but decided with
Shout out church friends.
Shout out church friends. Yay. And just all the donators. That it's been wonderful.
Well, we're glad that you're part of it. Thank you for all you do for the organization.
Thank you.
Aside from Over the Edge.
you.
But
Thank you.
bonus that you're here, and we'll see you in the ocean in February.
All
and
right, I'll
back
be
here
there.
next year for number 11. Let's hear it for Marianne Evans.
See you in the ocean. See you in the sky. See you in the ocean.
And
Special
Brian
Olympics
Scott
as well.
has landed. He's going to get himself unattached, and then we'll have him on. Wind is picking up a little bit out here. Not enough nearly to halt the event temporarily. As we talked about earlier, they have protocols that they follow for wind and lightning, and certainly don't have to worry about lightning today, and pretty confident we don't have to worry about wind either.
You don't have to worry about anything.
Brian,
it
you
is
wanna-
a Chamber of Commerce day.
So, Brian, how was it first time?
It was pretty good.
Yeah?
Yeah, except the thing kept on popping off right I was trying to get down, but
Did you have any fears when you were up trying to squat over? That bother you?
no,
You ever done anything like this before?
long time ago,
Rappelling?
50 years ago.
Was that out of a helicopter, down a building?
Helicopter and down rock walls.
Okay, so rock walls, the texture changes as you go. Out of a helicopter, you have nothing to go. Was this easier or harder compared? Let's compare it to the helicopter, where you don't have, you're just dropping. You're not bouncing off a wall or anything.
Well, it's hard. You got no control, really. When you're really rappelling, you basically can control everything by the tension
On the back.
So you can bound.
Right.
Can't do that.
Yeah, this locks up to keep you from going too fast. Yeah, safety measure. So, well, we appreciate you doing it. And your first time, and your wife or your daughter is over there waiting for you to give you a big hug. So we'll let you go give her a hug.
right.
Laura Scott with Special Olympics, a longtime athlete here, congratulating her father, Brian Scott. Let's give them a hand. And then, Jimmy, looks like we got our next two up on the ledge.
Yeah, I'm waiting to hear clarification on whom, but both yellow and blue are primed and ready. Great shot. The clouds. John, I don't know if you could turn around and see, but that is a beautiful shot right
Oh,
there.
yeah. Yep. Yeah, we're seeing a couple of those clouds, but with the skyline here, can't see out like they do up there. Matt Burrows is going to be on blue. I just heard the call on the radio. And Richard, nicknamed Shark Forston, coming down on yellow. Matt Burrows is the superintendent of the Appoquinimink School District. Becca Will, who went over a couple edgers ago, is a teacher in that school district. And Shark Forston is the Appo School Board president. And, of course, one of my first questions to him will be why they call him the Shark. Both of these are going over for the first time. Matt Burrows has a niece, Alyssa Unruh, who is in Special Olympics. He's been ziplining and whitewater rafting. And so two school administrators here. The Appoquinimink School District is the largest school participating in Special Olympics. They have Special Olympics programming in every single school in their district. Milford High School also does, but there are just more schools in Appoquinimink. And so a very committed school, and we always say that leadership and decisions that are made start at the top and then funnel down to a lot of very, very dedicated teachers and staff members. But it's always with the blessing of the superintendent. And
Yeah,
Matt
it's hard to argue and not say their heart's in it when the top of the top decision makers for school districts are strapped to a rope, ready to go down the side of a building, all to support Special Olympics. So you know that those school districts are getting the feedback and the response that they're doing the right thing in supporting and being a part of Unified or having athletes in the games. It's a lot of people can just give lip service. This is not lip service. This is walking the walk and talking the talk.
And Appoquinimink is not only this year, but for the past several years has always had a few teachers go over. And so he's not only supporting the Unified Champion School program by doing this, but he and the board president are supporting the teachers who do the Over the Edge by doing this themselves. So I'm sure a lot of people watching the live stream back in the schools and in the district office back in the Middletown, Odessa, Townsend area, anxious to see the two top dogs in the district come down over the edge. And that is Matt Burrows on the blue rope. He's already started his descent. And Richard Shark Forston looks like he's getting ready to take that seat.
That's a fun nickname for a school administrator. I'm going to the Shark Tank. I'm in trouble. I'm going to the Shark Tank.
And one of the schools, the Waters Middle School, and I only know this because my son goes there, is nicknamed the Sharks. Actually, both my sons go there. And so not sure if he got it related to that, but we will certainly ask that question when he comes down.
There's a lot of sharks in the waters. Sorry. That was bad.
Oh, there's the arm outstretched view. So he's obviously very comfortable. Neither one of them, as I said, Matt Burrows zip-lined and did some white water rafting. Richard didn't mention any daredevil things that he's done, so that'll be another question we ask him on his way down. Again, the two leaders, the board president and the superintendent of the Appoquinimink School District. If you're tuned in from a school or affiliated with a school in any way and want more information about how you can get Special Olympics involved in your school, just go to our website, sode.org. And send us an email, and we'll get you the information you need. Lots of different options, lots of different ways to promote inclusion in your schools. And that's where it all begins. If we can get the young educated about inclusion, it obviously will carry over into their adult years. And so Matt Burrows coming down without much hesitancy, Jimmy. He's hasn't stopped yet. And Richard
wants to get it over with.
Yeah, and Richard's now moving too. He started a little later, and that can happen for a lot of different reasons, but now that he's moving, he's coming down at a pretty good clip himself as well. Toe tapping against the windows, both of them are.
Veteran moves.
And here he comes. Matt Burrows, superintendent of the Appoquinimink School District.
Seems like that was easier than being the superintendent.
Nobody could call him on his cell phone when he was up on the roof.
That's true. That's fair.
We're going to have him over. Dr. Burrows, come on over and chat with us for just a second. How was it, your first time? Great?
Great.
And,
once I got started, it was good.
Well, you came down quick.
Yeah.
Have you done this before, anything like this?
It's first time.
First time?
Yes.
Would you recommend it to other people?
Yes, it's exciting. It's for a great cause. I mean, it's probably the easiest thing I've done today. So.
You wish you could hang out here all day, right?
Yeah.
Let's talk about the Appoquinimink School District. Largest school district in the state in terms of being involved in Special Olympics. Every building involved. One of your teachers went over, Becca Will, right before you. You've had other teachers in the past go over. Why is Special Olympics so important to your schools from top to bottom?
I mean, just the message that it sends, just the kids that are involved, the opportunities that they have. We're a fully inclusive school district. We want everyone to be included, and I just think it's just a great organization.
Well, we appreciate you supporting that and all that you do. Now, did you recruit Mr. Forston, or did he recruit you?
I think it was like a two-way thing. I think
Two-way thing?
He might have committed first and then brought me along.
We're going to bring him over in a second to talk to him. But we appreciate the district's support. I think you've been represented at this event every single year over the 10 years. Shark, come on in here. And my first question is an obvious one. How did you get the nickname Shark?
We don't have enough time to go over that story.
To dive into that. Yeah. So did you recruit Matt, or did he recruit you, or a mutual, let's go do this thing?
Somehow it came up, and I think it was just the two of us saying, let's do it.
Have you ever done this before, anything like this?
I have not.
No?
So this was good. This was cool. Everyone should do it. Everyone should try it.
We've been told, and I experienced it firsthand when I did, the people upstairs and obviously the people down the bottom here really take care of you and make you feel confident.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
No, it's over in a second. And you really can't look down because of the way you're sitting, so you never really get that sense of how high up you are.
Well, we hope if the two of you don't come back, you'll recruit 2 more people, another administrator and another board member to come back and be part of this next year. So,
All right.
All right, let's hear it here for the Appoquinimink School District. Thank you for your continued support. Jimmy, I don't see anybody up on the ledge. Good time to turn the music on back outside?
Let's do it.
All
I'm
right.
having a sandwich. You should
We'll
have
be
one,
back.
too.
Welcome to Over the Edge.
Being a teacher is like going over the edge every day, right? You never know what challenge is going to come your way. You're always up for something new and unexpected, and you never say you can't do something. So I'm hoping today to model that for all the kids back at OBL.
Over the Edge is the perfect activity to enable students, staff, and even families and friends to rally behind a member of the school community who dares to do something brave and extraordinary. And what a great lesson to teach the students of today who will be the leaders of tomorrow. Go out of your comfort zone, challenge yourself, and make a difference. You can do it.
We're so excited. This is the first year that we've actually had Special Olympics Delaware teams in our building, so we got involved that way. And then we got our children involved in Over the Edge to continue to support Special Olympics by having hat days, selling bracelets, and they have just, all of our fundraising was funded from our kids. And so we're streaming live for them to see it today, and that'll show them the fruit of their effort.
The kids have been excited. We have a countdown outside my classroom door. So the kids yesterday they were like, oh my gosh, one day, it's really tomorrow. They can't believe it. So now for the kids to be able to watch us go over the edge and do something a little crazy, but to support what our students have and what Special Olympics gives them is a great opportunity.
Some schools have one representative, while others create pairs or even teams. It's the thrill of adventure for the people going over, and the excitement it generates in the school that matters most.
We're excited to be here. This year it's been the 2 administrators going over, and I think that that's really helped that now the other teachers are willing to say, hey, I want to do that next year. So we'll hope to continue to send people here to Special Olympics Delaware to go over the edge.
So what's next? Find those in your building who are excited to experience an extreme adventure by going over the edge. It might be you, a colleague, a student, or a group of people in your school community who, together, can make an impact.
His name is Gift of God, so he's a gift. Always brings a smile, always brings a hug, always a kiss, sometimes not at the right minute, but always has one. Matt was delivered, and as soon as he came out, I kind of noticed that he was different from all the rest of our children. Of course, that brought a lot of fear into me. Tried to keep a straight face and keep her calm, and she's like, something wrong, and he wasn't crying, he wasn't doing anything.
They placed him in my arms, and I know he has Down syndrome. It's just something that I know. My experience in the hospital was that nobody wanted to acknowledge that, nobody wanted to celebrate that. It was all very dark. So the first year was really rough. I mean, and it was a lot of focus on Matthew and his medical, and less, I think, on the diagnosis of Down syndrome. I mean, we really lucked out because in that year, it just turned for him. I mean, we went to go get the stent for his heart, and they're like, the hole's gone, no surgery. And we weaned him off the oxygen, then we weaned him off the feeding. He learned to swallow, and so things really turned for him. As he grew, that gap between him and his peers continued to grow also. And so he just had a hard time keeping up. And he's on the soccer field, and he's not comprehending, he's not fast enough, and they're at one end of the field and he's at the other end of the field. And swimming, he just was swimming with kids much younger than him. And you know, there's just all those things that gap with his typical peers kept growing. And so the opportunities for him kept shrinking. As those things disappeared, Special Olympics grew with him. That Young Athletes program was a Special Olympics program, and he did some competitions with them. He held the torch and things like that. And then that grew into his competition, and he's able to do track and field for the very first time in 8 and compete in skills and be somewhat successful and get his first medals. And an opportunity came for him to play flag football with Special Olympics. And there he is, and these coaches are awesome, and he got out there and he was able to play football just like, in my mind, it felt like just like his brothers. I still remember the first time he got to walk out onto the University of Delaware field, you know, that turf field, and he's playing for the very first time, wearing that uniform, and the whole team marching out there, just feeling very, very accomplished, very proud, very much part of the community.
It has given him a lot of opportunities in a team environment, in an individual environment, to learn to work with others with disabilities as well as unified partners, you know, typical kids. And they make friendships along the way as well that they probably never would have had if we had just been sending them to school and taking care of them here at home and not in the community in general.
You can see this thing where Special Olympics continues to grow for Matthew. He feels very much part of that school, and I don't know where that would have been if it had not been for Special Olympics.
He does develop those skills that we want each of our children to have in sports or in life. I mean, and a lot of those skills in sports are translatable. Never give up, always do your best, work with other people. I mean, those are skills that every person should have and develop.
He's a 3-letter athlete at the school, and that's just very meaningful for him, and that's where he gets the engagement. He feels part of the community. You know, he's a Jaguar. You know, all those things that were taken away from him are all given back to him, and are given back to him through Special Olympics. What else can you ask for?
All right, welcome back on air here for the 10th annual Over the Edge event to benefit Special Olympics Delaware, sponsored by Brandywine Realty Trust and Newcastle County Fire Services. Shout out to Bobby O of Bell Electronics for the music you're listening to in between. Up top on the blue rope, we've got Anthony Borragini, a Special Olympics athlete. Coming down for the second time, along with him is one of the volunteer ropers coming down on the yellow with Anthony. Doing a rope check on the yellow. And Anthony coming down on the blue. So Anthony's done some white water rafting, so he's done some adventurous stuff before. And as I mentioned, he's a long-time member of the Special Olympics athlete crew coming down. His second time coming down.
So Anthony there on the blue on the right as you're looking at that. The wonderful reflection off the building. Perfect day. Been on the air now for 3 hours.
17 stories, 222 feet. We've had more than 1,000 people check in on the live stream. I'd say we've had close to 300 different people out here on the front patio outside the $300 Avenue building. People coming by to watch somebody. And then they head back to work or back home. We have had a couple stragglers come by and ask, what the heck's going on? Somebody just asked me, Jimmy, are people climbing up or are they coming down?
Well,
and so
stay by and you tell us. Are they going up or are they going down? This feels like 2019, John. I don't know about you, but I mean,
yep.
I mean, I know the masks and you wear them enough and it starts to feel normal, and so you're kind of like, that's just what you do. But the atmosphere outside and the people, and again, everybody's doing it right, wearing the masks apart, but it just feels like we're around in that corner, and I'm not trying to get political, but we're having things, and it's feeling vibrant, and it's nice outside. I think this is probably a really good thing for a lot of people to be out and doing this and supporting.
Yeah, I know a lot of people are experiencing, okay, we missed an event, and I don't just mean Special Olympics, any organization. Are the people going to come back when we bring that event back? And what we've seen here is that the answer to yes. We've had several repeat people come back. We've had just as many first-timers, which is a good thing, too. You asked me that question, which we prefer, and I answered yes. But we do have several first-timers who have agreed to come back next year, and we know that the veterans will continue to come back because they obviously enjoy it, and so that's a big part of it. Anthony Borragini, a perfect example of a Special Olympics athlete. You know, a lot of people would think of this as a bucket list item thing. I've done it, and I'm going to go on to the next thing. But like a lot of other people, Anthony decided he wanted to do this, and nobody knows better than Anthony what this organization means to the Special Olympics athletes, not just in terms of sports, but in terms of their social lives, their health, their fitness, and the way that it impacts their lives, and the way that it impacts other people's lives, the coaches, the volunteers, the family members. We've heard those stories today about how Special Olympics goes far beyond, the impact goes far beyond just how it affects the athletes themselves. So this event, all the money raised, every Edger had to raise at least $1,100 with a lot of different supporters they've all had. And we've had teachers go over, we've had retired people, we've had former military people, a wide range of backgrounds and locations and where they live in the state of Delaware. A lot of Sussex County people coming up for this event. There's no buildings in Kent and Sussex County that you can do this on. So, as you've said, Jimmy, if you want to rappel down the side of the building, this is the time and this is the place.
And there's no buildings in Newcastle County other than this one you can do it on. So
right, yeah. You're not allowed to.
Nope, not allowed.
So, again, we appreciate the hospitality of Brandywine Realty Trust, who, when Special Olympics approached them, what's now been 11-plus years ago, to get this operation started, they gave us access to the roof to build the structure that's necessary to support the ropes, and that stays up there year-round. The Over the Edge crew comes back, and they just plug everything in and hook everything up, and we're up and down in the elevators, and we've got their patio out front corralled with Special Olympics signs, and so we appreciate their hospitality. We had a gentleman from the building go over a couple Edgers ago, and he said he enjoyed it very much, and he joked about how he saw some things in the windows on the way down he's got to get taken care of once he gets back to work. So big supporters, Brandywine Realty Trust, and, of course, Newcastle Fire Service. Also supporting this event is Delaware Law Enforcement for Special Olympics, the Forever Media radio group that promotes the event. They usually WSDW is here on the front patio for their morning show. Obviously, with the pandemic situation, that wasn't possible this year. The Delaware Rock Gym has supported us, and what they do is they offer, for free, the opportunity for the people who are going over the edge to go to their gym and practice. And it's been a huge thing for people to do that. I know when I went over the edge way back, one of the things that helped me the most is going to the Delaware Rock Gym and at least getting the feel. Now, you're not 17 stories up at the Rock Gym, but you get the same rappelling feel that Anthony's getting now as he gets closer and closer, about 4 stories away. How about we cheer for Anthony and the rope tester coming down here? Very inspiring. Our athletes are inspiring on the fields and the courts and in the gyms, and nothing more inspirational than seeing one of our athletes rappel down the side of a 17-story building for Special Olympics.
No, everybody's kind of run the gamut, too. You've got people who are parents. You have school administrators, teachers, people who don't seemingly have an involvement in Special Olympics, meaning they don't have a son or daughter or a niece or nephew or and so it's nice to see everyone from all different connectivities, I guess. I'm just making up words, making up sentences here. That they're connected in different ways or not at all. To go do this kind of thing is really, really incredible. This isn't like selling magazine subscriptions or a bake sale. This is quite a big thing to go do.
Yeah, it's a big thing to do, and it's a lot of money to raise to do it. It's not like signing up for a 5K for $25 or doing the polar bear plunge for $75. All great causes and great organizations, but this is $1,100 that the people have to raise to be part of this, and the reason is because it is a unique event, as you've said a few times. If you want to rappel down a building in the state of Delaware, this is the only day you're legally allowed to do it, and really the only safe way to do it. 100% safety rating here for all the years that they've been doing this event here in Delaware and all over North America. Let's give Anthony a big hand. He's on the final descent here over the ledge.
Just take it. Here we go. And this probably means more to him than most, getting to do this. And
yeah, like I said, we have some people who don't do this twice. And here's an athlete. Imagine how incredible he felt the first time he did it, and then to come back and do it again.
Yeah, and supporting, a event that supports him, and it's also a mental thing. Like, I can do this. I did it once. It wasn't a fluke. I've now done it again.
And probably, I'm sure, and I'm going to ask him in a minute, he probably enjoyed it more the second time, just like most people do.
Yeah. It comes back to you. You remember to breathe, look down if you want, out if you want, up if you want. But look, take it in, because people in their lifetime don't get this opportunity.
There he is, Anthony Borgini. Anthony, come on over here. Anthony's going to get his gear taken off here, and then we're going to talk to him about his life with Special Olympics, his second time down the wall.
Whoopsie.
There you go. All right, Anthony Borgini.
Hello.
Anthony, are you playing any sports this spring?
I'm trying bocce out.
How do you like it?
Doing pretty good.
Yeah? And you ready for the summer games?
Yeah, I think we are.
What team do you play for?
I'm a wizard.
Wilmington Wizards,
Yep,
huh?
sir.
All right. How was this? You did this a couple years ago.
I did.
What was different about it this year?
This year it wasn't raining.
We've talked about how nice the weather is, so
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
important.
yeah.
Was there any part that scared you this time?
No, not this time either.
No?
No.
You think you might do it again?
We'll see.
We'll see, right? one day at a time, right?
Yeah.
What do you like most about Special Olympics?
All the people that come out and help us do our stuff, and like the volunteers and everything.
Is there anybody you want to say hi to who might be watching you at home or anywhere?
Oh, there's a lot of people.
Yeah.
Too many to mention.
No, yeah. You had to raise a lot of money to do this. Did you have some help with that?
I did. I had a lot of help from like my family, my coworker, my work, and people I knew on the website around the house. There's like a website
Right.
that like what's going on around the neighborhood and all that.
Well, you should certainly be proud of yourself. I wish you the best of luck in bocce at Summer Games. I hope you have a great time, and I hope you win a gold medal.
I hope too.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, Anthony Borigini.
Good job, Anthony.
Thank you. Hey, Corinne.
So up top, yellow rope, we're going to have Scott Pollock and Jennifer Bonham coming down.
Both third-timers. Jen Bonham works for McCullough Middle School in the Colonial School District. Actually, a dear friend of our family. She is the godmother of one of my children, and we've been fortunate to also get to know her extended family very well. It's like a second set of grandparents for our boys, and so I know they're home watching their daughter. They came the last time she did it and saw it here, decided to stay home and watch the live stream. So I know they're watching. Her sister's probably also tuned in, her sister Leslie. And Scott Pollock, also a third time. He works for the High Road School of Delaware, who has athletes involved in our Special Olympics. He's an educator and an administrator. He lives by the motto, DIGU, don't ignore, get uncomfortable. So he's getting ready to squat over the edge up there when it gets to be a little bit uncomfortable. And then once you realize, okay, I'm here and I'm safe and it's time to go, it gets a little bit easier.
So when they hit the midpoint of the building, let me rephrase that. We don't want to use the word hit. When they reach the midpoint of the building, we'll be halfway done. That's the
Officially.
32nd and 33rd, and we're right at 3 hours in, so almost halfway there.
Right on time.
Hey, slow down.
So it's a little noisier out here than inside the studio.
I can hear that, though.
Motorcycle making a point as he goes by. And now you can see Jen and Scott getting ready to squat over. Still a beautiful day out here. The wind picked up a little, but it seems to have died down a little bit. There is now shade in the landing area, so we always talk about the sun is directly on this area for about an hour, and that hour has passed. And now, so it's shady. It's gotten a little bit chillier. But certainly, as we've said a couple times to different viewing audiences, probably the best weather we've had from start to finish for an over-the-edge event. And
Those are clouds. Those are the clouds you paint as a kid. They're perfect.
Got some people from the High Road School out here, I believe, over there along the building, watching their teacher and administrator come down. And if I have it right, it's his third time that he's done this. And as I mentioned, it's Jen Bonham's third time as well. If you're just tuning in, this is the 10th annual Over the Edge event. Skipped last year due to the pandemic, but back in action this year. 66 people from start to finish will have rappelled 17 stories, 222 feet. Down the side of this building. If you're watching on the live stream, we're at 300 Delaware Avenue in Wilmington. If you want to pull it up on Google Earth and get a sense as to exactly where we are, it's a pretty busy street. Lots of people going by, wondering what's going on, slowing down traffic a little bit, but all good stuff down here outside. First time I've been outside for this broadcast, and different experience out here. We've enjoyed getting up with the people and interviewing them as soon as they land, while their hearts are still racing and their emotions are still high. And we've had some fun moments, some funny moments, and some touching moments throughout it. And that's the whole purpose of it.
You know, you came up with this idea a couple months ago and you started talking about it, and, you know, you start drawing it on a napkin and thinking about what needs to be done, and working with Tom from Showworks, who's phenomenal. And we, you know, kind of came up with the plan to do it this way. And it makes so much sense, and I'm glad we did it, and I think now we just build on it. I think your idea of having a screen out there next year is phenomenal, and I want to start getting live GoPros. If that's possible, that'd be great. These are the ways to make this better. Again, we were the first to broadcast an Over the Edge fundraiser, not a Special Olympics fundraiser, but all Over the Edge fundraisers, so it's across the country in North America.
And I've watched
some others have added it, but they don't have a 3-camera and they don't have 2 people talking for 7, 8, 9 hours about rappelling. And so
I was just going to say, you mentioned the camera angles. The people who are live here, you might want to tune in and watch at least some of the live stream when you get home. It'll be on the YouTube channel, the Special Olympics Delaware YouTube channel, because you get to see an angle that you don't get to see, which is these people and what happens up on the roof and how they get to the point of practicing a rappel on the roof to actually squatting over the side of the building and getting to go. And it really is a neat shot that Jimmy and his digital team crew capture up there for people to see. And when we talk about possibly having that down here outside next year, that's the angle we'd like you to see, because that is a neat angle that you don't get to see out here. You obviously get to see the big part of the event when they're coming down, but there is also an interesting part of the event up on the roof that goes on that we do capture
it looks a lot
on the live
more
stream.
official. Not that it doesn't when ropes are going down inside the building, but it looks way more secure. There's a lot of science and physics going on, geometry even. I didn't do well in any of that, so I'm not sure. But it just looks very safe, extremely safe. And you don't even get to see in this shot here, those ropes are all going to the left, kind of through that gentleman in the black shirt and into this building. And it's secured and anchored into the heart of this building. And that's something that the owners of the building and the Realty Trust invested in this event, to have that extra step.
And so Jen Bonham making her way down. She's a little more than halfway. Looks like Scott Pollock probably is about halfway. Let's put our hands together for both these edgers out here on the stage. They probably hear you at about this point. Two educators supporting the organization, knowing the difference that it makes in their districts and their schools. The inclusion part through the Unified Champion School. We offer interscholastic sports in the sports of flag football, unified basketball, and unified track and field. Our athletes in unified track and field will compete in the state championships on December 21st with the other boys and girls high school track and field athletes. And, of course, our other athletes will be in the summer games, second weekend of June, the Friday and Saturday at 4 different locations. Sorry, Jimmy, I interrupted you there.
No, I was just going to say, you've got the educator industry kind of bought into this event. What's another industry, John, you think that would really lend itself? I mean, they all do, but what do you think would be another good industry that you'd like to see involved in something like this?
Well, I think businesses in particular, businesses and companies, churches, that's something we haven't touched on before. We do have companies and businesses that support us typically and have this year. But there's some church groups that I think would enjoy getting behind somebody who's doing this, particularly maybe a church that has our athletes in it and they celebrate them when they go to competitions. And so, it really is a team building type of event. Even though there's only one person that actually goes over the edge, there's a lot of teamwork that goes into raising that $1,100 plus and creating the excitement around it, being here on site, watching the live stream, back in wherever they are as Jen Bonham lands for the third time. She has landed. We'll bring her over and talk to her. And Scott Pollock is going to be right behind her. He's getting ready to get pulled away from the building over that last edge. So 2 third-timers successfully down. And as you mentioned, Jimmy, we're exactly halfway through the event now that they have landed.
So they were 32 and 33 to go over the edge today.
And
66.
Folks are cheering outside for Scott as he lands. We're going to bring Jen over here to the microphone and talk to her while Scott gets unhooked. Jen, third time. Does it get any easier, any better?
It definitely doesn't get any easier.
No. How's that part where you dip over the side? Still scary?
Yeah, that's the worst part.
I know you usually have some people here watching you there at home. You want to say hello to them? And
Yeah, hi, Mom, Dad, all my friends at home. My sister did make it out to see me. So
there you
she's
go.
Here. Thanks,
Yep.
Liz.
And so, you're very supportive of Special Olympics. You've been involved in different ways, and, so you're supportive of the cause. As an educator, why is inclusion so important in the building?
Well, because those kids are kids just like everyone else there. They deserve the opportunity to have all the same experiences, all the same education as anybody else that's there.
And we appreciate your support. Third time's a charm. Maybe you have to get your sister out here to go down with you one of these years. She's shaking her head no. So thank you very much. Thanks for supporting Special Olympics. Scott, come on over here. Scott Pollock. Third time, right?
Third time.
Yeah. Any different than the first two? More relaxed?
I'm on the ground now, so I'm less scared. But I would have answered you at the top that I was deathly afraid again. I forgot all what I had done in 17.
So it's been since 2017 since you did it. What brought you back this year?
I work in special education.
Right.
The individual who went before us, Anthony, is an incredible story. He was so happy. And working in that field, seeing him, that's the exact reason why I show up every year. As many as I can. So.
Right. You have some of your students are here cheering you on?
Yeah, our High Road family is here. Yeah.
Oh, that's good. That's great. So, well, thank you for what you do. We appreciate it. We hope to see you back for Over the Edge number 4 at some point.
Absolutely. Thanks,
All right.
sir.
Thank you very much. Let's hear it for Scott Pollock, Jen Bonham, both on the ground. Both done with Over the Edge number 3.
We got Elizabeth Luff will be on the yellow, and Kate Lynch will be on the blue.
Got a large contingent of Milford High School and other Milford School District area folks coming up. Liz Luff is from high school. She's a counselor. Kate Lynch, also a counselor. She heads up the Unified Champion School program at Milford High School. They host a basketball event in the fall. They have interscholastic teams, and they have traditional unified teams as well. So both of these folks have been very key people in the success of Special Olympics at Milford High School over the last several years as they get set to make that first descent. It's the first time for Liz, second time for Kate. So they work in the same office at Milford High School, and so I'm sure Kate convinced Liz to come and go over the edge with her.
Might be a little bit of a race, too. We'll see.
Liz said in her bio that she's scared of the initial start, and we hear that a lot, and said that Kate Lynch did talk her into it. Kate Lynch's son, Kendall, is a unified partner, and for those of you that don't know what a unified partner is, it's a peer without a disability that competes in sports with the Special Olympics athletes on the same team. Might be their partner in bowling, might be their partner in golf, might be their partner on a relay team. And so they're very involved in Special Olympics. And Kate, she's done a lot of things. She's been to an Olympic Park in Salt Lake City. She's done some bobsledding, some free falls, and an airbag jump. Not sure what an airbag jump is, but we'll ask Kate that question. Yeah, I'm not sure whether you have the airbag like a parachute on you, or is it an airbag that you jump into off of something? But we'll find out those answers once they get to the bottom floor.
So if you're watching on YouTube right now and you're at Milford, or your school district is going to have a couple of administrators or educators coming up, make sure you copy the link and you share this on your social media. You tweet it, you post it on Facebook so that your peers, students, your classmates, your alum group sees one of their own go over the edge. Look at that shot, right up the building, right up to the sky, right to where they are right now.
Both of them look they're getting ready to squat back and get set to go.
The colors, I just can't get over it. It's so nerdy, but like the colors are so awesome up there right now. It's the blue and wow.
Yeah, as Anthony Borgini, the Special Olympics athlete, mentioned when I asked him what was different then the last time he went down, he said, well, it's not raining.
It wasn't
And
raining, yeah.
We've said a couple times this is the best weather we've had, temperature-wise, sunshine-wise. We've had some years where it's been hot out here because the sun is coming down. There's no wind, and the heat from the cement, the heat from the windows on the building make it very hot. And then we've had some weather where it's actually been downright chilly, and we have repelled in the drizzles over the years too. So we
that
were
shot,
blessed.
John, I don't know if you're looking at it. That is epic. I know
Yep.
you could probably just look up the building and see it, but when you're driving down Delaware Avenue, which is probably one of the busier roads that's not an interstate in the state of Delaware,
Yes.
and you see people going down the side of a building and you're not familiar, I mean, this is stunning.
And a lot of people going by. Had a couple people honk.
Yeah.
Bus stop is right here, so people getting off and on the bus see it.
And this is a weird thing to say out loud, but this is a pretty building. I don't know.
It is.
That
No,
felt
you're
more
right.
Weird to think about, but like, you can rappel down a building that's just kind of more building-y, if that makes sense. It's not very window-y, but this is a pretty building, especially when you get to look at it this way. So kudos to the upkeep of the building. What was it, Ron?
Yes.
Is that his
Yep.
name earlier? Kudos to Ron.
Yeah, it's one of those buildings that once you know it's here, you can see it from 95. And you're right, Jenny. It does stick out. There's a lot of buildings that are brick with windows, but this one does stick out. And so once you know it's here and you look for it, when you have a sense of where it is, it does stick out.
It's
very
one of the
much.
buildings where if you draw the skyline of Wilmington, as impressive as it is, not to a New York or, whatever, but if you were to draw the skyline, this building is a huge part of it.
And it is the perfect height. 17 stories, 222 feet. We've had the over-the-edge people that have commented, and of course they do this all over North America. So they've been at smaller buildings, they've been at very tall buildings, and they say that this really is a perfect height because it's high. There's no question about it. So you get that, fear. You get the fear and you get the amazement of what it's like to be that high, but yet you don't get tired by the time you get down because it's. People who haven't done this don't understand that it is work coming down. I mean, first of all, your heart's racing and you're tense to begin with, but you do control how fast you come down. You move a lever, but it's an easy thing. But it's one of those things, and having done it, I wouldn't want to do it if it was 30 stories, because quite frankly, the thrill you get at 17 being that high, I can't imagine it's that much more thrilling at 30.
That's fair. I mean, and it's just 13 more stories to get tired, and then it kind of becomes cumbersome and annoying, and you're like, all right, I want to be on the ground already.
Right.
And we're getting some comments on YouTube where people are saying, go faster. It takes so long. Well, if you look in the description of the video, there's a link for you to go sign up for next year, and I want to see you do it.
And if you go too fast, you lock up.
That's
we've
right.
talked
So
about.
there's safety mechanical things in place that you can go faster than the ladies are going right now, no question. But they're going at a pace that's very enjoyable.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And that's the other
when
thing.
you raise this kind of money, you want to enjoy it.
Right. Yeah, exactly. And we have people tell us that, and Kate, who's done it her second time now, and the other one is a first, but they'll tell you, it's my second time, I'm going to take my time. I'm not going to rush. That first time the adrenaline is going, you kind of do feel like, okay, now that I'm here, let me get down and celebrate. But it's a beautiful view up there, as you've pointed out from the camera angles.
Yeah.
And so, you want to take your time, you want to look, and there is no rush. You've paid for the right to take your time coming down, whether you could go faster or not. But Liz and Kate are moving at about the pace that most people do. If there was an average pace, that's exactly what they're doing.
So again, if you want to donate to an edger that's gone, an edger that will go, maybe these two wonderful gals, you can click on the link in the bio, or rather link in the description to donate to an edger that's going this year, or you can register for 2022 and go over the edge yourself. So Liz Huff is on the yellow rope. And in your shot right now, that is Kate Lynch.
A little more than halfway, almost down here to the ledge. First of several Milford School District employees who will be going over. We talked about the Appoquinimink School District and their involvement in the Unified Champion School. The Milford School District also has every single school involved in the Unified Champion School program that promotes inclusion both in sports and other school activities. Great leadership in the district, great leadership in the buildings, and then, of course, the grassroots people in the buildings, the teachers, the counselors, the faculty members, and the staff that make Special Olympics happen in a variety of ways. So here they come down. Let's give them a big hand as they make this last final descent. They're at a point where they can hear us. And just ready to come over the ledge there.
So that's Kate.
Kate finishing up her second over the edge event. Here she comes. Kate also organizes the polar bear plunge for her high school, the Cool Schools team. They did a plunge. Since we didn't have the official plunge, they did one at the school with fire station on hand to get everybody wet. And
Starla Plummer on YouTube with a comment there real quick. Cheering on Milford School District, who's well represented here right now.
And Kate's going to come over here for a quick chat. I'm doing fine. How are you doing? Yeah? Second time? Was it better?
Oh, yeah. It was way less stressful.
Yeah? So you enjoyed the trip down a little more?
I tried to go slower and actually look around a little bit.
Yeah? It's a good view from up there?
Yeah.
Yeah? How has Special Olympics impacted your school?
I think that it has been a really eye-opening experience for our athletes, but more so for our peer partners. I think that there's a whole, world of opportunity to build friendships that they aren't even aware exists until they get involved.
And your son Kendall is a unified partner. Daughter. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Sports. What sports?
She's a basketball partner, and I think hopefully next year bocce. And then in the spring, I'd imagine they'll do soccer, but we didn't get to last year. So.
Right. And that's been a good experience for her.
Yeah, she loves it.
And you've put together the polar bear plunge team too.
Yeah.
And what are the benefits of doing that? How's that work with the school?
Team building and, everybody working for one cause. So the polar bear plunge I got roped into through Michelle Davis, who's up there coming down soon.
She's coming down soon.
Yeah, she roped me into the polar bear plunge back when we used to coach together. So
cool.
That's something we've been doing for years and years, and it's sort of trickled down.
Great. Well, we appreciate all you do for school, and we appreciate you coming down the side of the building for Special Olympics. We're going to bring Liz over here once she gets unhooked. I assume you recruited her to do this.
No. Yes.
She doesn't want to be on the record saying that.
No, she was on the record when she wrote her bio saying that Kate Lynch convinced her to do it. First couple of several Milford School District people coming over. Come on over here, Liz.
Get the feeling in those hands back. I see that.
Yeah. So first time, how was it?
Terrifying.
Terrifying? But you made it. You got a smile on your face. Can't see it under the mask. Now we see it. There you go. So you're glad you did it?
Yes.
So how is the feeling when you get up there before you squat back, when you're looking around?
That was the scariest part. Coming down was okay, but that part was very scary.
So you're glad you did it?
Yes. Yeah, it was great.
Interested in doing it again, maybe?
Absolutely. Yeah, I'm sure
good.
Kate will rope us in next year.
You're in the school system. Mm-hmm. How important is inclusion in the schools?
Oh, so important. And I know we've been COVID has kind of put a damper on things, but we started Best Buddies last year and had really great advocates of the school of partners, and it's been really big at the Milford High School.
That's great that you're involved and all the kids are involved, whether it's Special Olympics, Best Buddies, you've got inclusion all through the building. That's
Absolutely.
Wonderful. Well, thank you for doing Over the Edge. We hope to see you back on the building next year.
Awesome. Thank you.
Enjoy the rest of the day.
You too.
So that's Miranda Walker right there, getting ready on the yellow rope. Last couple checks. So we're probably going to hear here in a second that
Miranda's
supposed to be
a
joined
student.
by Summer Davis.
Yep, and they're both students at Milford High School. So we have had a couple students in the past go over, but you mentioned a group of people, Jimmy, that we really haven't reached. We've reached educators, we've reached business people, we've reached others from other organizations who get excited for this event, because even though you might be, want to raise money for whatever your organization is, if you want to rappel down the side of the building, this is the only show in town, so to speak. But what we haven't had is a lot of college students or a lot of high school students. We do have an age requirement of 18, so you have to be officially an adult. But as we all know, a lot of seniors are 18. These two Milford High School folks coming down are seniors, and they're 18 years old, and so they were talked into doing it, I'm sure, by their teachers in some way. Summer's going to be on the blue, and Miranda's going to be on the yellow coming down. And so we'll maybe they can give a shout out to their fellow students. And if you're watching at Milford High School, which we assume a lot of people are, watching both the teachers coming that just came down and also the students who are getting ready to come down, remember, if you didn't do it this year and you're graduating from Milford High School, you can still come back next year. There's no rules against that. So if this looks exciting and like something you would want to do, the cause is the same, and you would just do it as a college student or as an adult out in the workforce. So something to think about if you're a Milford High School student tuned in right now, or if you're not 18, something to think about doing when you turn 18. What a memorable senior experience that would be, to rappel 17 stories down the side of the building. Again, we're at 300 Delaware Avenue here in Center City, Wilmington. As Jimmy mentioned, one of the more traffic populous streets in the state of Delaware.
What, 202?
Kirkwood Highway.
Yeah, I mean, it's a different type of traffic.
Yeah.
It's slower and
Yep.
more urban city setting. But I mean, I'd argue that this exit is one of the more popular ones, and when you close it down, it kind of throws a wrench into things. So.
Yeah, if you were going to pick a building, now obviously we picked a building, not a street, but if you were going to pick a street to then pick a building, Delaware Avenue would be one of the streets you would pick, for sure.
100%.
Yep. And again, we appreciate the hospitality of Brandywine Realty Trust. They manage this building, and they've been part of this experience from the beginning, and without their support, this event does not happen. And lots of volunteers here today, both here on the ground outside with me, also up on the roof, photographers we have here. And so a lot of people, like any event we do in Special Olympics, there are a lot of volunteers involved and staff all here today. One of those must-do events for the Special Olympics staff, but one of the more enjoyable ones because it is fun, it is different, and it's fun to see the different people from different backgrounds and different locations around the state come in and do this event. So two people are up there. The Milford High School seniors look like they're both in the there's no turning back position and starting to make their way down.
Lots of Milford love on the chat, so a lot of people supporting both Summer and Miranda. And also, it seems, I'm not familiar, but Ross, is that a
yes.
lower school? The
Yep.
Ross Cats?
Lulu Ross Elementary, one of their teachers, Michelle
elementary.
Davis, a two-time Delaware Teacher of the Year, is going to be coming over. She's coming up here next on the list. Actually, might be, I'm looking, she'll be a couple more coming up. She's Edger number 40, but she's
So they were both
another one.
Ross Cats.
Yes.
So some Ross love.
And again, every school district in Milford is involved in the Unified Champion School program. One of the goals of Unified Champion Schools is to entrench that program. It's an inclusion-based activities and sports, whole school engagement, and youth leadership models for schools to follow. So if you're a school and you don't have that and you're listening and you're interested, contact Special Olympics, and we'll be sure to get back with you and talk to you about all the different ways you can get Special Olympics entrenched into your school building like it is in more than 150 schools at all levels across the state of Delaware, including preschools and including the University of Delaware, and we hope in the next couple of years, Wilmington University, Del Tech, and maybe even Goldie Beacom College. So expanding the Unified Champion School program throughout every level of schooling in Delaware. If you're listening and you have someone who you think might be interested in being an athlete or unified partner in our area program, we have 5 area programs across the state. We play 19 sports throughout the year, seasonal, of course. And this spring, we are doing track and field, bocce, tennis, and softball. And instead of the traditional summer games at the University of Delaware, because of the pandemic situation and the limits of participants and crowds, we're going to be holding them at 4 different facilities down in Kent and Sussex County. Smyrna High School, Caesar Rodney High School, Delaware Turf, and Shooty Park will be the sites of those. If you are interested in volunteering, go to the Special Olympics Delaware website and sign up. It's the second weekend in June, that Friday and Saturday at those 4 locations. Still looking for volunteers to help out at those events. So if you're interested and can give 4 or 5 hours of your time on one of those days, go to sode.org. And here we have Miranda, looks like, getting ready to make her way over the ledge.
Yep, Miranda on the yellow there on the left, and Summer.
Miranda's
on
been
the
a
right on the
unified
blue.
partner at her high school. And again, a unified partner, if you're just tuning in, is a peer without a disability that plays on the same team or partners with a Special Olympics athlete. And
Oof, look at that. That was
Miranda
smooth.
has landed. Let's hear it from Miranda. Good job, Miranda.
I think the unified partner is one of the more important roles, I think, in Special Olympics, John. I don't know how you feel, but
No, I think it is, and I
Just-
think the teachers that we talk to and would agree. I always use the example of ice skating. If you put somebody on ice skates when they're 4 or 5 years old, it becomes just part of their life and natural. And if
Yep.
you put students with and without disabilities together, it becomes very natural. Miranda, do you mind doing a quick interview with us? So get a little bit closer to that. There you go. So how was it?
It was fun. It was
Now,
fun.
you're a senior at Milford High School, and you're a unified partner?
Yes.
What sport?
I did unified basketball.
For the high school, for
Yep.
the Interscholastic League. What have you learned being a unified partner about working with people with disabilities?
Just how much like an impact we really make on them, and how much just like being nice and playing with them just makes the difference.
And how important has that been in your own life as you've matured into a young lady and getting ready to head off into adulthood?
It's taught me just to kind of accept everybody how they are, and just so everybody can be your friend, really.
Well, that's great. Well, we appreciate you being part of this. Did you have fun up there?
I did.
You came down pretty quick for a first timer.
I just kind of pulled the thing and let it go.
Did you get a lot of good views?
Yes.
That's good. Well, thank you for being here. Your classmate is on her way down,
Right.
going a little bit slower, but everybody goes at their own pace. So we'll let you get out and watch her come down.
All right,
So
thank
thank you
you.
very much, Miranda. So Miranda Walker, senior at Milford High School, a unified partner on the Milford High School Unified basketball team.
But yeah, going back to the question, the thought, and you kind of asked her as well, that unified experience and being around and seeing and understanding that people are different, but they're still people, and they still want to be accepted and have opportunities and do everything you do. And so that unification, I remember seeing it for the first time and being around it and just watching how genuine it was and how pure it was. And just blown away that, younger kids who often can be too cool for things like that or too busy for things like that, take that partner and that buddy process and turn it into something more. Not just I have to see them on Tuesday nights at bowling, birthday parties, the movies, and then they're just friends the way they should have been all along. And so that process is really awesome.
Yeah, I always quote, it was an athletic director out in Indiana, I believe, who was at a conference I was at. And he says, acceptance is inviting somebody to a dance. Inclusion is asking them to join you in a dance out on the dance floor, whether it's a couple or a group of people. And that really hit home to me, and it's something I never forget. And I always think about recess at schools and how that works and the stories that I hear from my own kids and how great it would be in this world if that you could look out at recess and not be able to pick out the different cliques and I don't mean just people with and without disabilities, but there are a lot of cliques in schools, as you know, Jimmy, and as you'll learn as your kids get older. And I have
100%.
We have cliques in our neighborhood, and one of the things that
Yeah.
we've stressed to our boys is if somebody comes over and wants to play, they're invited. And it doesn't matter what clique they're in or not in, or who they are, or how they are, or what they are. And that's just the way that life has to be, and it should be. And that's what unified sports does. And while we have unified sports at all levels, even for our adult programs in our areas, it really, the impact that it can have at the youth level and the importance of inclusion to lay that foundation early, back to my ice skater. You know, if you put me on skates at 4 years old, I don't know any better, and I get on skates and I just go. If you wait until I'm 35 or 40, I know all the risks, and I might not be as excited to go ice skating. And so the earlier that we can get our students with and without disabilities, and this is really all people in all schools, together and working as one, whether it's in recess, in their classrooms, phys ed class, and cafeterias. And what a better world this will be. And we see it happening already, and that's the great thing about it.
It is totally, totally different. I mean, you know, if you're older, my age, I'll speak for myself, there was plenty of reasons to be nasty to somebody. They weren't good reasons. They weren't actually really reasons. There was plenty of things that people would nitpick and pick at people for, and it was just the change between, you know, I'm 35 and I'm experiencing high school again as a high school baseball coach, and I'm seeing a big change. It's not where it needs to be, but it is a big, big change. And there's no greater pride I have than when my daughter's at a playground, and whether it be race, gender, or any disability, the way she reacts and acts and interacts is the big pride that my wife and I have. And so you're absolutely right. The more she sees people that are different from her, because let's face it, there's a lot of people out there, and she needs to know that the United States, the state of Delaware, the state of Ohio, there's places in the world and people that are different, and they're just like you.
Yep.
And they should be treated as such.
Yep. And they have differences, and you have differences, and I have differences, and we're all different. We're different in how we look, and we're different in how we act, and it shouldn't matter as long as it's all done in a positive way. Summer Davis making the landing, student at Milford High School. She's also one of the basketball unified partners. She's inspired by Justin Haggerty, who is one of the Special Olympics athletes at Milford High School. We'll talk to Summer when she gets over here. She said she was looking forward to the view. We'll see how much she enjoyed it. Come on over here, Summer.
That's a smile. I like that.
Yep.
She's happy. Summer, you're happy. It's
you look
over.
happy. So how was it?
Happy?
I went slower than I thought I would.
It's not a race. You don't get a prize if you come down faster.
The view was good.
It was good?
I got a long look at the view.
So you chose to go slow, or were you locking up a little bit? Or?
Yeah, I chose to go slow.
Good. Nothing wrong with that.
Is Miranda going to give you a tough time for going so slow, or what?
Miranda said we were going to stay together.
Oh, well,
So
Miranda's been out to lunch and come back already.
She said I should not leave her. And you see what
And
happened.
you didn't. You kept your word. You did not leave her.
I didn't leave anybody.
That's right. You didn't leave anybody. But did you have fun?
Yeah, I had a lot of fun.
Yeah. Tell us a little bit about your experience as a unified partner with Special Olympics. You mentioned Justin Haggerty.
Yeah, I love
Tell us a little bit about Justin.
Justin's awesome. I see Justin pretty much every day at school. He'll always come up to me, say hello. We walked together for a top 10 ceremony at the high school, and he's just the nicest person I've ever met.
It sounds like you got a lot more out of the experience with Justin than maybe he got with you.
Yeah, probably.
You think he's watching right now? People back at Milford watching?
I know a couple people
Yeah?
watching.
You want to say hello to anybody in particular?
It looks like your entire school is watching because all the comments
We've
are
gotten
about
a lot
Milford,
of
so.
comments, yeah.
I can't think straight.
Yeah, I don't know why you can't think straight. You just
Mr.
repelled
Buford?
17 stories down a building.
Hi, Mr. Buford.
Well, thank you very much for doing it. We haven't had a whole lot of high school students do it, so you guys are one of the few that have done it. So now, I got a challenge for you. You're a senior. go back and find a junior who will come and do it next year as a senior.
I know a junior.
There you go.
Yes.
I have a cousin.
That's what we
Shout
like
him
to
out
hear.
right now.
Bo Davis will be on that building next
year.
All right, Summer Davis, let's give her a hand, and also Miranda. 2 high school seniors going out in style.
That's awesome. See, when you say their name, you're kind of, it's like Candyman. You're putting it into
That's
the
right.
works there.
They gotta go.
Jess, you not familiar with the Candyman reference? Am I that much older? They're remaking the movie. Yeah, I don't know when it will come out, but
Looks like we got
All
a
right.
couple up there.
yeah, it should be Kate Marvel and Chris Tim is what it should be.
Right.
I've not heard.
And they're all part of this Milford School District clan. I'm doing a quick count here. And it looks like there's going to be 12 total people coming down for the Milford School District. We had a couple counselors. We've had a couple students. I know we've got a couple teachers. And I know there's a principal up there as well from Milford Central Academy who will be coming down. So what a turnout by the Milford School District. 12 people strong.
Milford,
Jimmy,
you should be really, really proud. I mean, I know that's not like you're not coming from Las Vegas or something, but it is still quite an effort to be that well represented
and raise over
that far away.
$13,000. I
Oh,
mean,
my
that's
goodness.
when you do the math, 12 times 1,100 is over $13,000. And I know some people raised even more than that. And they get their schools involved, and they do different fundraising events. They have maybe a hat day or something like that that they do to raise the money for the administrators to do it. And that's where, if you're a business or a school or a company or a church or another organization, that's where it becomes a team building event where you get everybody involved in raising the money for the people to go over. Because as we've talked about, it's not cheap. It's $1,100.
No.
And
But
so
it's a once in a lifetime experience.
Right, exactly. And being able, or 10 time if you're like some of our people.
No, that's fair.
And we've got our first one coming down here for a landing.
Zoop. Finish it. Finish strong.
And there we go.
A lot of people landing on their butts today.
And that's Katie Marvel from the Milford School District. Great job, Katie. Let's give Katie a hand. Good job. And we're still waiting, I think, to hear who's up on the building. Who came down with you? Chris Tim. It is Chris Tim up on the blue rope. He's making his way down. All right, Katie, come on over here. We're going to chat with you for a quick second. And so, Katie Marvo in the Milford School District, and you're a first-timer.
Yes.
How was it?
Great. It was
Yeah?
fun. Yeah.
You came down quick.
Did I? Okay.
Very quick. We looked up, and you were getting set, and then I
I was
said a
down.
few words, and I came out, and you were on the ledge, here on the lower ledge here. What was the most fun part for you?
I think that initial drop, so just the adrenaline when that happened.
Once you know you're going.
Yeah.
There's no turning back.
Yeah.
Who talked you into doing this?
So I was a backup, so it was great. It was last minute. Mr. Deeney was going to do that, and I am
Okay.
filling his shoes. So obviously the whole school district supported all of us doing this.
And what are some of the ways they raised money for you guys to do this?
So I'm sure Miss Lynch went ahead and went through that, but we have Kiss the Cow contest, and we do a whole bunch of different things throughout homecoming week. And then obviously with school being a little different this year, just the support we had even outside of school and through the community have been great.
Well, we thought it was wonderful that, given the situation this year, it would have been very easy to say, you know what, we're going to skip this year and we'll be back next year. And so we appreciate all 12 of you from the Milford School District who are part of this, doing this today. How have you seen inclusion work in your school?
So coming from a special ed background, it's been great to watch how Milford has grown and have the support, and they are fully included, and it's great, and that you really don't know who's walking your hallways, and we're all together as one family, so it's nice.
So there's no such thing as pods or groups in
No,
your school.
no.
It's one big happy family.
Yes.
And that's what inclusion is all about. Thank you for being part of this event, Kate. We hope to see you back next year, or if not, you got to find somebody else to come and take your place.
I want to come back.
All right.
All
Milford School
Thank you.
District, Kate, one of 12 people coming down, the most representative group at this year's event.
Some students, too, which I thought it was awesome. Some seniors. And again, 18 is the age cutoff, so you have to be 18 or older, make your own decisions. And so not going to have anybody younger than seniors, but
and again, for all those Milford High School juniors that are watching, this could be you next year. Or if you're a senior and you didn't get to do it, you want to do it, doesn't matter where you are next year. It's not limited to high schools. And so you can come out and do this. 17 stories, 222 feet here at 300 Delaware Avenue. All the money benefits Special Olympics Delaware, more than 4,200 children and adults. Special Olympics celebrating its 50th anniversary. The 50th Summer Games will be modified, but they will take place the second full weekend in June on that Friday and Saturday in the sports of softball, tennis, track and field, and bocce. And our athletes are excited to be back on the fields and the courts and in the gyms. And we're excited that they will have a chance to showcase their skills and all trying to win gold medals, but most importantly, all trying their best. Quite an inspiration that they are. If you're interested in volunteering, go to the SODE.org website to get more information about the times and the locations that are available to volunteer for the Summer Games. Or if you just want to volunteer in general as a coach or a volunteer, or if you have an athlete or unified partner who might want to be involved, same website for that information. And here comes Christopher Tim getting ready to make his descent. He's a first-timer also. And so 3 of the 4 Milford School District folks so far are first-timers, and we've got a few more that will be as well. So we'll be interested to hear how Chris's experience was coming down the side of the 300 Delaware Avenue building. He's telling the volunteers at the bottom it was good, it was fun. And he's acting like he means it. Chris, come on over here. Let's give you a chat. Let's give Chris a big hand as he's finished his first rappel. Another representative of the Milford School District. Chris, I'll have you just come up to that microphone there. Yep, right there. Get a little bit closer. What do you do at the school?
I'm a paraprofessional with the Academic Enrichment Life Skills Program.
At which school?
Milford School District.
No, well, which school? At the high school. So you're the 4th high schooler to come through here. First time doing this. How did they talk you into doing it?
They really didn't have to talk me into doing it. I kind of volunteered. I'll try just about anything. And, you know, it's just something else to do. And I look at the kids that I work with and the challenges that they have to deal with on a daily basis. And I'm like, I got to challenge myself. You got to challenge yourself.
That's great. We hear a lot of people that say that. Have you done anything else daredevilish like this?
I used to scuba dive, used to cave dive.
Wow.
Yeah.
That count. We count that.
I used to do a lot of winter quadrathlons, ski, snowshoe, that kind of fun stuff, ice climbing. So.
What was the scariest part of this experience? Was there at any point did you think, wow, do I really want to go through with this?
No.
No? That's good. That's good to hear.
Surprisingly, no.
Did they take care of you up on the roof? They do a really nice job, don't they?
Very nice job. Really, very talkative, really calming down, kind of keep your focus on the task at hand. It was easy. I loved it.
That's great.
I was telling the guys I'm going to go back up.
We'll be back here next year.
Definitely.
Second Thursday in May. We hope to see you there.
Definitely.
Thanks, Chris, for all you do, not only for Special Olympics today, but the students you serve.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Chris Tim, finishing up his first rappel down the 300 Delaware Avenue building.
2 new edgers up at the top, and they're both wearing tutus. We've got Michelle Davis and Cole Pavlik from Milford as well. So we are running a little behind, about 20 minutes behind. So for those that are watching on YouTube right now that are tuning in to see somebody at 12:50, which is probably some other names that are coming up, the Winterlings. They will be probably about 15 minutes. So stay on, have fun with us, and watch these two come on down.
And the good news is if you've tuned in to see somebody, you haven't missed them as long as you tuned in on time. Sometimes they bounce around up on the roof for different reasons, and so you might have somebody who goes 5 or 10 minutes before they were scheduled to. That hasn't been the case today. So if you just tuned in because you were supposed to see somebody at 12:30, you haven't missed them. They're coming up within the next 15 minutes or so, as Jimmy said. So Cole Pavlik is works at Banneker Elementary, Michelle Davis at Lulu Ross Elementary. I don't know Cole personally, but I know Banneker Elementary under the direction of Laurie Mormon, who is a specialist at that school and is one of the first people I reached out to probably close to 20 years ago now to get Special Olympics and unified sports started in that school. And Banneker has just done a fabulous job in every aspect of their program, whole school engagement, youth leadership, unified sports. They do everything that they are a model school, as is Lulu Ross Elementary, where Michelle Davis is the main contact there. She's a 2-time Teacher of the Year, and something that most teachers don't get once, she's managed to get twice, and that tells you all you need to know about her and what she's done with unified sports there. She is terrified of heights, although she has jumped off cliffs in Jamaica. And back to your point, Jimmy, this would certainly seem to be a lot safer than jumping off a cliff with no rope and just water underneath you.
Yeah, it's amazing how the water seems to be okay with everybody. And the jumping without the ropes and the thing, I don't know. Hey, water's not soft. I don't know if anybody is familiar with water if you were to land on it from high up, but hey, whatever.
Michelle and Cole making their way down, inching down a little bit at a time. Look like they're trying to stay together. And
cool
again,
shot of like the clouds moving by.
Edgers number 5 and 6 out of 12 for the Milford School District. So quite a turnout by the
Milford's
Milford School
got the whole
District.
hour booked here.
Yeah. And again, when you do the math, those students, and as you heard one of the edgers say, all of the money was raised for these teachers, the administrators that will be going over through fundraisers, different fundraisers. So shout out to the students and the families throughout the Milford School District. They also have a Cool Schools team, so they just finished a fundraiser a few months ago. And so the effort from that district has been outstanding. And some of the edgers going down this year and some that went down 2 years ago at the last Over the Edge event are the key people that make that happen. And you do the math, and just this year alone, $13,000 raised by the Milford School District faculties, administrators, families, and friends. And so shout out to everybody down in Milford for their
John, let's take
efforts.
that number. And I don't mean to put you on the spot, so if you want to dive and duck the question. What does that amount of money mean? What does that do? What does that equal?
Well,
because people will throw monies around. What is that? How many lives is that? How many events is that? What is that? What is that actually? What is that?
You know, it's funny. We put different prices on different things. And one thing that we always explain to people, and a lot of people don't know this, is that every single thing is paid for Special Olympics. So if you sign your son or daughter up, or a relative or a friend, everything is paid for from start to finish. And it has nothing to do with how much money your parents make or anything like that. And so it's not like we have scholarships. The scholarship is everybody plays for free. And we are the only state in the country that is the case. Every other state, even if you don't have to write a check to be part of Special Olympics, you have to do fundraisers or that type of thing. Not the case here in Delaware. And so the money that is raised by an event like this stays right here in the state of Delaware. It pays for uniforms. It pays for practice facilities. We take great pride in our athletes playing and practicing with the best equipment at the best facilities, looking like the athletes they are, whether it's from top to bottom, looking like professionals. If you're in track, you wear a track singlet. If you're in basketball, you wear a basketball uniform, not a T-shirt, those types of things. And so it's hard to think about what that kind of money is. But, you know, you could estimate if you have a basketball team and you have 10 players, it probably costs $50 to outfit them and to provide the equipment. It probably costs, and that's per person, and it probably averages out to another $50 for the facilities that they practice and that they train in. So let's say $100 per basketball player times 10, that's $1,000. And so if you use just basketball as an example, the Milford School District has raised enough money for 13 basketball teams. as Michelle Michelle makes her
I'm done.
landing.
And I think I live in Ohio now. I've been here, and even prior to my involvement, at the level I am with Special Olympics, I see, and you heard it earlier when you talked to Anthony, they're proud of that team name. It's almost like they're in the NBA. I'm a wizard. You hear how that sounds instead of just I play for the local auto change or oil change place? Sorry, I'll let you do the interview.
All right, we got Michelle Davis with us. Michelle, I've already given your whole background with what you've done for us over the years, your honors, your awards, and the effort that you've made at Lulu Ross. How was this?
This was terrifying. This was great.
And you're terrified of us.
Uh-huh.
And yet you still did this. Why?
Yep. It was a great cause and to raise money, and I thought it was a good thing we could do as a district.
Now, is this something that you ever thought you would do?
Absolutely never.
Now, you've jumped off cliffs in Jamaica.
Yeah.
And so my broadcast partner, Jimmy, and I were having a discussion on your way down. Somebody else did this earlier today. You jumped off a cliff, but we're a little iffy about this. What's the difference?
Water is my comfort.
So that's right. You're a former swim coach. You're a swim coach, yes.
So anything into water easy.
Is safe.
This, I did not look down.
Will you do it next year? Will you look down?
For sure.
Okay.
For sure.
That was some way to get a commitment.
Yeah.
Inclusion in your school is huge.
Big deal.
In fact, it's so huge, you almost don't need to talk about inclusion because it is the way it is.
We celebrate it, and that's our way of life.
And how has Special Olympics impacted inclusion in your school?
Huge. All of the teachers participate in gathering athletes for us, and then they're generous with their time and helping us facilitate practices. We have anywhere from the administrators covering practices to our behavior specialists, our counselors, our psychologists, our teachers. It's kind of, and sharing unified partners and giving up their classroom time. It's kind of an all hands on deck.
Sounds like it's perfect,
Yeah.
and that's what it's all about, and that's in large part due to your efforts. So thank you. Thank you for going over the edge. Milford, a huge contingent here today. Thanks for being part of that. I'll let you go celebrate with your family and friends. So Jimmy got Michelle down, and now we've got Cole Pavlik, who has landed. Cole, step up here to the microphone, if you would. Your first time?
Yes.
How was it?
Oh my gosh, amazing.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Did you enjoy the trip down?
I did.
Yeah?
Yeah.
When you first sat back up there, what's that feeling like?
It was pretty incredible. It was a little scary, but definitely worth the trip down.
And you're from Banneker Elementary.
Correct.
How has inclusion and Special Olympics impacted the building as a whole?
It's truly a wonderful gift to the building. Everybody contributes. We can put students in classrooms and they're welcomed in, no problem, and they just welcome with open arms, and it's great.
We're going to let you go catch your breath. Thank you so much for being part of this event. Hope to see you back.
Thank you.
But if not, your job's to get somebody else to come take your place.
You got it.
All right, Cole Pavlik, go enjoy the time, and thank you for being here. And Jimmy, that's 8 down for Milford School District and 4 more to come.
Represent Milford. Everybody was so excited in the chat about Ms. Pavlik talking, and so they're all losing their mind right now about that. But this is so cool. I mean, I hope more school districts. The other industry that I was thinking, I asked that question earlier, which industry do you think is maybe missing in an event like this? I think the healthcare industry, and I know the last year we've done nothing but ask from the healthcare industry and from nurses and doctors. But I think this could be a fun thing for a floor or a wing of a healthcare system to, raise money and have one of their own do something like this.
Yeah, no doubt about it. It can be a real team building thing, and we've had people go over the edge in honor of somebody who's passed away, or in honor of somebody who has overcome cancer, things like that. And our healthcare people see that all the time, and so this would be another unique way for them to do it. I think this is Gary Zoll, who's coming down. It is on the yellow. He's the principal at Milford Central Academy, and like a lot of these teachers that we've talked to and the administrators, they are the linchpins that make things happen in their school. Milford Central Academy is the only school in the state, we hope that'll change, that has a unified physical education class. And that's because of his support, and the teacher wanting to do it, and he supported it, and he's coming down pretty quick. He seems to know what he's doing, even though he's a first-timer. And, to tell you what kind of guy he is, when we do the Spread the Word Inclusion campaign every March, when they have students sign the banner in the lunchrooms and things like that, I try to get around to as many schools as I can just to see it and to thank the people that are doing it. And I get to Milford Central Academy. This is back in 2019 probably. And I walk in, and I go into the cafeteria, and guess who is in charge of having people sign the banner? Lo and behold, the principal of the school, Gary Zoll. And so that is the kind of support he has. You can hear the cheers that he's getting from some of the teachers here. And again, Milford School District, an outstanding showing today as Dr. Zoll is going to make his landing here. He was also part of the plunge team. He was in that parking lot with the fire department getting hosed down a few months ago as part of the modified plunges. And we're going to have him over here and talk to us in the microphone about how inclusion has impacted his school. Going to be one of the taller interviews we've done, so raising up the microphone.
Get that,
for him.
get that microphone ready for 6'6".
He's got a big smile on his face, so it must have been a good trip down. And he's going to come over and join us here. Dr. Zoll, welcome. I'll ask you to step up to the microphone there. Have you ever done anything like this before?
No, this is the first time.
Well, you would never know it the way you came down.
That was fun.
Yeah.
That was a blast.
What was your favorite part?
I think when you stepped off the first time.
Yeah.
Because it's like this weird feeling, and there's nothing underneath you.
Have you ever been that high outside on the building before?
No.
No?
No. And I've always kind of been freaked out by heights. So it was fun looking over. 17 stories is pretty tall.
I was just telling a story about when I came to visit you at Spread the Word Inclusion a year or two ago, walking in to see who's in charge of signing the banner, never expecting to see the principal in charge, and there you were. Obviously shows your commitment to the program, but you're caring for your students. How has the Unified Champion School program, your Unified Fitness Physical Education class, how has that impacted your school as a whole?
Oh, it's been amazing in just keeping people's spirits lifted and just being able to work together. I love it. I love going to the Special Olympics events. I love, it's just fun supporting them and being there. I think it's just huge for morale of the whole school.
You're also a polar bear plunger.
Yes.
What's harder, this or the plunge?
This is harder. Definitely this is harder.
Well, we hope to see you back in the ocean.
Thank you.
And we hope to
I'll
see
be
you
there.
back on the side of the building,
Yep,
maybe
we will.
also.
Awesome.
Thank you very much, sir, for all you do. Go enjoy your success. Thank you.
Well, Milford, I know you feel like you're missing somebody. I think Jennifer Wilson is running a tad behind, and she will be joining us here at some point. But a lot of talk about Pfeiffer Middle School in the chat, and Sandy and Amanda, Prilliman and Sanner are on their way. I've been seeing those names in the chat all day. So Pfeiffer, your moment is coming up here soon.
Cesar Rodney School District, and so as we said, several school districts had somebody from Del Castle here, had somebody from the High Road School, which is a charter school. Red Clay School District was here. Milford School District. In the past, we've had Smyrna District. I don't think we have a representative. I'll have to look at the list. Cesar Rodney School District obviously coming up, and so good representations from the schools. This is one of the events along with the Polar Bear Plunge that we push the schools to do for the reasons you've heard the teachers and the administrators talk about. It really does become a team-building event in the school itself to raise money for a common cause. And what more exciting thing can you do to get one of your favorite teachers to go over the edge and rappel 17 stories down the side of the building?
It's the ultimate dare, right? I mean, I dare you to whatever. I dare you to go over the side of a building.
I'm not going to do it, but I dare you to go over the side of the building. Right. And I'll help you raise money to do so. So fun with that. And so you did say we do have official word. Jen Wilson is coming, running behind, and will be coming down. She'll be the 12th middle school district person to come down. So.
And so this is the Winterlings.
And these are sisters. I had sisters before that ended up being mother's daughters. These are sisters, and they're both students at Kenneth High School. So 2 more students, Jimmy, which is exciting.
I don't remember that in all the years we've done that. Again, it kind of blends together, and my memory is bad as it is. But I don't remember 1, let alone 4 high school students. And so, you know, if you ask a high school student, do you want to rappel down a building? Yes. Do you want to raise $1,100 to support Special Olympics to do that? Well, there's the curveball. It's harder. And so you really have to be dedicated to do this to make it happen. And so kudos to all 4 of them. Kudos to everybody. I mean, raising $1 is hard out there right now. And so to raise that kind of money is really impressive.
Yeah, and you heard Marianne Evans, who is one of very few people, one of only a couple people, Danny Hall, I know, one of the other ones who's done this event every single year. And you heard her talk about how it seemed to be easier this year to raise money. And I think that tells you 2 things. It tells you the support that she gets, knowing that she's going to do this and do it for a good cause. But it also tells you the importance to the general public of what Special Olympics means to not just the athletes, as we've talked about, but the unified partners, the coaches, the volunteers, and the family members. We've had several family members who have gone over the edge, who talk about the impact that Special Olympics has had on their lives individually, themselves, not just their brother or their son or their daughter or their child, but themselves as a family member going through it in whatever their role might be. We've had family members and siblings who have been unified partners, who have been coaches, and done other various things. And so the impact of the organization on the community here in Delaware and obviously worldwide really is tremendous. As these 2 sisters make their way down, Mackenzie and Kylie Winterling. Mackenzie said she can't wait to see the view. She's scared of that first step, which she's already taken. She says she's done lots of daring activities but didn't list them, so that'll be one of the questions I have for her and how this compares to some of those other things that she's done. Looks like they're inching down. Not sure whether they're trying to stay together or not.
Well, we've heard even if you have the plan to stay together.
Yes, it doesn't mean you're going to follow through on it.
Yeah,
you can get onto that side of that building and your adrenaline can go one of 2 ways. We've seen it go where people go faster than they thought, and we've seen it go where people have gone slower than we thought. But as we've said over and over the years we've been doing this, Jimmy, it's not how fast you go, it's the fact that you're doing it at all. And
yeah,
that you
and
get up
again,
there.
we've had a lot of turnover in people watching, and when you raise that kind of money, when you raise $1,100 to do this, you take your time. I mean, you know what I mean? It's not doing it the fastest. It's not doing it the slowest. It's doing it at the pace that you feel is a good value. I'm a big value guy. And so if you're going to get to do it maybe once in your life, do it. Live it up.
And both of them inching their way down here. And again, if you're just tuning in and you're waiting for somebody and you thought you might have missed them, we're about 10, 15 minutes behind schedule, so you did not miss them. We're going pretty much on schedule. The one exception to that, as Jimmy mentioned, is Jennifer Wilson of the Milford School District. She got delayed unexpectedly. She is here and she is going. So if you're tuning in to watch Jennifer Wilson, which I'm sure many are, either at her school or her family and friends, she is going to be going. Our understanding is she has arrived at the building and is up being prepped to go down. So she is coming up. So if you're tuned in to watch Jennifer Wilson, don't tune out. Stay in touch, and she will be coming up soon. Again, this is the Over the Edge event for Special Olympics Delaware. I'm John Busby. Jimmy Smith has joined me. He's in charge of the live stream, produces that, and has quite a crew put together on the cameras. Phyllis, Jess, Sean, and Selena. And a big shout out to the 4 of them, because unlike past years, Jimmy, where you had an alternate, unfortunately that alternate was not able to make it at the last minute. So this crew of 4 has been going the entire day, as we have the sisters landing here right in front of us in the landing zone. We'll bring them over and talk to them. Coming down. This event sponsored by Brandywine Realty Trust and Newcastle Fire Services, with support from the Rock Gym, Delaware Law Enforcement for Special Olympics, and Forever Media. Missed having WSDW out here this morning first thing. Usually setting up around 4:30 with them, and then they do their show, Joe and Nancy, the Wake Up Crew. But due to the pandemic, we were not able to do that this year. And we're going to bring the sisters over here. Mackenzie, come on over, and Kylie. Come up right to the microphone there, Mackenzie. So how was it?
It was fun.
Now, you said in your bio, we asked you to list the activities you've done that are daring, and you said lots of daring activities. What are some of those activities you've done?
on whitewater rafting. I don't know.
Let us. We'll get Kylie in here in just a second. What inspired you, the two of you, to do this?
I don't know.
Come on over here, Kylie. Get on the microphone. You're from the same household, so we're social distancing safe. So, what inspired the two of you to do this?
I feel like our parents always got us involved in volunteering, and it was just one more opportunity to do that.
And you say there you've done scuba diving. Have you done skydiving? Anything like that?
We've done
No?
indoor skydiving.
Indoor skydiving. My kids have done that too. Yeah, this is a little bit different. Was this as fun as you expected?
More fun.
More fun, really. So we might see you back again, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
So that'd be good. So you're from Kennett Square High School. Mm-hmm. All right. So I'm going to give you a challenge. We want the two of you to come back, and we want you to get. Are you seniors this year?
Juniors.
You're juniors. So we want you to get somebody else to come back with you. All right.
We'll work on it.
You're going to work on it. All right, great. Well, thank you for being part of it. We're glad you included Special Olympics as one of the causes you wanted to take part of. Thank you very much. Kylie and Mackenzie Winterline, the Winterline sisters.
Pfeiffer, your time has come.
Pfeiffer Middle School.
So Sandy Prilliman's going to be on blue, and Amanda Sanner will be on yellow.
And how it worked at Pfeiffer, from what I understand, at least with Amanda, is they raised the money. Not the two people in the others, the students raised the money, as we talked about, similar to what the Milford School District did. And then they chose the teachers that we're going to go over. So, Jimmy, it's a good thing you don't teach at Pfeiffer Middle School. You might have been the chosen one. Sandy's
I would have found something. I would have found a way.
Sandy's coming down on blue, and Amanda's going to come down on yellow. Pfeiffer Middle School has really taken off in their Unified Champion School programming, and they've got great leadership there and great support from the top to the bottom of what they do. And they had students and staff take part in the plunge as well, and so they do a lot of good things at Pfeiffer Middle School, again, in the Milford School, the Cesar Rodney School District. Looks like they're getting strapped in up there.
Some finishing touches.
Amanda's going to be on the yellow. Sandy on the blue.
So right now, Amanda is on the left of your screen, and when we switch down to ground level, so she'll be on the right. Pfeiffer very active in the chat here, so Pfeiffer and Milford both representing very well.
How many people have tuned in? I know we were over 1,000 at one point.
Yeah, so it's 1,354 what YouTube calls playbacks, so that's views. So people are watching for an average about of 11 minutes.
It's about what we
you're
estimate.
Getting to hear us talk.
Yep.
For 11 minutes.
And we've had a decent crowd outside. Big crowds this morning, not as big right now. But I think part of that is part of the crowds this morning were the people who didn't know what was going on and stopped by to watch somebody go down over the edge, whereas now it seems like the primary people that are here are those who are here specifically to see somebody go over the side of the building. So,
sorry,
still,
John, I'm sorry. Big development. My computer just refreshed. The playbacks, the views, are now 2,000.
Oh, wow.
On YouTube. So
nice.
The internet kicks me off every hour. It's 2021, and I'm having to log in every hour, so I apologize.
Well, it's good the chat's going. That's what hopefully sparks people.
And thank you so much. The chat in previous years, you know, you're watching people rappel down a building. There's really not much to talk about, but the pride of Milford and now Pfeiffer is really cool to kind of see as they talk to each other. You know, I assume some of them are in classes, you know, down the hall from each other, and they're watching on YouTube and chatting with each other. It's cool.
And that's why when we thought about the idea of doing this live stream, and I've lost track as to how many years we've been doing it, but one of the things we said is that, you know, there could be the potential that we have teachers go over, and there would be entire buildings watching them. Could be a company president going over. A couple years ago, we had the lead people in each of the 4 Del Tech campuses not the presidents, but whoever is whatever the title is of the person in charge of the 4 campuses, all went over, and that was streamed live throughout all 4 campuses. And so just really an opportunity for people to to not only get a chance to watch the people going over the edge, but for Special Olympics to get the exposure and people to learn more about Special Olympics and what they do and how they can get involved. And you can still support your edgers. If you're tuned in to watch somebody and you didn't get a chance to support them for whatever reason, it's not too late. The link is in the description on the YouTube, and you just have to go to that link, and then you can go ahead and support. You search for the person you want to support, and you pull their name up, and then you can support them. Or even better, or maybe not better, but at the same time, if you decide you want to do this, you can click a link and do it and sign up for next year. And you just put down a $50 deposit to secure your spot, and then you can go ahead and start raising that money. And you'll be surprised how easy it is when you tell somebody you're going to rappel down a building 17 stories. Would they care to support you? Or if not, maybe they would go with you. And more than likely, they're going to be more than willing to give you $20 or $30 or something like that toward it.
Yeah, because you got to think in your life. I mean, I've been asked to buy Super Bowl squares, cookies, magazine subscriptions, this, that, and the other. This is a different experiential thing. I'm big on experiences. My daughter has seemingly all the Barbies you could ever get, and now I want her to start getting experiences as gifts, or having experiences. So this is an experience, and putting money towards something like that, this really could be life-changing for multiple people. The person coming down, this could be exhilarating to the point where they reach clarity about some issue they had. I know it's crazy, but when you get put in these kind of situations, sometimes something's really powerful that happens to you. And then the feeling you have of raising that money and the power that has to, John, you were mentioning that maybe one donation's worth to go over the edge could fund a team for a season. That's 10 people. That's 12 people to get opportunities that they weren't going to get otherwise. This is a powerful thing.
Yeah, when you can put the cost to the actual outcome, which is what you just did, it really becomes even more magnified as to the importance of any event that Special Olympics does. But this one that raises, will raise far more than $100,000 each year. It does, and the impact that has. And the people that it impacts who are willing to do this. We did have Anthony Borgini, one of the athletes, come down. He understands the impact it's had on his life. Heck, he's done it twice now. But you see these teachers that come down. You see the parents. You see the siblings who come down, and they're inspired by somebody that they know who's part of Special Olympics, whether it's in their classroom or in their house. And it makes it even more meaningful for them to want to do this and to accomplish it. And the number of people that we've talked to who are scared of heights and still do this because they're inspired by a Special Olympics athlete. And so if you're tuned in and you're listening or you're chatting or you're watching, and this is something that maybe not even something you ever thought about doing, but now it's something that you're thinking about doing, go ahead and sign up and start raising money. It gets you committed to do it, and hopefully we'll see you out here on the side of the 300 Delaware Avenue building right here in the city of Wilmington for the 10th annual Over the Edge event as Special Olympics Delaware celebrates its 50th anniversary. We're about 2/3 of the way through here. Got about a couple hours left to go. A little shorter event this year, 70 rappellers. But the enthusiasm is just as big as it's always big, and most importantly, the importance of the event and for what it does and the awareness that it creates. It's safe to say, Jimmy, that we're reaching an audience that none of our other events do. Our plunge, we have 1,500 people. I'm sorry, we have 3,500 people who jump in the ocean. We have another 10 to 15,000 spectators that are there. But we're reaching thousands of people outside of the state of Delaware in a lot of cases. Grandparents, relatives who are able to tune in. We don't do this for any other event, so it's a new audience.
Think of ancillary things too, like people that are just driving down Delaware Avenue. You can't drive up to the boardwalk at Rehoboth and just kind of see what's going on.
Right.
This is, this kind of just is delivered to you during your commute to work and your way home. And so, there's a lot of exposure here, and there's a lot of people in the chat. I've seen people asking, where are they doing this? And it just seemed like maybe people weren't, fully aware of everything going on. And that's awesome. That's exactly what you want, is you want people to come into contact with Special Olympics in this really cool way that is really available to anybody and everybody, 18 and over, of course. But it's an exhilarating thing, and people want to do it, and it makes them better. It gives them a life experience, and then there's all the other people receiving funding and support. And because you got to think, as a Special Olympic athlete, you watch these people do this thing, and you realize that they're doing this for you. That's really powerful.
Amanda Sanner and Sandy Perlman are making their final approach to the landing area down here. That's Sandy on the blue rope and Amanda on the yellow rope, both from Pfeiffer Middle School, as we've mentioned. They're both decked out in the school colors, blue and gold, the Riders. And as we mentioned, the Pfeiffer Middle School has really stepped up in what they've done for unified sports and inclusion in their school through the Special Olympics program in the last several years. And it's great to see them out here supporting it in an entirely different way. And it'll be interesting to talk to them about how the money was raised and they were chosen and that kind of things. Sandy says she's zip-lined and hiked up some peaks before, but never done anything like this. Here come Amanda Sanner and Sandy Perlman. Sandy's going to land first, and Amanda's going to be right behind her. Our rope volunteers guiding the edgers away from that ledge there, so doing a lot of the work for him at that point. Well-deserved break for the edger. Still have to make that smooth landing. But one less thing to worry about when you come down to that last ledge. Getting a nice round of applause here for Sandy and Amanda from Pfeiffer Middle School. They made it. All righty, come on over here, Sandy and Amanda. Great job. We'll talk to you, Sandy, first. Come over here to the microphone, get up about 2 inches from it. That'd be great. So, first time, how was it?
Oh, my. Ooh. That was intense. That first step off is what got me.
They always say that. And it's really not a step. It's more of a squat.
Yeah.
Yeah, more of a lean back.
When they tell you to fall back, I'm like,
right.
Nah.
And you're not going back at that point.
Yeah.
That's great. How was the view up there?
It was beautiful, and the weather is perfect. Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, we've talked about how this is probably the best weather we've had from start to finish.
That's what I've heard.
So any scary parts other than the first step? Once you were going, was it pretty smooth sailing?
Smooth, except when you started going fast. I was afraid of getting locked up
Yep.
and not knowing what to do. You know?
Yeah, and that's a common thing. And, we've had some of the most experienced people come down and get locked up because they try to go too fast. Let's talk about Special Olympics in your school. How are you involved in that?
Well, we have several students in our school itself, as well as with the district, and they come into I'm a physical education teacher, so they'll come into my class, and we have a good rapport with them. And my cousin is also a Special Olympian, so he's actually done really well in golf. So.
Oh, that's neat to know.
Cool.
I didn't know that. That's pretty cool. Well, thank you for being here.
Yes.
If you don't come back and do it again, we hope you'll find somebody else at the school that will. I'm going to ask Amanda how the money was raised. I'll let her answer that question. So thank you, Sandy. Your first one down. Ready?
Thank you.
Thank you very much for being part of it, and thanks for all you do at the school. Come on in here, Amanda. So how was it?
It's over now. It was fun.
So it's over.
Yeah.
Yeah. But did you enjoy it once you got going?
You want to tell
No,
the
it
kids all
doesn't
the
look
time,
like it,
fake it if you can't make it, so sure.
So you made it to the bottom. How was the money raised for you?
Okay. Last year they asked our staff how many teachers would be interested in potentially participating.
Mm-hmm.
There were 6, 7, maybe 8 of us, and the students were given a vote. Every dollar they donated was a vote. And so the children said to us, I voted for you to jump off a building. And this is who they voted to jump off the building. And we did it.
So you must be, the good news is you're a popular teacher. The maybe not so good news, you got to go down the side of a building. But you made it. You had a good time. It was for a good cause.
Yes.
We appreciate what you do with Special Olympics in your school. So thank you for being part of it.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you.
So this is a return back to Milford School District. This is Jennifer Wilson. And I don't know, she might be going by herself. Her Milford moment in the sun.
Also from Milford High School in the Milford School District. Special ed teacher at the high school. She's done zip lining before, so again, we've talked about this isn't quite the same as zip lining. Zip lining, you go horizontal. This is vertical. So she's already done the most difficult part, which is the sit back and let yourself fall without really falling. So she'll be on her way down shortly. Got a report, Jimmy, that the Marine One helicopter flew over. You're not expecting any special guests, are
No,
you here
it did
today?
not.
I heard that, and I heard the
That's
helicopter, but I didn't hear
I made
it.
the joke to the staff here. I said, listen, it's going to be pretty normal. People are going to be coming down a building, blah, 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 blah. John's going to interview after they're done. And then I said, now if Joe Biden just shows up, be ready. Because I know that's like such a Delaware thing that Joe Biden just arrives to something like this. And,
Right.
I was talking with Ann working for the virtual opening for the Summer Games. And she said, you guys have a picture of when he was a councilman, I believe?
Yes, he was at the first Summer Games.
That's unbelievable.
Yep, the very first. This year will be the 50th, as we've said, 50th anniversary of Special Olympics and the 50th Summer Games. But yes, President Joe Biden, as a councilman, was at the very first event. We do have a picture of that. And I think that was at, I forget where it was. Might have been Baynard Stadium. It was at a park up here in Wilmington for sure. So Jennifer Wilson has leaned back and ready to come. 17 stories, 222 feet. We're at the 300 Delaware Avenue building in Wilmington, if you've just tuned in. This event takes place the second Thursday in May every single year. We did miss last year for obvious reasons, but we'll be back next year. And if you are interested, having watched somebody do this or tuned in, or if you're out here at the building and it's something you want to do, you can come sign up on a clipboard over here by the table under the tent. But on the live stream, there is a link in the description on the YouTube page where you can sign up for next year, or you can support somebody. So if you've decided that you've seen somebody come down and you want to donate a little bit of money to them, all stays right here in Delaware to support 4,200 athletes, you can do that with the links that we provided. Pictures for this event will be posted over the next several days. They're free to download and share. In fact, we encourage you to do so. And you'll be able to reach them from the homepage, sode.org, to get to the gallery where you can then save them and share them. Appreciate all our volunteer photographers who are here today capturing those pictures. Don't forget that CBS and ABC were here today. Both will have clips and features tonight and lots of interviews. They were doing, CBS in particular did a lot of interviews. So I was told it would be on between 4 and 6. It would definitely be on the 10 o'clock and the 11 o'clock. So be sure to tune in to that.
Got a second edger now here. That's Patricia Shipper joining the mix. So Jennifer Wilson on the yellow rope on the left and Patricia Shipper on the blue rope on the right.
Patricia works for Edgewell Personal Care. She's actually volunteered at several bowling events, which Edgewell has sponsored over the years. And so she said she was looking for she's a first-timer, as is Jennifer Wilson. And Patty said that she was looking forward to the challenge and the great view. She's got a long list of things she's done, Jimmy, zip lining, whitewater rafting. She's done some rope courses. She's hiked on a glacier, snorkeled in Iceland, and she's wondering if she's going to get the courage to skydive. And so that is a question I will have for her, whether or not this event has triggered her courage to skydive once she does this. So Patty, as you said, coming down on the blue, Jennifer Wilson from Milford High School on the yellow.
Yeah, I mean, we've heard some people that have gone skydiving before this event, like they've done that prior to this event. So,
and I'm still amazed how many of those people think that going over the edge is scarier than skydiving. That doesn't. I can't understand that.
I don't know, and I am not going to pass any judgment because, again, sitting here and we'll continue to sit here. But I don't know, just seeing this for 6-7 years now, I would imagine that the comfort of the rope and the people and the process and the training and the safety is better than jumping off the top of a waterfall into water or out of a plane. But to each their own.
Yeah, and that might just be it. You know, by the time they get here to do this, they've already skydived 3 times, so it's second nature. But this is something different. And as somebody said, with this, you almost feel in some ways you don't have control because you're on a rope versus skydiving where you just jump out of a plane and you go and you control your parachute. But we can debate that.
Yeah, but you go where?
Right.
Really quickly towards the ground?
Right. And hope your parachute opens. You know you're connected to the rope here.
Yeah.
And that's what I always tell people. The best part about this event is it's got a 100% safety success rate. There have never been any accidents in all the events that they've done, and obviously in the 10 events that we've done here in Delaware. And the majority of the people who come to the bottom and we ask the question, would you do it again? They say yes and are excited to do it. And that's what we hope. We hope back to your question of a couple hours ago, we like the first timers and we like the 10-year ones, because that means that it is something that will interest them, and that's how you continue to build the support, because eventually, you know, those people that have done it every year are going to stop doing it for one reason or the other, and every fundraising event experiences that in every organization, whether it's a 5K, a polar bear plunge, an over-the-edge event, or a golf tournament, is you gain people and you lose people. And so you just try to have that balance as you continue to go, and that's how it continues to grow. So as Jennifer is making her way down here, a couple Milford High School people here still supporting her. And then also with her is Patty Shipper. Both of these are first-timers. A lot of first-timers in the last 2 hours, Jimmy. And of course, part of that is all the Milford people were first-timers other than Katie Lynch, who was a second-timer. And so got a lot of first-timers coming down, so always interested to get their thoughts on what the experience was like. It's a little chillier out here, Jimmy. We've lost the sun completely. The sun is still out. We just don't have it where we are. It is completely behind the 300 Delaware Avenue building. And so with that, the temperatures have dropped just a bit. But it is still good weather, good middle of May weather. And so we're happy for that. And Patty has landed, getting a nice round of applause. And we'll get her over here to talk about her experience. Jennifer Wilson is right behind her. She's probably on about the 5th floor right now. And she'll make her way down. Appreciate her coming down. We understand she had a flat tire on the way here. And
oh, no.
I'm not so sure at that point I wouldn't have gotten it fixed and turned around and gone home. But we give her credit for hanging in there and making her way here. She's coming down, and we're going to bring Patty Shipper over here. Patty, you mind talking to us for a second? So, get a little closer.
Okay.
How was it?
It was fun.
Yeah, you've never done this before.
No.
And you've done a couple of daring things, though. Zip lining, whitewater rafting, roping, hiking glaciers, snorkeling in Iceland. You wondered whether this would give you the courage to skydive. How do you feel now?
Maybe.
No ropes in skydiving.
I know, maybe.
What was the scariest part?
I think kind of halfway down, I got away from the building and was swinging around, and that was a little.
It's a little windy down here. Is it windy up there also?
definitely windy.
But you still don't swing too far. You just swing a little bit.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
what inspired you to do this for the first time?
Well, I represent my company, Edgewell Personal
Mhm.
Care.
Yep.
We typically sponsor Special Olympics, their bowling tournament.
Right.
Of course, we couldn't do that this year.
Right.
So Edgewell instead sponsored 2 of the Over the Edgers.
Oh,
so
neat.
my teammates waiting to come down.
Oh, good.
I'm just thrilled to be able to represent my company and to support Special Olympics.
Well, thank you, because this isn't like going on a 5K walk or something like that. This is a little bit different. So when somebody stepped up and asked you to do that, we appreciate you doing that. Let's all hope we're back to bowling next year.
Yeah.
And Edgewell's there to support it. We'll look forward to seeing you there.
We definitely
so
will be.
thank you, Patty, very much.
Well, big support there from Edgewell in Dover. And Patty mentioned her, I guess, peer.
Yeah,
or
colleague.
Another worker, colleague,
Yep.
that's the word.
Zach
Oh, my
Rainey
goodness.
will be coming down
Colleague.
soon.
Yeah,
Yep.
Zach Rainey will be coming up.
Here's Jennifer Wilson.
So if you're looking for Zach Rainey, Marilyn Brown, Cassie Newman, Matt Jenkins, Ashley Sabo, Lisa Allred, you are in the right place, just a little early. As this is Jennifer Wilson finishing up from Milford School District. She had a flat tire, overcame that, and then overcame her presumed fear of heights to go over the edge, 222 feet here at 300 Delaware Avenue in Wilmington, Delaware, on a beautiful Chamber of Commerce Thursday afternoon in May.
Let's give Jen a big round of applause. Making her final descent here, feet on the ground. She has landed. First time. Jen Wilson from Milford High School, special ed teacher. You want to say hi to everybody at Milford?
Hi, Milford.
You are here. First time. What'd you think?
It was good until it got windy.
Until it got windy. It has gotten a little bit windier in the afternoon, and you're a little bit lighter than a lot of people, so you were bound to spin. I understand you had some car trouble on the way home, or way down here.
Yeah.
So, and you still came. So what a commitment. What the Special Olympics,
Yes.
what does it mean
Round of
for your
applause.
school to have all the inclusion that goes on there?
I love the inclusion in our school. It's just so special. You walk down the hallways and you see the students interacting with each other like nothing you've ever seen, and it just really warms the heart. It's amazing.
Well, we know from the chat that we're watching in the studio behind me here that people are still watching, waiting for you. We told them to hang in there, so they got to see you. But since you're the last one, there were 12 total that came from the Milford School District today, representing several of the schools, raised combined over $13,000. That's just if the minimum was met. So congratulations to you and all of the Milford School District, the families, the students, everybody who supported it. Thanks for being part of this great event. Hope you have a safer trip home than you did here. Less stress.
She does not want to talk about the changing of a tire.
All right, so the Milford School District officially finished today, and what a wonderful group they were. Next up, we have Marilyn Brown and Zach Rainey. Zach on the yellow, Marilyn on the blue.
So Zach is from Edgewell, and Maryland is a grandparent of a Special Olympics Delaware athlete.
First time for Zach, and also first time for Marilyn. So a couple more first-timers coming down. And it looks like Marilyn is on her way.
So there's a look at Zach up top. Some final prep work before the big lean back. This is the part a lot of people talk about as being the tougher part. Obviously, your instinct is not to roll back off of a building, regardless of what you're attached to. So,
ever,
no matter what. And it's also tough here too because your feet have to stay on the side, kind of on the top rather, that ledge, and you kind of have to lead with your butt into nothing until your feet can kind of catch up as you start stepping down the side.
Yeah, and having done it, I can tell you that no matter how much you think about it, and I'm not scared of heights, never have been, was not during this event. But the bottom line is, when you're asked to do something that is not normal, and you are relying on others, including a rope, to make sure that you don't fall, inevitably. And we have, you heard Marianne Evans, who's done it for the 10th year, say that first lean back still makes her nervous. And you can understand why, because it is not something that you naturally do. And certainly don't do it from 17 stories.
Exactly. I'm not rolling off the couch butt first, let alone 222 feet in the air. So I understand that part. And I guess starting with the hardest part is how you want to do things. So.
Yeah, and we have people, you've heard people we've talked to today that say, once I did that and got going, it was a great experience. And so, again, if you're just tuning in, this is the Over the Edge event for Special Olympics Delaware. It's in its 10th year, Special Olympics celebrating its 50th. We've had, or will have, 66 people when it's all said and done, rappel 17 stories, which is 222 feet. We are at 300 Delaware Avenue. If you go up and down 95, when you're coming north, look to the right, and it's actually one of the pretty glass buildings that kind of sticks out. Once you look for it and you see it every time you come up. And so it really is a neat building, and Brandywine Realty Trust manages it and sponsors this event, and we appreciate the support. They had an employee earlier go down the side of the building, and as we've talked about, one of the neatest things is the people that were here that made the decision to allow Special Olympics to host this event here aren't here anymore, but the support is just as great as it was from the beginning. And that says a lot about the Over the Edge company, Special Olympics in general, and the athletes and the importance of it and how they inspire these edgers to rappel 17 stories, many of them for the first time, many of them who are scared of heights, but they say they do it because the Special Olympics athletes have inspired them to do so. And Marilyn Brown makes her landing. She's grandparent of a Special Olympics athlete, Jackson Seward. And Jimmy, she has kayaked with alligators.
What?
Yes, which I put that on the top
Like,
of
are
list
they-
of things that I would never do intentionally. And I'm going to ask her about that when she comes over here.
She knew they were there. She saw them. I don't know. I've got questions.
I get nervous kayaking at Lum's Pond when I see turtles.
Turtles can get you.
Certainly wouldn't want to see alligators. She's getting untangled at the bottom here, and here she comes. Zach's on his way down. Marilyn, can you do a quick interview with us? I want to hear about kayaking with alligators for sure, but congratulations.
Thank you.
Your inspiration is Jackson Seward. Tell us a
That's
little
right.
bit about Jackson.
Jackson is my grandson, almost 16 years old now, and he's been a Special Olympics athlete for about 3 years, give or take 2020, whatever that call
Yep.
that. And he's just, he's been my inspiration in a lot of ways in my life.
What inspired you to do this? Him probably, but what, is this something you've always wanted to do?
Well, I didn't even know about it, and for some reason, I don't know how I missed it, but this was the first year I had read about it, and I thought, well, that's a perfect fit, because I like doing this sort of thing. So
Did you enjoy it?
I did,
Yeah?
yes, I did.
Any scary parts?
No, I can't say that.
No?
Really were.
Did you enjoy the view? Did you look down?
It was good, yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah, I looked around. It was great. Yeah, that's a big difference being up there, so that was cool.
All right, so kayaking with alligators, was that intentional, or were you out in a kayak and you saw an alligator?
Well, the first time, it was not intentional.
Okay.
I didn't expect them to be in the water, but they there they were, and you kind of have to just brace yourself for that. But then I've been again knowing they were out there, but since the first time went well, I just assumed.
And this
they would
obviously
be
wasn't
good.
at Lum's Pond here in Delaware,
No.
but where was this?
In Florida.
In Florida, okay.
Mhm.
So it's not a kayaking expedition with alligators. You just go kayaking.
They just happened to be there.
Yeah, that's Jimmy from inside. He was as shocked as I was
Yeah.
that you were kayaking with alligators.
It made it sound like you were like, wait, where are the gators? I want to go there.
Right.
Oh.
But they were just there. Okay.
Well, almost the second time, it was a little bit like that.
Yeah, I'm not sure I'd get back in a kayak a second time after that. So I
Yeah.
give you a lot of credit.
Okay.
This must have been a piece of cake compared to that.
Yeah, it was fun.
Well, thank
It
you for
was
being
really
part
good.
of it. We hope you enjoyed Jackson back into action. I'm sure he's glad to be back with Special Olympics competing, and I'm sure you'll
Absolutely.
be glad to be back in the bleachers supporting him.
For sure.
So thank you
For
very
sure.
much.
Thank
Marilyn
you.
Brown going over the edge for the first time. You're going to go out and then back upstairs.
So good to know that she didn't seek out the gators the first time. Just a second. And I get it.
Yeah, that's still, as Zach Rainey comes down here, he's making his final descent here. Whoa, quickly over the edge. Locked up a little bit there, so he'll get himself unlocked. And he has landed. And there you got to see the safety part of the lockup if you get going too quickly. And as we've said, we've seen some of the best rappellers have that happen to them. And so, but anyway, Jimmy, back real quick, and we'll wrap up the kayak with alligator stories. I've played golf down in places where there's alligators on the side, but I feel safer avoiding them on the ground than I would be in a kayak watching them float by me, for sure.
Yeah, I feel like they're faster in the water. I think
Well,
that's
or
their whole thing.
Or lurking. They don't lurk on
Yeah,
the golf
correct.
course. They sleep on the golf
they are
course.
there. Yeah,
they're
you can see
lurking
them.
in the water. So
Right.
I'm not sure I'll ever kayak again at this point, but who knows? All right,
Hit
Zach
that
Rainey.
Pro V1 near them, and you're going to leave it.
Zach Rainey from Edgewell Personal Care, the second one from Edgewell. And I didn't realize that's what Edgewell had done. I knew they were a sponsor of bowling, obviously, but they put that sponsorship money towards sending two people over the edge. So a way for them to stay involved, support Special Olympics, and still give two people an experience of a lifetime. Zach, do you mind stepping up to the microphone real quick? So you made it. How was it?
A little nervous going down, but it was fun.
Yeah? What was the scariest part?
Just like, I was going too fast and I couldn't like slow down.
Yeah, and it locked up on you a little bit,
A
right?
little bit, yeah.
How's the wind up there?
There wasn't any wind.
It wasn't any wind for you.
I
That's
didn't feel
good.
it.
Oh, well, that's good. So, like a couple people came down earlier that said it was some windy. Something you would consider doing again?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you like
I
that?
kind of walked down the wall, so I was like kind of floating there for a little bit.
Right. Yeah. Now, have you volunteered at Special Olympics for the bowling
Actually, I
tournament?
used to participate in Special Olympics.
Oh, you were. Okay,
Yes.
great. With what team?
I did it for my elementary school.
Okay, which elementary?
Stokes Elementary.
Stokes Elementary, sure, with the Caesarani School District. That's great. Well, thank you for being part of the Over the Edge event. We appreciate your representing Edgewell, and have a safe trip home.
Thank you.
All righty. Thank you. So Zach Rainey participated in Special Olympics back when he was with Stokes Elementary, now working at Edgewell, and had an opportunity to participate. And he's meeting up with his colleague now and getting a picture taken out on the road. So
This is Cassie Newman, a fourth-year edger on the blue rope.
don't have any information about Cassie, so we'll ask her some questions when she gets down. But as you said, it is her fourth year, and she's rappelling as if she's done this before. Very smoothly.
So Matt Jenkins, Ashley Sabo, Lisa Allred, all on the way.
Still have a decent crowd outside here, probably about 20 people. Several people walking by, looking up, checking out the sights. As Cassie makes her way down, almost at the ledge. The belayers are starting to pull her away, as they've done with everybody. Just going to appreciate all the volunteers that are here today, checking people in, helping with the ropes, taking pictures. And again, if you're just tuning in, CBS 3 was here earlier and put together quite a story that they'll show on the news tonight, sometime between 4 and 6, but he said definitely on the 11 o'clock news for sure. And Action News was here as well, taking video, so you'll see some of that on their newscast tonight. Cassie Newman has landed. Let's give her a big round of applause. Good job, Cassie. Fourth-time edger. Have Cassie come over and tell us about her fourth experience. Come on over, Cassie. So I just heard you tell somebody you were so happy to do it since you missed last year.
Yeah, it was great. I think I went faster this year, but I think I was just so excited. So
You came down quick for sure. Yeah. Are you involved with Special Olympics in any way as a volunteer or anything?
I'm not.
No?
I have friends and family in Rhode Island and New Jersey that are athletes, and so when I moved here to Wilmington, I worked downtown and I walked by the event in 2016, and I've been doing it since. So
oh man, that's
kind of
awesome.
my involvement.
Yeah, that is awesome. What keeps you coming back? Just the same thing, same
This
inspiration.
And, yeah, and I was lucky enough to in 2019 I went to the games as a spectator, and that was huge too. So I just that's what does it for me every year.
Where were at the summer games here in Delaware?
Cool. When they were at UD, and I think it was either 18 or 19. I believe it was 2019.
Did you watch a certain sport or all of them?
I watched
or?
some powerlifting. I watched some swimming and some softball.
And didn't know anybody, just went to watch.
Just wanted to see what we're doing here.
That's a great story. Yeah, to see what the purpose of this is.
Exactly.
So,
yeah.
Well, thank you for being part of it. We hope to see you back for number 5 next year.
Yep, I'll be here.
All righty. We'll let you go get
Thank you.
everything taken off and go from there. Thank you very much. Cassie Newman in her fourth rappel down the side of the building.
So she walks by, it's 5 years ago now?
Yep.
And obviously she mentioned having family in New Jersey and Rhode Island that were athletes, and so there is a connection, but just walking by.
Yeah.
And you see that this is going to support, that's awesome.
We've got, I'm looking at the clipboard down here, Jimmy, where we have people where you can sign up. We've got 5 people already signed up for next year's event, and so that's exciting
Walk-ups,
too.
not people that...
Right.
Wow.
That's not counting whatever's happening on the YouTube website where you can click a link and sign up for next year.
Or people that rappelled this year that have verbally agreed to do it. You're talking about people that were just outside and walked up. That's awesome.
Yep. Matt Jenkins is going to be on blue, and Ashley Sabo is going to be on yellow. Ashley is a board member of the Red Clay School District, has an athlete, Anna Sabo, who is part of our program. And Matt Jenkins is an uncle of Anna Sabo. So we've got two people coming down inspired by one of the Special Olympics athletes, Anna Sabo.
And remember, as John just mentioned, if you want to donate to an edger who has gone, will go, is going, you can do that. In the description of the video is a link to the ability to donate. And then the ability to sign up for next year, 2022's Over the Edge, is also in the description. Or you can just visit sode.org and donate or sign up.
Matt Jenkins has started his descent on the blue ropes. And a little windy up there, Jimmy. You can probably see the ropes, and I'm feeling the wind at the bottom and looking up, and the ropes are swaying back and forth. But again, if people are wondering, they not nearly windy enough to delay the event. But the Over the Edge group does have
Wind
certain
makes ropes move.
Yep.
It's like flags.
Yeah,
The
right,
people,
exactly, right.
It's different.
And so there are certain miles per hour where they would delay the event, but we're not even close to that. And so safety is the number one concern in this event for sure.
I think in all the years I've done it, I'm thinking we had one very, very short rain delay. Or I'm crazy.
Yes,
Do you
we
remember
did.
this?
Yes, I do. And I can't
Okay,
remember
all right,
what
cool.
year it was.
Makes me feel.
And we also kept going through some rain as well.
We did. Again, there's an amount of rain, there's an amount of wind that are fine.
Yep.
There's a proximity of thunderstorms that's okay. But again, all this stuff's monitored. Somebody's got weather alerts ready to shut this down and hold it for a couple minutes if needed. But if you look up, it's the most amazing day we've ever had.
And somebody just told me that Ashley and Matt are brothers and sisters. And we talked about Anna Sabo is the athlete that inspires them. Ashley's daughter, and she is holding the rope for mom, like we've had a few athletes do for relatives and friends. And so there's several Sabo children and Matt Jenkins children possibly as well who are holding the ropes for them. And again, Matt has got about 3 stories to go. He's been a skydiver also, so we will ask him the comparison between the two. Ashley Sabo is on her way. It's Matt's first rappel, Ashley's second. And Matt has come down like a seasoned pro. Let's give Matt Jenkins a big hand. He's coming to the bottom here. A couple of, I don't know whether they're his children or his nieces who holding the rope there, but he has officially landed.
And that rope holding thing is so cool to get younger family members involved. Obviously, 18 and over to actually go over the edge. And so for the young ones, this is how they can be involved and make sure things are fun for the whole family. It's got to mean a lot to everybody, too. I mean, the little ones feel the weight of the world. They're doing the most important thing, the most important job, and it's really, really cool.
Hey, Matt, step up here to the microphone. How was it?
Fun.
Yeah?
Yep.
Any favorite parts?
Shirley, here, come real quick.
Oh, going to bring your kids up here. Come on up here. These your kids? Or?
They are my kids.
Yep. And they had the bottom of the rope there. So, how was the experience? Good, you said?
Fun.
Yeah. And you did it in honor of your niece?
Yes.
Who's part of Special Olympics.
Yep,
And
right over there.
how has it been watching her compete over the years?
It's fun. So.
Yep. And you're a member of the SoFi group, and so maybe you can get some of them to come out and do this next year with you.
Maybe a lot of them are in San Francisco, though. So I have
Oh,
to fly
okay.
in.
So they can support you.
Yeah.
They can support you that way.
Yep.
So, girls, did you have fun watching Daddy come down? Yeah, nodding yes. Yep.
The person up there is my dad's sister.
Yeah, it's your dad's sister. Yep, we're waiting for her to come down next. So we'll let you go watch her come down. Thank you for being part of this, Matt, very much.
Well, Dad's sister is Ashley Sabo. She's rounding third and headed for home.
A recent graduate went back to school to become a nurse after being involved in finance. And as I mentioned, she is a school district board member in the Red Clay School District. Red Clay is a big Special Olympics population. Many of the Meadowood program that we've talked about quite a bit earlier in the morning, several Meadowood teachers went over the edge, and that's part of the Red Clay School District. So here comes Ashley. Her daughter, Anna, Special Olympics athletes at the bottom, holding on to the rope.
Concentrating, finishing the job. In front of family.
Final descent here, past the ledge.
Locked it up. Almost there.
There we go. And she has landed.
So the little one's going along to join in, and that was the thing I thought we were going to miss this year. Having the event, doing everything the way we should, COVID, masks, distancing. I thought we wouldn't have the vibrance and the environment and the fun, and I am so glad that people could make this part of their days and they feel safe and we're doing it the right way, that this can happen and people and families can enjoy this.
And Ashley Sabo has joined me. Ashley, congratulations on your recent degree. Bring your kids over here. Your inspiration, I'm sure. How has Special Olympics impacted your family?
It's given my daughter an opportunity to participate in different events and activities, and just given her more opportunities than she would have had otherwise.
How did you like this event, Over the Edge?
So I think I was less scared the first year.
I was going to say it's your second year.
Yeah.
So why is that? Because you knew what was going to happen, maybe?
Yeah, I don't know.
Just a little more nervous. So you're part of the Red Clay School District School Board,
Yep.
and I assume part of the reason you joined that was to ensure the inclusiveness for your daughter and others like her.
Yeah.
How important is inclusion in the school systems?
It's vital. I mean, it has to be in every classroom and every school.
Well, we appreciate having people like you pushing for that, and Special Olympics is huge in the Red Clay School District, as you know. So thank you for going over the edge, girls. I hope you had a good time. Mom has landed safe and sound. Go enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you.
Ashley Sabo going over for the second time, getting a nice hand from her friends and family who are here.
So we have Steve Kaysen and Stacy Dodonis coming up.
A husband-wife combination, both veteran edgers. Longtime Special Olympics volunteers. They actually were volunteers at summer games probably 25 years ago. Then they moved overseas for work, I want to say for almost a decade, and then obviously came back and got right back involved. And both of them fall in that category of tell us what you want, when you want me there, and what you want me to do, and where you want me to be, and they managed to get it done. So I know a couple years ago, Steve surprised Stacy. She was going to go over the edge, and it was either her birthday or their anniversary or something, and he surprised her by showing up unannounced to rappel down with her, and so that was kind of a neat thing, and they both have been doing this for several years. Steve actually is a member of the Special Olympics Board of Directors now. And as I said, both of them very involved in just about every event we do, at least the big ones, both fundraising events and sports events.
And if I remember correctly, this crew has done some pretty incredible stuff, a lot of travel.
Yes, in fact, they've done so many things in their bios that I didn't bother writing them all down. Scuba diving with giant mantas and whale sharks.
Oh, my goodness. Hiking
to the top of Kilimanjaro and plunging, as in polar bear plunging, into the Antarctica Ocean. And so their fun trips that they take all involve some sort of adventure. And
Yeah.
Steve on the blue rope, and Stacy will be on the yellow as they head down. It'll be his 5th and her 6th spot. Actually, she's done it 6 years, she said, but 1 year she donated the spot. So in other words, she's registered and paid or raised money 6 times, but one of those years she actually donated the spot so somebody else could do it. She was out of town or something like that. So they've actually both, this, like I said, is his 5th, and it will be her 5th as well, of actually coming down the building.
That building, 222 feet here at 300 Delaware Avenue, 17 stories here in downtown Wilmington. Over the Edge 2021 supporting Special Olympics Delaware.
If you're here in the city and you work and you're tuned in for whatever reason, want to come see it live, we'll be here till about 3 o'clock. That's the scheduled time of the last rappellers. We're a few minutes behind schedule, but nothing significant. So we'll be here if you want to stop by before you head home. Wind is going back and forth out here, Jimmy. There's no wind at this moment, but then there has been some gusts, but still a beautiful day. We're in the complete shade, as we typically are this time of day, but you can see the sun is shining both on the pictures you're showing on the live stream and also that we can see outside of the skyline. Again, this is the 10th annual Over the Edge event, sponsored by Brandywine Realty Trust and Newcastle Fire Services, supported by a ton of volunteers, including Jimmy Smith, whose company, The Digital Team, does broadcasts like this, weddings, graduations, all kinds of stuff. Does a lot of video work for Special Olympics Delaware. In fact, Jimmy, you've made this quite a productive trip, not only doing stuff outside of Special Olympics, but doing some pieces while you're here for us that people will look forward to seeing, including the opening ceremony, the virtual opening ceremony for the Summer Games. And
Yeah,
so
we had the torch lighting the other night, and I pulled up to the green grass area in front of the brand new Whitney Athletic Center, in front of your offices, where the cauldron was set up, and there was 6 police cars and 5 pyrotechnic towers, and I went, wow, Ann really, really went all out here. And so we did a lot of that. It's 8 seconds of video, but it's a really important 8 seconds. Gene, who is the 2019 Games Athlete of the Year, he got to light the torch, with the representative. And I know that moment's really important, and that's beginning of the games. And so we captured that and the virtual opening ceremony. I'm not trying to give away anything, but obviously we lit the torch and recorded it. It's not live, but it was a cool moment, and I hope everybody gets really excited, when that airs and the games begin.
And that'll be on that Friday night of opening ceremonies, which is the second weekend, the Friday and Saturday of that second weekend in June. And it will be an opportunity for our athletes to show off their skills. They haven't competed for medals since the bowling tournament, I believe, right before the pandemic. And so it's been over a year. In the fall, they did do some training. It was nice for them to be able to get outside. It was in the outdoor sports that they were doing it. And then over the winter, we were not able to do bowling. We did not do basketball either because they were both indoor sports, and it was just too difficult to coordinate, and still weren't as open as we are right now. And so the summer games, the 4 sports, as we've talked about, are softball, tennis, track and field, and bocce, and they'll be contested on Friday and Saturday, June 11th and 12th. If people are interested in volunteering, we're still looking for volunteers for that. You can go to the SODE website, sode.org, and click on volunteer for summer games and see the opportunities that are available for that. Or if you just want to get involved in the program in general, as a coach, a volunteer, sign up an athlete or unified partner, or be a donor, you can do that at the same website. You see the Caissons here who are making their way down here slowly but surely, both in their 5th time. Wind is putting them a little left to right as they make their descent, but nothing that they can't overcome to get down.
Just adds a little more fun to it, right?
Easy to say
Probably
from
not.
down here.
I know a lot of people have been saying, no, the wind was not my favorite part.
And we've had some gusts, but nothing overbearing, nothing that we haven't experienced before. And as we said, the Over the Edge crew, their number one goal is safety in everything they do. And so we
I
know
think
it's
these two
safe.
can handle a couple wind gusts.
Based on the things that they've experienced and that
Yeah.
they've done, a little wind coming down the side of the building for the 5th time isn't going to impact them tremendously for sure.
Hey, Stacy and Steve, can you hear us?
Yep, there's the wave.
Hey.
Yep. Stacy's on the blue. I misspoke earlier. Steve is on the yellow. Hard to see from 7 stories down. And here they come, getting over that last ledge. Longtime volunteers, longtime supporters. Each coming down for the 5th time. Big round of applause for Stacy and Steve. Got the bright shoes on. Can't miss them for either one of you.
Those are the repellent shoes. Soaking it all in for a 5th time.
Good. 5th time's a charm, they say. How was it?
It was a lot of fun.
Yeah?
Always is.
A lot of fun. We'll bring Stacy in, too. You guys are the same household. You can be close like that. So how was it?
It was great.
Yeah? Any different than any other year?
I am getting a little braver every year to look out away from the wall. The first 3 years I did it, all I could do was look straight ahead.
So you enjoyed the view a little bit this
A little
time.
bit more this time. It was nice and clear today.
Yeah, we've been saying it's the nicest weather day we've had. Temperature-wise, no rain, nothing but sun. You look down all the time?
Yeah.
When you go? Yeah.
I like it.
Doesn't do anything to you. Either one of you afraid of heights? That would have been my guess after what you just said. You've done a lot of exciting things. We talked about some of them that you put in your bio. Where does this rank compared to some of the other things that you have done?
Oh, well, we look forward to it every year. I mean, it's super fun. It's always good to do things that push you a little bit out of your comfort zone, and this is one of those things.
A little bit over the edge.
Yeah,
Right?
exactly.
Yeah. You've been longtime volunteers. I was saying how you got first involved with the track meet and opening ceremonies close to 30 years ago, probably, because it was early in my career. You went overseas for several years working and came back. What brought you back to Special Olympics when you came back?
I think we just really we really like the mission. We like the athletes. We've got relationships and friendships with the staff and with the athletes, and we just want to do our part.
And you're both going to be at Summer Games as volunteers, and
Yeah.
we missed that last year. And I know you volunteered at other events that we missed. We know the athletes are excited. On behalf of the volunteers, how excited are you guys to be back into the competitions for Special Olympics?
Oh, very much so. We really enjoy it, and it's a little taste of normal to get back to something that is just a super lot of fun and very inspiring.
Yeah, I'd say every year it's the most fun thing I do all summer.
What would you
Those
tell
2 days.
somebody who's thinking about volunteering for Summer Games? Why should they do it?
Because it'll be the most fun thing they do all summer. It really is. I mean, it's a joyful experience.
Well, thank you for being back here at Over the Edge. I'm pretty confident we'll see you again next year. But we'll see you at Summer Games. So,
All right.
Thank you, Stacy, and thank you, Steve, for all that you do. We'll let you go get all your gear off and get on with your day.
Thanks, John.
And then there's a group of people, 2 individuals right there, who are donating money, donating time, and don't have a direct connection. I mean, I think that's, I've used the words incredible 1,000 times today, but I mean, that's what you see the mission and you see the athletes and you see what it's all about, and it touches you and you act on it. And so Stacy and Steve, thank you so much for, I know you get something out of this and it's exhilarating, but you take it above and beyond by volunteering, and so thank you so much.
Yeah, you're right. You hit the nail on the head there. They are, they don't have kids that are in Special Olympics. They don't have relatives that are in Special Olympics. They are just two people. And I forget exactly how Stacy got involved originally, but I know Steve got involved because we were trying to work through some logistics of the opening ceremony parade back at Summer Games, and also the track staging that happens at Summer Games. And one of our board members worked with Steve, I believe it was at DuPont, and said, I got somebody who's very, very good at that type of thing and figuring those things out. And that's how he got involved. And then he stayed involved. He brought his wife on board to help him with those things. And as I said, moved away, came back, and got right back involved. And so volunteers come to Special Olympics for all kinds of different reasons, whether it's families or relatives or friends or teachers. But they're two people who just landed in Special Olympics lap and have never left. And the organization is better off for it. So just an example of two people who get involved and stay involved. This is Lisa Alred coming down on the blue, and Alex Colionis coming down on the yellow.
So Alex is from New English Style Pizza. We'll have to find out what that means. And Lisa is a Newcastle County Public Safety employee or representative.
She said she was looking forward. She's a first to both of these are first timers, and Lisa said she was looking forward to that lean of faith into the position. And Jimmy, we've said that. We haven't used that term, but we've talked about.
It's a good term.
It's a good term. I always say squatting. There's falling back. But the lean of faith into position is about as accurately as I've heard it described, because that's exactly what it is you're leaning back, completely faithful that the ropes and the people in charge of the ropes are going to be working for you. And she's actually doing this. Lisa is taking over doing it for a friend who moved to Colorado. And a little more detail on that. She had a friend who did this for years, loved the event, loved the organization, loved the cause, then moved to Colorado. And Lisa stepped up and said, you know what? I will continue to do what you started. And so she is doing that. She's already announced that she will be back next year.
Nice.
So Lisa is going to, is making her way down. She's on the blue rope. And then Alex Colionis is on the yellow rope coming down. And if you're just tuning in, we still have Amy Metcalf, Ted River, Joe Hayes, Nate Threach, the Junglings, Paul and Sarah, Vimbai Jamba, Kimberly Greby, and Ben Nafosky still coming up. So, Jimmy, we're almost within under 10 of people who are going over the edge. So,
yeah, and this has gone by very quickly. I know that the number is probably 15 to 20 fewer than maybe in the past, and we're not going to really harp on that. That's just what it is. But this has gone by very quickly. I hope you've enjoyed yourself out there.
I have. It's been a different experience.
The masses.
Yeah, we were talking about how when we first started this event, we actually had an MC outside because we weren't doing the live stream. So in some ways, we've returned to that, and we thank you, and we thank Tom Germain. We had a couple obstacles we had to overcome this morning that we weren't expecting, and nothing that any of us could have controlled ahead of time, but we made the changes, and your team, your camera crew of 4 people, made them flawlessly with us, and we appreciate what they've done. They haven't had a break. Usually there's an alternate, but the alternate was not able to make it, so not only have you been on the air this entire time, and we appreciate that, but the 4 camera people have been as well. So the weather couldn't have been more perfect for those of us outside. I know you're in that controlled environment inside, but for the camera person up top, the same thing. So it really was an ideal situation to try out a couple things new to the live stream, and we think we have some more ideas to go forward next year, but we do hope people have enjoyed the live stream. We hope that people here outside the building have enjoyed listening to the conversation, but most importantly, listening to the people and their comments afterward. I think that has been the biggest thing. Typically, inside when we were doing interviews, we'd be lucky if we got half the people to come in and talk to us. I'd say it was probably closer to 30%. Right. But we have a 100% rate here today so far, and so we are happy about that. And
Well, that's just you sticking your nose in there. That's a veteran
I'm in the way.
journalist.
They have to
Right.
they have to move me out of the way to avoid
That's
the
true.
microphone. So we were smart in doing that. So coming down here at the bottom, this is Lisa completing her first ever rappel. Let's hear it for Lisa Alrod. And Alex Colionis coming down. So congratulations to Lisa Alrod. And we're going to bring in Alex Colionis here, see if he'll give us a minute of his time.
Quick little update here. Amy Metcalf will come down on the blue row, and she will be solo, and then we will take a small break.
Yeah, sure thing. Just get somewhat close to the mic.
So Alex, your first time, how was it?
First time ever. It was terrifying.
Terrifying?
Worst thing I've ever done. No, just kidding. It was fun.
It was.
Exhilarating.
Have you done anything like this before?
Not like this, no.
No? Would you do it again?
I think so.
Yeah.
I worked myself up to it.
How was that first lean of faith?
It took forever. It felt
To
like
get
it
that?
took an eternity. Yeah, just to let myself
But you did
fall
it.
back. Yes.
Who asked you to do this? How'd you get talked into doing
This
this?
woman,
Lisa
right here.
did. Okay.
Lisa, yeah, she convinced me.
She convinced you to do it.
Yes.
So, and you're still friends.
Oh, yeah,
No,
well,
we're done. Okay, good.
We'll see how I feel in the morning.
Well, thank you very much for being part of it. We hope you had a good time, Lisa. I hope you enjoyed it as well, and we hope to see you back again
See you
next
guys
year.
next
Enjoy
year.
the rest of the day.
sure.
You can. It's all the rest of the day is easy from here.
Yeah,
So,
that's-
all right. Well, thank you very much, Alex and Lisa, completing their first ever events going over the edge. Congratulations.
You let Lisa get out of there without an interview. You broke your streak.
Amy Metcalf is coming down on the blue.
Yep. And then a little break for you.
And then we'll finish up after that. Somewhere. She might be in the lobby. I'm not sure, but I don't see her out here right now. This is going to be Amy Metcalf's second time. She works for Citibank. She's been a coach for Special Olympics in softball, basketball, and a few other sports. Also a unified partner. She's been in the Army, or was in the Army, for 8 years. She has rappelled out of a helicopter, and she has done skydiving. So we've got one of those people that, in our minds,
this'll
is
be
already-
cake.
Yeah, that this should be a piece of cake compared to those two things. And she has taken that lean of faith and is on her way down. Amy Metcalf, her second rappel down the side of the building. And as Jimmy said, they're going to do a rope test after Amy, and then we'll finish up with our final 8 people, looks like, in the 2021 Over the Edge event for Special Olympics Delaware, the 10th event that they have held. This is their 50th anniversary of the organization, so lots of celebration around that. The 50th Summer Games coming up June 11th and 12th. If you're interested in volunteering, go to SODE.org. Lots of volunteer slots available to help out at the events that will happen in Kent and Sussex County. Tennis will be in Smyrna. Bocce will be at the Delaware Turf. Track and field at Caesar Rodney High School. And softball at Schutte Park. So 4 sports, 4 locations, and a virtual opening ceremony that will be held on Friday night. More information about that will be available on the Special Olympics Delaware website as we get closer to that time. Once again, a thank you to our 2 sponsors of this event, Brandywine Realty Trust and Newcastle Fire Services, and our supporters, Delaware Law Enforcement for Special Olympics, Forever Media, the Delaware Rock Gym, where our edgers got a chance to go and practice the belay routine beforehand. Live stream being produced by Jimmy Smith. His company is the Digital Team, available for any of your services, and as obviously he travels as well. Phyllis, Jess, Sean, and Selena on the cameras. We appreciate them working today basically without a break the whole time. Appreciate all the views that they've been able to give.
They'll be fine.
Got about 8 more people to go, probably a total of about 30 minutes once the 10-minute break is over. And then that will put a wrap on the 2021 event. If you'd like to be part of it in 2022, if you're here in person, come sign up here on the clipboard underneath the tent. If you're watching on the live stream, there is a link in the description on the YouTube channel. Pictures from today and the live stream will be available afterward. We'll have those links up in the next few days as Amy Metcalf is making her final descent here. About 3 more stories to go. She's got a couple fans in the bleachers. And we'll talk to her about her second experience. Always interesting, Jimmy. You know, the people who've done it 4, 5, 6, 7 times, at that point, basically, they're all, the answers we get are all pretty much the same. That first lean back still makes me a little nervous. I looked around a lot more, that type of thing. I'm always interested in the first year to second year changes that people have. They obviously enjoyed it enough the first year to come back for a second year, but it always seems that they, bar none, always have a lot more fun the second time, which I understand completely.
Yeah, I think it's kind of a general numbness. You're like, oh my Lord, I'm 200 feet in the air, and I want it to be over, and then boom, you hit the ground and it's over.
Yep. And once you do that,
hey, I actually had a good time.
And you'll do that lean back, and you're still nervous about that. But then once you do that, you do then realize, okay, now it does get easy, both mentally and physically, to come down. And you get a chance to look around, and you get, what you might not have done that first time. But, as they all say, you're going down the side of a building with the support of a rope and volunteers. It's nerve-wracking, no matter how many times you do it to a certain extent. And we're going to bring Amy over here and see if she'll give us a couple words, if she doesn't mind. Right there. Amy, your second time, right?
Yep.
How was the second time compared to the first?
Actually, a lot easier.
We were just wondering if that would be the case. What made it easier?
Trust in the equipment, I suppose.
Yep. Not that you didn't trust it the first time, but you have to go through it once. How about that lean back? Was that still a little nerve-wracking?
No, it's the putting the heels over the edge before you sit down.
Before the sit down. That's interesting. Okay, so that's something there. What inspired? Why did you do this the first time?
I started coaching at Special Olympics Delaware a couple of years ago, and I got roped into doing,
no pun intended.
doing over the edge, and I did it, and I figured I didn't do polar plunge last year, so
What do you coach?
I coach, currently softball, but usually basketball.
Okay, and so you coach softball. How did you get into coaching for Special Olympics?
I also got roped into that. I just joined on to be a unified partner who happened to play basketball, and they needed a coach. So now that's it.
And it's been a good experience for
Oh,
you,
yeah.
obviously.
It's been wonderful.
Well, thank you for your support of this event. We hope you enjoy the rest of your evening. We hope to see you back for year number 3 so you can compare it to 2 and 1. But thank you for your support. Have a good rest of the night.
You too. That way.
All right,
so
and
a
with
little bit
that,
of
we're going to take a short
break
break.
time.
We believe they're going to do a couple rope tests, and then we will be back for our final 8 edgers at the 2021 over event for Special Olympics Delaware. Welcome to Over the Edge.
Being a teacher is like going over the edge every day, right? You never know what challenge is going to come your way. You're always up for something new and unexpected, and you never say you can't do something. So I'm hoping today to model that for all the kids back at OBL.
Over the Edge is the perfect activity to enable students, staff, and even families and friends to rally behind a member of the school community who dares to do something brave and extraordinary. And what a great lesson to teach the students of today who will be the leaders of tomorrow. Go out of your comfort zone, challenge yourself, and make a difference. You can do it.
We're so excited. This is the first year that we've actually had Special Olympics Delaware teams in our building, so we got involved that way. And then we got our children involved in Over the Edge to continue to support Special Olympics by having hat days, selling bracelets, and they have just, all of our fundraising was funded from our kids. And so we're streaming live for them to see it today, and that'll show them the fruit of their effort.
The kids have been excited. We have a countdown outside my classroom door. So the kids yesterday they were like, "Oh my gosh, one day, it's really tomorrow." They like can't believe it. So now for the kids to be able to watch us go over the edge and do something a little crazy, but to support what our students have and what Special Olympics gives them is a great opportunity.
Some schools have one representative, while others create pairs or even teams. It's the thrill of adventure for the people going over, and the excitement it generates in the school that matters most.
We're excited to be here. This year it's been the 2 administrators going over, and I think that that's really helped that now the other teachers are willing to say, hey, I want to do that next year. So we'll hope to continue to send people here to Special Olympics Delaware to go over the edge.
So what's next? Find those in your building who are excited to experience an extreme adventure by going over the edge. It might be you, a colleague, a student, or a group of people in your school community who, together, can make an impact.
His name is Gift of God, so he's a gift. Always brings a smile, always brings a hug, always a kiss, sometimes not at the right minute, but always has one. Matt was delivered, and as soon as he came out, I kind of noticed that he was different from all the rest of our children. Of course, that brought a lot of fear into me. Tried to keep a straight face and keep her calm, and she's like, something wrong, and he wasn't crying, he wasn't doing anything.
They placed him in my arms, and I know he has Down syndrome. It's just something that I know. My experience in the hospital was that nobody wanted to acknowledge that, nobody wanted to celebrate that. It was all very dark. So the first year was really rough. I mean, and it was a lot of focus on Matthew and his medical, and less, I think, on the diagnosis of Down syndrome. I mean, we really lucked out because in that year, it just turned for him. I mean, we went to go get the stent for his heart, and they're like, the hole's gone, no surgery. And we weaned him off the oxygen, then we weaned him off the feeding. He learned to swallow, and so things really turned for him. As he grew, that gap between him and his peers continued to grow also. And so he just had a hard time keeping up. And he's on the soccer field, and he's not comprehending, he's not fast enough, and they're at one end of the field and he's at the other end of the field. And swimming, he just was swimming with kids much younger than him. And there's just all those things, that gap with his typical peers kept growing. And so the opportunities for him kept shrinking. As those things disappeared, Special Olympics grew with him. That Young Athletes program was a Special Olympics program, and he did some competitions with them. He held the torch and things like that. And then that grew into his competition, and he's able to do track and field for the very first time in 8 and compete in skills and be somewhat successful and get his first medals. And an opportunity came for him to play flag football with Special Olympics. And there he is, and these coaches are awesome, and he got out there and he was able to play football just like, in my mind, it felt like just like his brothers. I still remember the first time he got to walk out onto the University of Delaware field, that turf field, and he's playing for the very first time, wearing that uniform, and the whole team marching out there, just feeling very, very accomplished, very proud, very much part of the community.
It has given him a lot of opportunities in a team environment, in an individual environment, to learn to work with others with disabilities as well as unified partners, typical kids. And they make friendships along the way as well that they probably never would have had if we had just been sending them to school and taking care of them here at home and not in the community in general.
You can see this thing where Special Olympics continues to grow for Matthew. He feels very much part of that school, and I don't know where that would have been if it had not been for Special Olympics.
He does develop those skills that we want each of our children to have in sports or in life. And a lot of those skills in sports are translatable. Never give up, always do your best, work with other people. Those are skills that every person should have and develop.
He's a 3-letter athlete at the school, and that's just very meaningful for him, and that's where he gets the engagement. He feels part of the community. He's a Jaguar. All those things that were taken away from him are all given back to him, and are given back to him through Special Olympics. What else can you ask for?
These athletes from around the country, they are good, but nobody bites the dust with me. Jillian Lauren Matthews.
Jillian's just
He's
she's gonna enjoy.
extensively involved, he and his wife Ann, with the Lions Club, and a big part of the Opening Eyes program for healthy athletes at the Special Olympics Summer Games. And they got recruited originally by Barbara and Winnie Spence, who got them suckered into doing this, got Ted to do it, and he's been doing it ever since here. Barbara Spence is here along with Ted's wife Ann, watching Ted come down. He's done some skydiving and scuba diving and bungee cording as well. Joseph Hayes, this is his 4th time. He works for Johnson & Johnson, and he is a referee at the Special Olympics Fall Festival. And so it's an opportunity. That's how he got involved in Special Olympics. And I'm not sure whether Ted recruited him to join him for this event several years ago or not, but we will ask him that question when he gets down. So Ted River and Joseph Hayes, numbers 7 and 8 of 8 people left to go here in the 2021 Over the Edge event for Special Olympics Delaware. Again, if this is something you think you might want to do, if you're here in the bleachers, you can come up here and sign up at the clipboard. If you're listening on the live stream, there is a link that you can go to sign up for 2022. You put down a $50 deposit, and you start raising your money. $1,100 is what it required to come down here. If you want to rappel down a city skyscraper in the state of Delaware, this is the only place and the only day you can do it. It's the 2nd Thursday in May. Every year, all the money stays right here in the state of Delaware to support more than 4,000 Special Olympics athletes, children and adults who compete year-round in 19 different sports. The big summer games coming up June 11th and 12th. If you are interested in volunteering, go to the website sode.org to get more information. Here comes Ted and Joseph, more than halfway down of their descent. Perfect weather here. We're in the shade outside right now. It was sunny around noon like it usually is, but the sunshine is bright. You've gotten some great views from the camera crew of the live stream broadcast. Jimmy Smith producing that broadcast, and his 4 camera people have been great all day long as we slowly wrap things up here at 300 Delaware Avenue, Brandywine Realty Trust Building here in Wilmington. I'm John Busby, along with Jimmy Smith. We've been with you
Hey,
all
John.
day. Hey, Jimmy.
It's been quite a day.
It has been a very good day. How many viewers we got right now?
So right now now that all of Milford has gone back home, it's down to about 60 that are watching right now.
And what about total?
About 25, almost 2,600. I'm refreshing, so
Yeah.
we'll see if the internet.
And that might be a record. It seems to me we got over 2,000 one year, but not much over. I can't remember, to be honest with you.
So the reset here real quick. I did miss the part where I was in the Jillian Matthews feature. I unfortunately didn't hear you start speaking. So is Ted on yellow or blue?
Ted is on yellow. Joseph is on blue.
Perfect. I had that right. Excellent.
And they are on about the second floor right now, almost down to the ledge here where they get helped over. Ted in his 8th year, Joseph Hayes in his 4th.
So we've got just a few left. 6 remaining.
6 to go. And a 100% show rate today. Nobody that had to bow out for any reason, which is always good. And
don't pass on this opportunity.
Ted River, the veteran, coming down smooth and slow. Joseph Hayes right behind him.
A lot of people ending up sitting down today. I like the technique.
Yeah, they've been bringing them in that way and having them sit
Landing
down,
the
and
plane.
that way they catches them smoother that way. Ted's posing for a picture. We're going to have him come here. Ted, have you come up to that microphone there. So you told me it was your 5th or 6th time. It ends up at your 8th time.
Okay.
So you're losing count. Yeah. So next year will be 9. We already know that.
Right.
Ted, what inspired you to start doing this event?
Well, I'm in the Lions Club. We support Special Olympics. And like so many other things, the more you get put into it, the more you get out of it.
That's great. You still enjoy coming down, I assume.
Absolutely.
You've done some other things, skydiving, scuba diving, bungee. Do you still do those things?
Haven't done them lately.
So this is your adventure every year.
Yeah.
Well, we're honored that you've chosen us to make this your adventure. So
Thank you.
very much, Ted Reiser.
Okay.
Rappel number 8. Let's hear it for Ted. Joseph, come on in here. Joseph Hayes, you're also a soccer referee for the Fall Festival.
Yes.
Just move a little closer to the mic there. There you
Yes.
go. And how's that experience been?
It's been real nice. Unfortunately, the last couple of years, I haven't been able to make it, but especially last year. But
Yeah.
So
When you did this 3 years ago or 4 years ago, why did you do it then? What inspired you to do it?
the first 2 times were good, and I thought, well, it's fun to do, actually.
Now, were you a volunteer back then, and that's how
Yes.
you heard about it?
Yeah, I think I've been volunteering since like 2009, 2010 at the Fall Fest.
Oh, great. Well, we hope to see you back at next year's Fall Festival.
Yep.
It's on the schedule, and all fingers crossed it happens. So thanks for being part of this event again. We hope to see you for your 5th next year.
We'll see.
All right, let's give Joe Hayes a big round of applause. Thank you, Joe.
Did he just say, we'll see?
He did say we'll see, but that's a good sign. He didn't say no. And he's done it 4 other times. So All right,
this is Nate Threets.
Yes, Nate is a member of the Special Olympics Delaware staff, manager of Unified Champion School. And he is on the yellow. And coming down with him, I'm told, is a ropes volunteer. And that might be a official rope test, because if you remember earlier when Anthony Borgini came down, there was a ropes volunteer that came down on the yellow rope, and that probably counted as that test. I'm not sure how many rappels, they have to do a test. But it would make sense that that number would have been fulfilled on the yellow. If they're, let's say they're doing one every 50, that would make sense that the yellow one would have been done there and that the blue one would need to be done here.
So, John, the thing that Nate is holding on to right now, the tubing, this steel, metal, whatever it is that very, very firm, very sturdy?
It's
is.
very,
It's gotta be,
it's
right?
very sturdy into the ground. Yes, it's. You know what, Jimmy? Think of it like a lacrosse goal, and it kind of
That's
even
a
looks like a
good one.
lacrosse goal. And so it is sturdy. I don't believe those pipes are solid, but they don't need to be because the goal, the lacrosse goal, for lack of a better term, that's not what they call it, obviously, but is bolted into the ground and cannot move. And so, and they're metal poles, so they're not going to snap. It's not PVC piping, anything
Right.
like that. There's no flexibility to them for that. So,
I'm
Nate,
having this epiphany right now where, like, maybe it would be good television if I wore a GoPro and were mic'd up for a live rappel. But I'm also worried that I might just be too much. I might just be over concerned. I don't know.
could be good. Could be good television for sure.
It could be. It
City,
might
the whole
frighten
city of
people for no
Cleveland will
reason.
be turned in.
No, I doubt that.
I'm told by one of the volunteers down here that those poles that you just referred to would hold 5,000 pounds. So I think
don't
you
weigh
would be.
that.
I think you would be okay.
Okay. I just kind of saw it at Nate's arms maybe give a little bit. You know what I mean? Like it
Well, Nate.
bent a little
Nate is
bit.
a strong young man.
Yeah,
If
and I didn't
you've
mean
seen
anything
Nate.
by that. I
Right.
just meant I think maybe they're supposed to do that.
Yep. Now, Nate is
But
a
now,
strong
if I'm up
man.
there, I'm going to be like, oh my goodness, oh my God, oh my goodness.
And Nate is a former Army member of the armed forces, and I know he has rappelled out of helicopters like a few people have today. And he asked me, it was funny, we were in a truck going to pick up some equipment for the event, and he said, just how fast can I go down? And I said, well, probably not as fast as you think you can go down because you're going to lock up if you go down too fast. And so he's going at a good pace right now. He's
it's a pace
he's
thing.
moving, but he's not going to lock up either. So he's on his way down. And he's probably got some spectators at home. His fiance, Sky Boris, is probably watching, and maybe some other of his family members tuned in to the live stream. As he makes his way down. So after Nate, we have 5 more to go. Paul Jungling, Sarah Jungling, a father-daughter duo. And then Vimbai Jamba, Kimberly Greby, and Ben Nafoski will wrap up the 2021 event. As I mentioned, Nate is the manager of the Unified Champion School program, and responsibilities to go out and start inclusive activities using sports as a foundation. Our schools participate in unified team soccer and soccer skills. In the past, they've done unified basketball. The plan in the future is to do unified bocce for the schools. And then also at the interscholastic level, since 2013, when track and field started, unified track and field, and that is going on now, and our athletes will participate. There's 9 schools, I believe, who will be part of the DIAA state championships on May 21st. And how that works is they run the girls 100, the boys 100, and the unified Special Olympics 100. So it's a great venue for our athletes to be seen and showcase their skills. They also do unified flag football in the fall and unified basketball in the winter. So interscholastic sports at the unified level is thriving here in Delaware. And Nate is getting ready to land. And there he goes. Held himself up, as I said, an experienced edger.
So, John, Donnie Voschel has asked a couple times, and Donnie, I apologize for missing it. He's asking if Summer Games is going to be in person or streamed online.
Summer Games is going to be in person at 4 different venues, tennis, softball, bocce, and track and field. We're going to grab Nate here real quick for a quick interview. Nate's currently the manager of Unified Champion School Programs, but he also, before he came here, he was the person who made things go at Caesar Rodney High School and got that unified program really to the whole next level. And, you know, Nate, let's talk about the edging. How was that experience compared to when you did it out of helicopters in the Army?
Well, I mean, I didn't do it on the helicopter in the Army. I did it off a tower, but it was a little bit nerve-wracking just getting over, but as soon as you got going and got the little lever going, it was just easy, just trying to get down as fast as I could.
Did you lock up at all? Because we were talking about that, how you wanted to go fast, but if you go too fast, you lock up.
No, I did not lock up.
You didn't. Oh, that's good. All right. Well, we'll let you go so you can get your gear off. And thanks for being part of the event. All righty. Nate Threets, Special Olympics staff member. Each year, a member of the Special Olympics staff goes over the edge, and it was Nate's turn this year. Not sure who will be going next year.
See, I'm having this thing, John. I don't want to make any.
Could be Jimmy Smith.
Could it be
like.
me? I don't want to make any promises. I need to speak to my family. Good TV though, right?
It could
That'd
be.
good.
Yeah. All
I
right.
have to work with Tom to get some more beeps and boops to make that happen, though. So we got Paul jungling and Sarah jungling coming up here. Paul will be on the yellow and Sarah on the blue. As you see Paul there get locked in. He's got the GoPro. He's ready. Turn it on real quick.
Oh, yep. Got one person up there, like you said.
So we got Sarah and Paul jungling. There's a look at Sarah now. And this is Morgan's family, right?
Yes, Morgan Jungling's family. If you follow the Blue Hens on social media, you probably know Morgan Jungling. She's a big Blue Hen fan of women's basketball in particular. Sarah's been an Alpine coach and a day of volunteer at several sports events and fundraisers, so another example of a family getting behind a sibling or a daughter. Her father, Paul, will be up in just a second. This is Paul's second time, Sarah's fourth time. Paul's done some helicopter skiing.
What?
Don't know what that is. Got to ask that question. Helicopter skiing. Don't know if that's water skiing or snow skiing.
You drop in from a helicopter.
Downhill skiing.
Holy
One of the
cow.
volunteers down here who's listening to the broadcast is describing it.
You start in a helicopter, right? Is that what?
Oh, you get okay.
There's
So a
a-
helicopter takes you to the top of a mountain,
And they drop
and
you
then
down.
you ski down. And so
okay. So you just ride a helicopter.
you
to the
just
top
ride
of
the helicopter up apparently, and then
So
you
it's
go
skiing.
down. Yes, but
with a helicopter taking you on top.
the fact that there's not a T-bar to take you up tells me it's probably a pretty high mountain
That's
that
fair.
you're going
It's
up
a good
to.
assumption.
Yes.
Riding a helicopter even is, for me, a lot. Flying terrifies me. Flying.
That's why you drive from Cleveland every year to this
every
event.
time.
All right, we got the jungling duos up there. Paul the dad, Sarah the daughter, on their way down. After them, it's 3 people left. So if you've tuned in for Vimbai Jamba, Kimberly Greby, and Ben Nafoski, you haven't missed them. They're coming up soon. We're running at just about 20 minutes behind schedule, which is actually pretty good when you try to get 66 people who arrive and have to go up to the 10th floor and then go up to the top of the building and then come down the building. And so here come the Jungling's 2 veterans. Everybody left. Jimmy has gone at least once. So we We had quite a few first-timers. I didn't count.
I'll do it.
I'm sure we can get a number. How many first-timers there were. There just seemed to be like more than normal for some reason. And I'm not sure what the number has been or what the highest number of first-timers has been, but it just seemed like more than normal.
35 of 66. That's over half.
Wow, that is, that I'd be interested. We'll find that out officially from somebody.
And again, whatever that's compared to is compared to 15 to 20 more,
right,
or fewer, I should say.
Yep.
Than in the past.
And so 35 people that we hope had a good experience, and we'll be back for another one.
They all either told the truth or lied to you right at the moment that they're coming back. So
there was one that was hesitant, and other than that, everybody seemed like they would be back, or they promised they would get somebody to come back. Because I know, and this is where it gets really cool. For instance, in the Milford School District, where the schools raise money for people to go over, and I think it was the same thing in the Cesar Rodney School District, that there's a list of people that want to do this. But, the school's only going to fund one person or maybe two. Or maybe three. Milford High School, I think, had 3 people. And so you might have 15 people that want to do it, but only 3 are going to be taken. Yeah, exactly. And so that's one of the cool things about it. And, back to your question a while ago about do you want the first-timers or the 10-timers, that's where you start to build the balance of both, which is what you need. You
can't be a 10-timer without being
a first-timer.
First-timer.
And so that is a neat concept and a neat way to look at it and what the schools are doing. And we hope a lot of our schools will do it. And we hope businesses and churches and other organizations will pique an interest in this. We've always had lofty aspirations of adding a third rope out here in front. And in order to do that and have it make financial sense, you need to be at about 125 edgers. And we average about 90. This is a lower year because of the pandemic. Obviously, every fundraiser any organization is doing anywhere in the world is less than the year before or less than a typical year for whatever reason. But in a typical year, we would have 90 people go over the edge. And in order to justify adding a third rope, we would need to grow the event by 35 people. And so that's a constant goal and something that we always think about, not only because it would be neat to have 3 ropes going and more people, but then obviously you're raising that much more money for Special Olympics, which is what this is all about, the over 4,000 athletes who participate in 19 sports year-round. And so the Junglings are getting ready to land. This is Paul, who is going to land first, finishing up his second over the edge event, and Sarah not far behind. Morgan, who is their daughter and sister who participates in Special Olympics. She's right outside the safety zone waiting for her parents. Waiting for her father, I should say, and her sister. We're going to grab Paul in a second, talk to him about this helicopter skiing thing. Come on over, Paul. Oh, yeah, we're going to get her. Don't worry. No, over here with you, if you don't mind. Yep. So the juggling family, we've got Morgan, we've got Paul, and we've got Sarah. So, Morgan, was it fun watching them go?
Yes.
Yeah? Were you scared watching them go?
No.
You knew they were going to do it, right?
Yeah.
Paul, this is your second time?
Yes, it is.
Get a little bit closer there.
Yes.
Did you enjoy it more this time? That's what people typically say.
Well, the first time I went too fast and locked it up. I was having too much fun.
Gotcha.
So this one was more controlled.
More controlled. Now, you do something called helicopter skiing.
Well, only once.
Well, once is more than I'm ever going to do it. So can you explain to us how that works?
You get on a helicopter and they fly you out to a mountain, drop you off on top, and you ski down and it picks you up at the bottom and you do it
See,
again.
John, it's so simple.
It sounds very
It
simple.
is.
This is Jimmy inside, my broadcast partner. Now, so I'm assuming this is a mountain that a lot of people ski. Is there a trail, or do you create the trail?
This was in Whistler, British Columbia.
Okay.
In Canada, and they take you out in the middle of nowhere and drop you off at the top.
I can't imagine.
There's a whole survival thing to
Right.
this too.
Oh, it's with a guide who tells you where to go and where not to go.
Oh,
okay.
Unbelievable. So the second time around, you enjoyed the experience.
Yep, absolutely.
Morgan is your inspiration, obviously.
Absolutely.
How has Special Olympics impacted your family as a whole?
Oh, it's been great. It's given us lots of things to do. Sarah and I both coach the ski team, and Morgan's a skier.
Not a helicopter ski team, right?
No, just the Poconos.
Gotcha. Which is still a big hill. So good. All right,
So
I'm going to
it's
let
been great.
Sarah jump in here. We've heard from Morgan, heard from Paul.
Heard enough of me.
Sarah, this is your fourth time doing this, right? Get a little bit closer.
Yep.
All right, fourth time. What brings you back every year?
It's just fun. It's fun to be able to say, like, hey, I'm taking off work and I'm going to go rappel down the side of a building. And everyone's like, what?
What's your favorite part of it?
I mean, everything is fun. It's the atmosphere.
The end?
I mean, the end is pretty good. The end is pretty good. But just going down the side, I'm always seeking a thrill, so it's fun.
Now, I've never asked this question, but it just dawned on me. You've done this for 4 times. Is it almost disappointing when it ends?
Kind of. Like, I mean, I'd go again.
Right. You'd go right back up and go again, right? Yeah. So I would think for somebody like you, it's almost a downer.
Yeah.
No, this is over. I got to wait 364 days.
Yes.
The good news is we'll be back in 364 days, so you can go. So, all right, ladies and gentlemen, the Jungling family, supporters in so many ways for Special Olympics, thank you very much for being part of this event.
So much fun. She's sad it is over.
Yeah, that's something that had just dawned on me, Jimmy, when I was talking to him. And, you know, Sarah talked about, and you could see it in her eyes, and I'm sure the camera picked it up too, just how excited she was to be here and to be part of the event. And I was trying to think of something, you know, it's almost like Christmas morning when you unwrap that last present. And it's like, geez, now it's over for 364 days. And so it was interesting to hear her talk about that.
I don't know if it's a Christmas present, John.
It will be if
something.
you go. It will be if you go. So, all right, we got Vimbai Jamba. We got 3 to go. Vimbai Jamba is on the yellow, and Ben Nafoski is on the blue.
And then bringing us home is
bringing
going
us
to be Kimberly Greby.
Vimbai works for TD Bank, located right here at the bottom of the building. She's volunteered at events before. She's done the Odyssey Expedition. Do you know anything about that, Jimmy?
John.
No, I didn't
It's an adventure when I go to the grocery store. I don't know of anything exciting.
I didn't ask if you did it. I didn't know if you.
Well, that's fair.
knew
No, that's
about
fair.
it.
I've not heard of that.
Now, you heard me mention, or this listening audience didn't hear it because it was 9 o'clock this morning, somebody that plunged off the Stratosphere Casino in Las Vegas. And I told you somebody else did it, and it's Ben Nafoski. He plunged off the Stratosphere in Las Vegas. And I forgot to ask the question of the last person that did it, so I'm going to make sure that I ask the person that did this here. Ben Nafoski is retired DSP. He's a longtime law enforcement for Special Olympics officer and volunteer. He's run with a torch, giving out medals at events. And so he said this is a way. He doesn't get to do those things as much anymore now that he's retired because we typically use active police officers to do those things. And so this is a way that he feels he can give back to Special Olympics.
He's making a little headway there as he makes his way down. Now they're both going.
Yeah, Vimbai's picked up the pace a little bit. And Ben, and we've gotten to a point now where the wind is completely gone, Jimmy. So that's the weather pattern all day has been beautiful, sunny with temps in the high 60s, low 70s, but the wind's been sporadic, and now it's completely gone. Here comes Ben Nafoski making his final descent.
Ben's in a hurry.
Is close behind. Ben's getting
there was one.
unhooked. Yep, Ben's getting unhooked. We'll bring him over. Ben just finished his second rappel. Ben, come on over this way. got an important question for you about something called a Stratosphere Casino. Get close up to that mic there for. So you've plunged off the Stratosphere Casino.
Yeah, it's the Stratosphere Casino in Las Vegas on the Boulevard. It's maybe 1,000 feet, and it's actually not as scary as this.
Really? Huh.
It's a bungee. You get up there, you harness, and you jump. You're flying down the air, but you're not in control.
Right.
And you're not looking at anything. And the last 60 or 70 feet, the device kicks in.
So it's like bungee jumping,
bungee jumping
off
a building.
off a
Yep.
building. Wow.
But this first step is it's a little more a little scary.
Even the second time, right?
Yeah,
That's what people say.
It is. But
did you take in more of the view this time?
actually, I tried to. The gal got ahead of me, and a little competitive edge kicked in, and I'm looking, and I caught her, and I actually beat her down. So
Mission accomplished.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Well, you said you missed being part of Special Olympics in a lot of ways.
I do. I talked to Annie upstairs, so we're going to stay in contact, and hopefully
Great.
I can get a few more events in this year.
That'd be wonderful.
So I appreciate you being here.
Oh, thank you for being here. We appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
Ben, thanks for being with us.
Thank
We'll
you.
see you next year for your third rappel. So Ben Nafosky, and this is Vimbai Jamba finishing up her 7th rappel. Good job, Vimbai.
So what I don't understand is, John, is that the jumping out of things, the bungee jumping, because they don't have control, is less scary.
Yeah, I
than
don't
having
get that
your own
either.
control.
Right.
I have trouble with.
Yeah, no, but that seems to be the consensus.
that. I know it is.
And Vimbai's got a special guest here. Her fiance surprised her at the bottom. We talk about these Kodak moments. There's one of them. And so what a nice surprise here. Vimbai, can we interview you real quick? So tell us about your surprise at the bottom here.
I wasn't expecting that.
No, not at all, huh?
No, not at all.
Your 7th trip down, how was it?
7. It was amazing. It
What
was
got you
good.
started doing this? Why did you do it the first time? Did somebody recruit you, or?
No, I was voluntold at work, so that's...
So it was TD Bank that told you were doing it, right?
No, it didn't. I'm an athlete myself, so I just think every athlete should be allowed to, have fun and do what they want to do. And have the support for it.
Is it still just as fun doing number
It
7
is.
as it was number 1?
Absolutely.
That's
Yeah.
great. Well,
Every
thank you
time.
for being part of it.
Thank
We'll let
you.
you go spend time with your family and your
Thank you.
fiance. And
Thank
hope to see you next year for number 8.
Absolutely.
All righty.
All right.
Vimbai Jamba finishing up rappel number 7. And we've got one to go. Jimmy?
Yep. Kimberly will be number 66 as the lean away begins and the arms out. And now some panicked looking.
According to her bio, she flies airplanes. I assume that means she's the pilot.
Yeah.
Bungee swinging, that's a new one, and skydiving. So
Okay.
she's done.
So she'll be
some-
down in 15 seconds.
Yeah, it'll be a quick wrap up. And so if you're still tuned in to watch our final one go, or you're here on the plaza watching, this has been the 2021 Over the Edge event to benefit Special Olympics Delaware. 4,200 athletes who train and compete in 19 sports year-round. If you're interested in volunteering, they are celebrating their 50th anniversary this year, and so it would be the perfect time if you are looking for a way to give back to the community as a volunteer, a coach, volunteering at fundraising events, or supporting the organization in some way. Go to sode.org to find out more information. And again, if you've been inspired by what you've seen on the side of the 300 Delaware Avenue building and you want to take part in this event next year, as it sounds like Jimmy Smith might, you can go to the link that is in the description on the YouTube page and sign up for next year. We still have the clipboards out front here under the tent. If you're out front here and you want to sign up to get more information for next year, now is the time you can do that. So we're watching our last edger, Kimberly Gribby, go over down to 300 Delaware Avenue building, which is managed by Brandywine Realty Trust, one of the sponsors of the events, Newcastle Fire Services, the other sponsor, supported by Delaware Law Enforcement for Special Olympics, the Rock Gym, and Forever Media. Lots of volunteers involved in this event. Of course, Jimmy Smith and his crew, the 4 camera people that have been with us all day. We appreciate all that they have done since they arrived early this morning. They are Phyllis, Jess, Sean, and Selena. They've bounced around both from the rooftop and then down here for the interviews and the nice views you're getting up on the building, so we appreciate what they've done all day. The music you heard in between is compliments of Bobby O of Bell Electronics, who were part of that, putting that together for us. And so a lot of working people, volunteers here down in the landing area, obviously on the roof, and in the staging area, the Over the Edge crew that has been part of this as well. So a big thank you to everyone who has helped made this 10th event so successful. And we're going to wrap things up here shortly as Ann is making her way down. We're going to get a quick word with her like we've done with everybody else this year outside as they finished up, as she finishes up her second event. And again, if you are interested in anything about Special Olympics, SODE.org, or just Google Special Olympics Delaware. Ann's coming down like a pro once she got going. She handled that ledge as smoothly as anybody. Last one, folks. Let's give her a big round of applause. Everybody that's here, the few that are left on the plaza. Great job. Kimberly, Gabby.
We timed it 1 minute, 39 seconds,
Wow.
Kim.
We could
That's
say
a new
that's a
world
new
record.
record for the last person for each of the events, probably. Coming down quick. Kimberly, come on over here. I'm going to grab a quick word with you, if you don't mind. One of the fastest, certainly. How was it?
It was good.
Now, you've done this now. Get a little closer to the mic there. You've done this now second time?
Second time.
Did you enjoy it more?
I
A little
did.
more relaxing?
It was a little more relaxing. It's a little more fun when you go faster, too.
Really? So you intentionally went as fast as you did?
Well, then I started to turn, so I had to slow down a little.
Slow down a bit. What got you doing this the first time? Why did you get involved with this event?
We knew an athlete, and the family had mentioned about it, so a couple years ago I did it and figured we'd do it again.
That's great. Well, we appreciate you doing it. You were the 66th and final person to come down, but just as important as the previous 65. Thank you for being part of this, the 10th anniversary of the event.
Thank you.
All righty. Thank you, Kim. And that is going to wrap things up. Jimmy, I want to thank you for spending the day on the broadcast with me all day and, of course, everything you do to make this live stream possible.
John, this is, as always, awesome, incredible, awe-inspiring, and we'll show you on camera. Hey, wave to the camera. Wave to the people at home. That's what John looks like. Busy man standing up all day. So thank you so much for allowing us to come back, and just a pretty day and an unbelievable organization and event. So thank you.
10 years in the books, over $100,000 raised in today's event alone. We appreciate the 66 people that took part of it. And, of course, the volunteers, the crews, the staff that were all here today to make this successful. Already looking forward to year 11. Once again, if you want more information about Special Olympics, SODE.org. Lots of ways you can give back to one of the greatest organizations in the world. That's a wrap. Jimmy, thanks for all you've done. I'm John Busby. Thanks for tuning in, everybody. We hope to see you next year, number 11, Over the Edge for Special Olympics Delaware.